Good morning. My name is James Valentine, and welcome to part one of the joint externally led patient-focused drug development meetings on long QT syndrome and catecholaminergic polymorphic ventricular tachycardia. I'm joined in the studio here by Genevieve Eccles, the Family Support Director of the SADS Foundation, and we're coming to you live from the Washington, D.C. metropolitan area, actually not too far from where the U.S. Food and Drug Administration's headquarters are located. It's my pleasure to turn it over to Genevieve to open things up. Genevieve?
Thank you, James. And hello, everyone. Welcome to the back-to-back externally led patient-focused drug development meetings on long QT syndrome, or LQTS, and catecholaminergic polymorphic ventricular tachycardia, or CPVT. My name is Genevieve, and I'm the Family Support Director of the Sudden Arrhythmia Death Syndromes Foundation, or SADS Foundation. Our mission is to save the lives and support the families of children and adults who are genetically predisposed to sudden death due to heart rhythm abnormalities. SADS supports those with inherited channelopathies and cardiomyopathies, including conditions such as LQTS, CPVT, Brugada syndrome, short QT syndrome, and arrhythmogenic right ventricular cardiomyopathy. A special welcome to the many staff members of the U.S. Food and Drug Administration that are taking the time to be with us today. We're excited to have you with us and hope that you will learn a lot today from our amazing patients, family members, and expert clinicians. Thank you to our industry sponsors, Solid Biosciences, Thrive Pharmaceuticals, and Cardurin Pharmaceuticals for your generous support. We also want to thank all the families and individuals whose support has made this meeting possible. We couldn't have done it without you. We are pleased to have in attendance representatives from industry, federal agencies, and physician scientists from across the world. Thank you for joining us today. Most importantly, I want to welcome the LQTS community whose lives have been directly impacted by this condition. This morning's EL-PFDD is for you. We also welcome anyone who is joining from the CPVT community. Your voices will be heard this afternoon at your separate meeting. We want to extend our deep gratitude to everyone who has had a hand in preparing for this meeting. We are grateful to have this opportunity to ensure patient and family perspectives are considered in the drug development and regulatory processes. Every day, SADS has the privilege of talking to families with LQTS and sharing your journeys with you. We have read each of your stories and comments and know there is a great unmet need for better therapies that would truly allow you to live and thrive with LQTS. This meeting holds a great significance to me personally, as I have LQTS and have children who are also affected. As you will hear today, there is a wide range of experiences with LQTS, with some people being diagnosed after experiencing a sudden cardiac arrest themselves or sudden cardiac death of a family member. Others are diagnosed after having an EKG or experiencing fainting episodes. Because LQTS is an inherited heart condition, it may affect many members of the same family, each with their own unique risk of having a cardiac event leading to anxiety. We know that LQTS has major impacts on quality of life, both physically and emotionally. Despite current guidelines showing exercise is safe for the majority of those with LQTS, some families continue to be restricted by their physicians from exercise. These restrictions cause or worsen anxiety and depression in people with LQTS. The ambiguity of living with a condition that predisposes those with LQTS and affected family members to sudden cardiac arrest may contribute to anxiety and depression. Parents worry about their children and whether the medications they take will adequately protect them. In addition to living with the disease itself, there are side effects from therapies, including beta blockers, which cause fatigue. The left cardiac sympathetic denervation, another therapy for LQTS, can cause severe nerve pain and inability to sweat on the upper left side of the body. Some individuals with LQTS have an implanted cardioverter defibrillator to shock the heart out of a potentially fatal rhythm. Even newborns with LQTS may need an ICD. These devices are not made for infants or small children, and this comes with its own risk of complications. Life-saving shocks are not without consequence, and those with ICDs may suffer from anxiety, depression, and PTSD from these shocks. Families with LQTS find themselves asking many questions. How will this disease affect my child? Who inherited it from me? When will there be a targeted treatment for LQTS? Can I safely participate in sports or other activities? Right now, families have no answers to these questions. Despite the potentially life-threatening manifestations of LQTS, there is no FDA-approved targeted treatment for this condition. We hope you will remember the stories you hear today. They are just a small number of our global community, and that you will remember the great need that exists for new therapies for LQTS. I want to express my appreciation to the investigators working in labs around the world, striving to towards a better understanding of basic and translational science and moving us closer to future clinical trials. Our hope is that this meeting will encourage future research and successful new product development for people living with LQTS who need better treatment options. For our LQTS families, we invite you and your loved ones to call or write in during this morning's program, and we ask you to stay with us and participate in remote polling throughout the meeting. We want to hear as many perspectives as possible, and we'll do our best to get to as many of your comments as we can. To begin today's meeting, I'm delighted to introduce our speaker from the Food and Drug Administration, Dr. Shatara Walker. Dr. Walker works as clinical team leader in pediatrics in the Center for Drug Evaluation and Research at the FDA. Dr. Walker will provide some opening comments from the FDA perspective. Dr. Walker, over to you.
Thank you for that kind introduction. I am a pediatric cardiologist and lead physician at the U.S. Food and Drug Administration. I'm here today representing all the centers at FDA that are involved with product development for long QT syndrome and CPVT. In my time at FDA, I have worked in different roles, including clinical reviewer in the Division of Cardiology and Nephrology, and currently in the Division of Pediatrics and Maternal Health as a clinical team leader. In my current role, my team is often tasked with working collaboratively with internal and external stakeholders to address challenges in product development programs, particularly for rare conditions. For conditions such as long QT syndrome and CPVT, FDA encourages researchers and industry to engage with the agency as early as possible in the development of medical products. My division partners internally with other divisions and offices within the agency to help ensure that researchers and industry address product development considerations that may be unique to pediatric, pregnant, and lactating patients. My division frequently participates in patient-focused drug development meetings, so when possible, we can incorporate the patient perspective into advice we provide for our internal stakeholders, which is why I am humbled for the opportunity to participate in today's important meeting, along with patients, caregivers, families, and advocates. I know we also have representation from industry, academia, and other medical product development stakeholders. Thank you for all being a part of this meeting and sharing your experiences with us. I would also like to thank the Sudden Arrhythmia Death Syndromes Foundation and all the staff that were involved in planning this meeting. FDA protects and promotes public health by evaluating the safety, effectiveness, and quality of new products. But we do not develop these medical products, nor do we conduct clinical trials. It is, however, FDA's responsibility to ensure that the benefits of a product outweigh its risks. Therefore, having this kind of dialogue, hearing your voices is extremely valuable for us because hearing what patients care about can help us lead the way in figuring out how to best facilitate medical product development for long QT syndrome and CPVT. In addition, you can help us better understand how patients view the benefits and risks of therapies and devices for long QT syndrome and CPVT. While FDA plays a critical role in medical product development, we are just one part of the process. Meetings like the one we are having today give FDA and other key stakeholders, including medical product developers, healthcare providers, and federal partners, an important opportunity to hear directly from patients, their families, caregivers, and patient advocates. FDA shares the patient community's commitment to facilitate the development of safe and effective medical products for long QT syndrome and CPVT. When we say medical product development, we mean it in the broadest sense of identifying, developing, and evaluating potential therapies or devices that can help patients manage their condition. As you may know, although there are published clinical guidelines for treatment of long QT syndrome and CPVT, FDA approvals of medical therapies specifically for these conditions are lacking. FDA relies on our review of submitted safety and effectiveness information and data from industry to decide if a drug or a product can be approved for treatment of a certain condition. Without adequate data to fill in knowledge gaps for safety and effectiveness, FDA cannot approve medical therapies for long QT syndrome and CPVT. Therefore, we recognize there is more progress to be made and more work to be done to further advance the treatment and management of long QT syndrome and CPVT. So to the patients, caregivers, families, and advocates attending today's meeting, we would like to understand from you how long QT syndrome and CPVT impact your lives. We would also like to hear about your experiences with therapies currently prescribed to treat long QT syndrome and CPVT, and what specific things patients look for in an ideal treatment to manage their condition. Your input will help inform the focus of new drug and device development, along with future clinical trials. It really takes a village to help advance drug development and other product development for long QT syndrome and CPVT. That village consists of everyone in attendance at today's meeting. Your input and perspectives will help us, industry, and academia to move the drug development process forward to ensure that new medications and devices meet the needs of people living with long QT syndrome and CPVT. We look forward to incorporating what we learned today into the agency's thinking and understanding of how patients view the benefits and risks of therapies for long QT syndrome and CPVT. Once again, we are all here today to hear the voice of the patient. So thank you for your participation. We are grateful to each of you for being here and sharing your personal stories, experiences, and perspectives. And now I will send it back to the studio.
Thank you, Dr. Walker. Next up is Dr. Michael Ackerman to provide a clinical overview of LQTS, which will serve as a scientific foundation for this morning's discussion. Dr. Ackerman is an internationally recognized expert in LQTS who has spent the past 24 years at the Mayo Clinic. He also serves as president of the Board of Trustees for the SADS Foundation. He is a genetic cardiologist and the director of Mayo Clinic's Winland Smith Rice Heart Rhythm Clinic and Winland Smith Rice Sudden Death Genomics Laboratory in Rochester, Minnesota. Dr. Ackerman has published extensively with global experts on guidelines and writing expert groups for long QT syndrome and other genetic heart diseases. Dr. Ackerman will provide us with a clinical overview of LQTS. Over to you, Dr. Ackerman.
Well, good morning, everyone, and thank you for that kind introduction. It's just a real pleasure to get to be with you all, and I'm grateful for the organizers. And as president of the board of the Sudden Arrhythmia Death Syndrome Foundation, I, like many of you, have been looking forward to this day and this externally led patient-focused drug development. I'm kicking it off with the clinical overview of the congenital long QT syndrome, and these are my conflicts of interest. I don't think they hurt our ability to do this well together, and that is to set the stage for what's most important. And what's most important is to hear the voices of my patients and patients with long QT syndrome here, there, and everywhere. So we'll examine the current state of the disease and of our treatments for long QT syndrome, and I hope to illustrate the profound unmet need that continues to persist. I love this world of the cardiac channelopathies. Long QT syndrome is the most common, and we'll be focusing on that this morning. It's remembered by the eponyms of Dr. Romano and Dr. Ward, and for those with long QT with the deafness, after Drs. Dravel and Lang-Nielsen syndrome, but we'll be calling it long QT syndrome. Think of her to discuss things. She's 25. She fainted while running on the treadmill. You and I didn't like that faint. We diagnosed her with long QT syndrome. We genetically confirmed her as having LQT1. That's her QTC. Would we recommend an ICD? The reason I share this is I share this setup to a board review course of 1,000 cardiologists, and every year, half say yes, half say no. And I want you to know that this particular patient absolutely does not need an ICD. We ought to be very confident with a competent LQT1 directed treatment program that doesn't include the ICD. But what if we mutate the sentence a touch and make her LQT2? Are we closer to an ICD recommendation? Yes, we would be. And so we are tailoring our therapies for our long QT patients who have long QT syndrome. Long QT syndrome affects 1 in 2,000 individuals across the globe. And that's probably an underestimate. It may be as high as 1 in 1,000, maybe even 1 in 800. And our long QT patients may or may not show QT prolongation. They may or may not ever have a torsadogenic experience where their long QT rhythm goes into the danger rhythm that results in long QT triggered fainting, long QT triggered fainting followed by generalized seizures, or tragically, long QT mediated sudden death. 70% of all of my patients, almost 2,000 patients under my care, are waiting for their first long QT triggered episode. They're asymptomatic, but they're treated, and oftentimes we trade a asymptomatic long QT substrate for a new problem called everyday treatment-related side effects. At the heart of long QT syndrome are mutations in the ion channels of the heart, the genes that encode the critical ion channels of the heart, like this voltage-gated potassium channel. And we've been doing genetic testing clinically for over 20 years now, since the very first gene that was discovered for long QT syndrome back in 1995. And many of the families who will be hearing their stories, they're LQT1 or LQT2 or LQT3. These are the 3 major long QT genotypes, and they account for at least 80% of all long QT syndrome. We know a lot about the stories of an individual with LQT1. Those families here today, that's the most common. About 30 to 40% have LQT1. We'll hear stories from families with LQT2. That's the second most common. 25 to 30%, maybe a third, have type 2 long QT syndrome. We'll have stories from the third most common long QT genotype, that of sodium channel mediated LQT3, and they represent about 5 to 10% of long QT syndrome. There are minor genotypes, and we are up to LQT17 and counting. They're very uncommon, so we won't be thinking about them for the most part. We know a lot about the look and feel of them. There is a characteristic ECG architecture for LQT1 that's different for LQT2, and the LQT3 look is different yet. More importantly, there are different triggers. Exercise, adrenaline is more triggering in LQT1, whereas the auditory sounds in LQT2, and the postpartum period is uniquely irritating for young women with the LQT2 substrate. Non-activity, like sleep, is the more common setting in LQT3. Most importantly, we have gene-specific responsivity to our mainstay therapy, that of beta blocker therapies, where the therapeutic efficacy is greatest in LQT1, next in LQT2, and less so, but effective in LQT3. And in precision medicine in genetic cardiology, long QT syndrome leads the way, where we are doing genotype-directed tailoring of therapy. And when it comes to those therapies, I constantly remind those in the EP world that most patients with long QT syndrome do not need and should not receive an ICD. We did that just last month at the 2024 Heart Rhythm Society meeting. There is an over-implantation rate of the ICD, which brings with it ICD-related complications. Now, in a patient who needs one, I love that device, and our families love that device when it's been chosen wisely. Instead, most of our patients are treated pharmacologically, beta blocker therapy, or beta blockers with or without mixilotine, sometimes mixilotine all by itself, devices on the right, drugs on the left, and denervation, specifically left cardiac sympathetic denervation in the middle. These treatments are very effective, but they come with a cost, and that is the possibility of treatment-related side effects. So much so that we've been willing to explore a strategy called non-treatment. What if the trade, the risk assessment, is so low that our treatment has tipped the balance towards daily unwanted treatment side effects? And identifying the near zero risk individual, we've started to do that. And in fact, at Mayo Clinic, about 5 to 10% of all of my patients are untreated. Yes, we know they have the LQT genotype. We've risk stratified them, and we've concluded together that non-therapy is the most appropriate. And when we do that, their event rates have remained zero. All of them, though, get preventative measures, monitoring preventative measures, QT drugs to avoid. This list is very important, but it's resulted in another issue. Our long QT patients with concomitant ADD and unwillingness to meaningfully treat their ADD with stimulant therapy when they don't have to have that deprived and denied to them. Our long QT patients with concomitant anxiety and depression, where those medications are on the QT hit list, and so there's reluctance to meaningfully treat their anxiety and mental health issues, and we've impacted in a very negative way quality of life. We discussed the preventative measure of electrolyte replenishment, and if they want a CAM, a complementary alternative medication, then that is fish oil. Probably can't hurt, might help, and so we offer fish oil, if you will. Now, the guidelines told us for that patient that we should do beta blocker therapy, but not all beta blockers are created equal. And in fact, we have spent a great deal of time urging people to use the non-selective beta blockers of Nadolol or propranolol to avoid using atenolol and metoprolol. And we've been shouting that from the mountaintops for 20 years now. And 7 years ago, the Heart Rhythm Society itself put out a statement urging the use of Nadolol and propranolol. We tailor it for LQT3 with propranolol, often as the beta blocker of choice, and mixilotine. And new data that will soon come out shows mixilotine is very effective in LQT2. When it comes to the defibrillator, We have secondary prevention, cardiac arrest, you get a defibrillator. I don't like my medication or I broke through my medication, you get a defibrillator. But there's better strategies in when we have breakthroughs or intolerance to beta blocker. Predicting the future is not easy, but when the QTC is really long and you're not LQT1, you get an ICD. We don't have to wait for it to be that long if you are LQT2 woman. We know that we should not be installing devices just because of the story in the family. Family history is not a risk factor in long QT syndrome. And we should not be doing it immediately in those with LQT3. So again, most don't need an ICD. Now, juxtaposed between the device on the right and the drugs on the left is left cardiac sympathetic denervation. And for 20 years now, we've known of its impressive antifibrillatory effect. And in fact, our program at Mayo Clinic is arguably the largest denervation center in the world. But denervation, as effective as it is not curative, but it's very effective in the right patient. We used to use it for those with breakthroughs. More and more, it's for those who say, I hate life on beta blockers. In fact, half of all of our denervated patients today come because they are not satisfied with their quality of life on beta blocker therapy. So we have that to get them potentially off of beta blockers, but it brings with it other issues, post-operative complications potentially. The guidelines have codified it by enabling us to use any of these strategies in our high-risk patients or those who are not tolerating their medications, creating equipoise among our strategies. And when we tailor therapy in a genotype-tailored way, as we've done in our program, we've looked and we've shown that we have over 20 distinct strategies in place among our patients. And if you hadn't heard, most don't need an ICD. And we're good. This is how good it is when we tailor therapy for our patients in 2000 and 2020 and beyond. Sudden death rarely happens in the well-diagnosed, well-characterized, well-treated patient. But that's not the goal. The challenge is not preventing their sudden death. The challenge is helping them live and thrive despite their diagnosis. And are we doing well enough? We're not. They deserve better. This is probably the most sobering paper that we have published that I focus on and drives our program and our goal for our patients. Because if you actually ask the patients how they're doing, yes, they're alive. Sudden death is not happening. But are we there yet? We're not. Over half of our patients report one significant treatment-related side effect or more. The beta blocker zombie, the beta blocker depression, the ICD PTSD person, inappropriate shocks, denervation and post-denervation neuropathic pain, and the list goes on and on. We're not there yet. Because of that, we're driven to find new treatments because we're not satisfied with the status quo, because I've heard their voices. And for the last 20 plus years, we've been exploring new treatment strategies. You already heard about intentionally not treating. What about denervation all by itself? And we even can potentially do better than that. There's a new drug in clinical trial for a QT shortening effect. And we are working on gene therapy and have just presented the therapeutic efficacy trial of our LQT1 gene therapy in a rabbit model of long QT syndrome. Why are we pursuing new therapies? Because we need to. This is what I keep coming back to, because I've heard the stories from my patients and families, and they motivate me not to accept the status quo, not to be satisfied. There's mythology out there among the pediatric and adult EP community that we've got long QT covered, is treated well enough. And either these individuals are not treating patients with long QT syndrome, or they're not listening. Well, we have been listening. And so I leave you with these take-home points. First, long QT syndrome is the most common of the channelopathies. 1 in 2,000 people have long QT syndrome. Second, Tailoring of therapy is not only possible, but it is essential, as most do not need and should not receive an ICD. Third, beta blockers for most, but all beta blockers may not be created equal. Please, let's not use atenolol and metoprolol. And then fourth, the status quo is simply not acceptable. We have work to do. I want to get rid of the beta blocker zombie. I want to get rid of post-denervation neuropathic pain, ICD, and the possibility of PTSD from a shock. And then for all of our patients, there is this resting residual fear of what if it's about to go off and my long QT first episode is going to be my last episode. New therapies are needed, but don't take my word for it. Listen to the voices of my patients and of families with long QT syndrome everywhere. And that brings us to the next phase of the program. And I'm so excited to listen to those voices and hear their stories. So thanks again for letting me be part of this. And I can't wait to see what happens throughout the rest of our day together. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Ackerman. Now, I'd like to introduce you to James Valentine, our moderator for today, who has been working with us over the past several months to help plan this meeting. James has worked the last 16 years as a champion for the patient voice as part of the regulatory process. He previously worked at the FDA, where he was a patient liaison, helping to incorporate the patient voice into medical product review across the FDA's various medical product centers and review divisions. There, he helped to develop and launch the Patient-Focused Drug Development Initiative. In private practice, James has worked with many patient organizations to ensure their community voices are heard by decision makers. James has been involved in helping plan and moderate many of the over 90 externally led PFDD meetings, including our ARVC meeting last year. So we are in good hands with James. Over to you, James.
Oh, well, thank you so much for that introduction, Genevieve, and it's such a pleasure to be here with this long QT syndrome community this morning. So now that we've heard a clinical overview from a disease expert, we turn to the core of this morning's meeting, which is to hear from you, people living with long QT syndrome, and their parents, spouses, children, and other direct caregivers. We welcome the CPVT community that may be joining early, and we will be hearing from you later this afternoon. So, patient-focused drug development is a more systematic way of gathering patient perspectives on their condition and on available treatments. As you heard from FDA's Dr. Walker, your input can help inform the agency's understanding of long QT syndrome to inform drug development and review. This morning's meeting is interactive, so let me tell you a bit about what we'll be asking of you and how today's meeting will be organized. Today is structured into two sessions. In our first session, we'll be exploring the patient and caregiver experience of living with LQTS and how those symptoms and health effects impact daily life. Following this will be our second session. We'll bring everyone together to explore your experiences with treatments and strategies to manage LQTS symptoms. So what will these two discussions look like? Well, we'll be using three methods. We'll start each of our sessions first by hearing from panels of patients and caregivers of individuals with LQTS who will be sharing their stories to set a good foundation for the discussion. They were selected to reflect a range of experiences with LQTS and treatments. However, we know that their experiences will not represent all of the experiences with this condition. And so once we hear from those panels, we'll broaden the discussion and have a facilitated audience discussion with all of you, all of our patients and caregivers with LQTS in the audience. Again, this will build on the panel. I'll be asking questions and inviting you to call in and write in, providing your name and offering a comment. So this can be done in those two ways, either by calling in. I'll be providing that number as we proceed through the morning, as well as providing written comments through the web form that we'll be reading out throughout the program. The third way that we'll be bringing in your voices is through polling questions. We'll be asking our patients and caregivers with LQTS only to use their phone or web browser to respond. and we'll be getting to polling questions in just a moment. But the idea is to use those questions to broaden the discussion to everyone in the audience and get a sense of the experiences of our audience. I want to mention that there'll also be an opportunity to provide written comments for 30 days after this meeting. So whether there's something that you thought of just after the meeting concludes, maybe you didn't get to say everything that you wanted throughout the course of today, or maybe you're watching this meeting on demand and you weren't able to attend the live meeting, we encourage you too to submit your written comments. All of this morning's input, as well as all of the additional written input, will be summarized in what's called a Voice of the Patient report, which will be provided to the FDA as well as made publicly available for researchers and drug developers. So before we get started, let's cover a few ground rules for today. We encourage people living with LQTS, as well as their parents, spouses, children, and other direct caregivers to contribute to the dialogue. Again, you'll be able to do this through polling questions, calling in by phone, and submitting written comments. The discussion is limited to these patients, family members, and other direct caregivers of those living with LQTS as part of this morning's session. So we do ask that members of the CPVT community who have joined us early refrain from participating during this morning's meeting, but we'll be looking forward to hearing from you this afternoon. In addition, our colleagues from the FDA, drug developers, clinicians, and other drug development stakeholders are here to listen. I'll note that views today, expressed today, are inherently personal, and the discussion may get emotional at times. So respect for one another is paramount, and to that end, I ask that you try to be focused and concise in your comments so that way we can hear as many voices as possible. So without further ado, let's get into our first set of polling questions today. This is allow us to have an opportunity to learn who we have in our audience from the LQTS community. So for all of our patients and direct caregivers, we ask that you open a tab in your browser, or you can also open a browser on your phone, whichever is easier for you, and type in the following website, www.pollev.com/SADS-PFDD. Again, you can go there now, www.pollev.com/SADS-PFDD. Once you go to this page, you can keep this up throughout the program. Every time we go to a new polling question, both now as well as a little later when we get into our discussions, those questions will automatically appear. So go ahead and get into that now. As you'll see, our first question for you this morning is we want to know, are you A, someone living with long QT syndrome, or B, a caregiver of someone living with long QT syndrome? We recognize that some of you may be both living with long QT as well as a caregiver. If you fit into that category, we do ask that you select A as someone living with long QT. I'll also note that once you make your selection, it will be automatically submitted. There's no need to hit submit in order for us to receive your entry, and this will also be the case when we have other questions where you can select more than one response. You can just go along and click, and as you see now, we'll see those responses in real time shared with our audience. It looks like today we have about 3/4, a little maybe over that, of our audience as people living with long QTS, and about 1/5 to 1/4 of our audience of individuals who are only caregivers of someone with LQTS and not themselves personally affected. We invite both groups here to participate and share your voices throughout this morning's session. If we can go to our second question. So here we want to know, where do you currently reside? The options are A, the US Pacific time zone, B, US Mountain time zone, C, US Central time, D, US Eastern time, E, US Alaska time, F, US Hawaii time, G, Europe, H, Middle East, J, Canada, K, Mexico, or L, some other country or region that's not otherwise listed in the other response options. So we'll give everyone a few moments here to get in their responses. We encourage all of our LQTS patients and caregivers to participate so we can track your responses throughout today. All right, so it looks like about half of our audience is in the U.S. Eastern Time Zone for meetings that start in the morning on the Eastern Time Zone. Not surprising, we have a little bit more participation here, although we'll look forward perhaps to more participants joining from our more Western U.S. time zones as the day proceeds, although we do have good representation across all of the major U.S. Time zones, Central, Mountain, and Pacific, as well as representation from Europe. So whether you're in the United States or outside, this meeting is for you, and we look forward to hearing your voices throughout today. We go to our third polling question here. So here we want to know, this is about the person with LQTS. So if you're living with LQTS, how old are you? If you're a caregiver of someone living with the LQTS, how old is your loved one? And the options are A, between 0 to 2 years of age, B, between 3 to 5 years, C, 6 to 12 years, D, 13 to 18 years, E, 19 to 35 years, F, 36 to 50, G, 51 to 60 years, or H, 61 years of age or older. We recognize these polling questions will primarily be representing the individuals with LQTS that we saw represent the majority of our audience. They may themselves have children affected that since you can only make one, answer these on behalf of one person, we'll be representing those people living with LQTS that are participating. So we'll give you a few more moments here. It looks like our largest category are people between the ages of 36 and 50 living with LQTS that are represented by our audience, although we have good representation in each of the age ranges from the 6 to 12 years of age all the way through 61 years age of older, with none of the either of the 0 to 2 or 3 to 5 year age range being represented, at least by the primary responding person that people are responding on behalf of. And if we can go to our fourth polling question here. Here we want to know, at what age were you, if you're living with LQTS, or your loved one diagnosed with the condition? And the options are A, 0 to 2 years of age, B, 3 to 5 years, C, 6 to 12 years, D, 13 to 18 years, E, 19 to 35 years, F, 36 to 50 years, G, 51 to 60, or H, 61 years of age or older. Again, this is the age at which you or your loved one were diagnosed with LQTS. Again, we'll give you just a few more moments. While we're still seeing that 36 to 50 year age range as our top option, as an overall percentage, it's much less, only about a quarter of our audience versus I think it was upwards of 40% being represented. So we are seeing a shift, as we would expect, to younger age ranges, including all the way down to between 0 and 2 years of age, 6 to 12, and 13 to 18 years of age being represented, in terms of age of diagnosis. We are seeing the latest age range for diagnosis being in that 51 to 60 year age category as well, with no one reporting diagnosis at 61 years of age or older. So I want to thank you for participating in that first set of polling questions. We'll return to polling questions later, so you can keep this web page open. But at this point, I would like to move us to our first topic for this morning's discussion, which is to help us understand what it is to live with LQTS, the symptoms and daily impacts. You will see on the screen some of the questions that we'd like for you to help us better understand your experiences. We want to know, how does LQTS affect you and your loved ones on their best and worst days? We want to know, how have you or your loved one's symptoms changed over time, as well as the ability to cope, whether that's from week to week, month to month, or over the course of years living with this condition. In addition to understanding the direct symptoms and health effects of the condition, we want to understand what that means in terms of impacting daily life. And so we want to know, are there specific activities that are important to you or your loved one that you or they cannot do at all or as fully because of LQTS? And finally, we want to know, what do you fear the most as you or your loved one gets older living with this condition, or what worries you the most about their condition in the future? So to help us get started on this topic, it's my pleasure to introduce our first panel of today. We have Lena, Mark, Susie, and Tom, who will be sharing their experiences. Lena, why don't you take it away?
If you're going through hell, keep going. Winston Churchill. My name is Lena. I'm 52 years old, living with long QT syndrome, and I kept going. December 27, 2003 changed my life forever. I'm 5 months pregnant with my third daughter, Ellie, mom of Rebecca, 4.5, and Morgan, 2 years. 2 days after Christmas and a fun-filled day with family turned into my worst nightmare. It was early evening. I had just given Rebecca and Morgan a bath. I got Rebecca dressed in her nightgown and turned to put a diaper on Morgan. As I finished with Morgan, I turned around and saw Rebecca on the floor with her eyes semi-closed. The girls often goof around after their bath, and I thought Rebecca was playing around. I called her name, no response. I bent down to ask her to get up. She didn't. At this time, I realized something was wrong. I picked her up, and she was unresponsive. In a blur of frantic activity, I ran downstairs to my husband, Jim, handed him Rebecca while I called 911. After about 1 hour of resuscitative procedures, Rebecca's heart is shocked into rhythm, but her brain had been without oxygen for too long, and 24 hours later, we made the heart-wrenching decision to take Rebecca off of life support. Our little girl will never get to come home again. I remember sitting with her in the ambulance, staring at her soft light brown curls hanging off the gurney, still damp from her bath. Will I ever get to wash or brush her hair again? Driving home from the hospital without Rebecca felt incomprehensible. Entering my home for the first time without her felt like my heart and soul had been amputated. Why did she die? Did I do something to cause her death? Did the recent ant spray used in the house kill her? Why is she dead? I recall falling on my knees where Rebecca had died, searching for answers, anything, any clues, but nothing. I'm her mom. I should have known something was wrong. Coming back with Rebecca was not just about me. We had all been changed. The order was changed. How do I tell Morgan that her sister's never coming back? Ellie will never know about her older sister. Neither will my fourth-born daughter, Catherine. In the midst of my grief, I found myself consumed with a relentless quest for answers. We knew that Rebecca's heart had stopped, but why? At the hospital, a cardiologist mentioned long QT, but I had no idea what that was. 2 years after Rebecca's passing, we learned that she indeed did pass away from long QT syndrome. And through more testing, we learned that I have it. And my 2-year-old daughter, Ellie, also tested positive. We immediately started on a daily regimen of beta blockers. We purchased 3 AED devices, so we always have one at home, one in the car, and one for our local school. I often get asked if I ever felt symptoms or if my daughter showed any signs of symptoms. I'm afraid the answer to that is no. Unfortunately, this was the first symptom that Rebecca had, sudden death, which is not uncommon for this disease. Our household had changed. Everything changed. Uncertainty was my constant shadow. Were we going to lose Ellie too? Although we were on medication, the sudden death of Rebecca always loomed for me. Anxiety was my new pesky roommate. Any normal parent would know what the parents where their kids are going on sleepovers. I didn't just need to know them. I had to ask them so many more questions. Do they know CPR? Are they willing to go to the extra step to ensure my child's safety? Do they know how to operate an AED? I remember that Ellie's kindergarten teacher was so worried that Ellie was going to have an episode at school that she made Ellie carry out her AED during recess. Her friends would ask her why she had 2 lunch pails. Ellie's now 19 years old. She's a sophomore in college. Despite living with long QT syndrome, she has managed to take good care of herself and be responsible about taking her medication and always having an AED within reach and having a buddy system in place. I know Ailey is capable, but I'm her mom, residing back here in California, giving up my control and putting Ellie's life in the hands of other people. But the only thing I can do now is turn my anxiety and worry over to the care of God.
Hello, my name is Mark. I live here in Utah and I am currently 61 years old. I have an opportunity to share some experiences with you today. I first noticed my symptoms back when I was 16 years old in high school, and I was in great shape, but still was unable to do the same thing as other kids could, like run a mile. Gym teachers would always tell me I'm going to fail my class if I'm not able to do it. I am so lucky that nothing ever happened to me. A few years later, in 1984, my sister Lanny, while in the shower, had a syncopal episode. She had been ill for some time and been put on erythromycin, a common antibiotic. Because she was undiagnosed with long QT, she wasn't aware that this antibiotic could have potentially deadly effects for her. She was taken to the hospital, which later her sympathetic nerve was cut, and they gave her a pacemaker and started her on beta blockers. She has experienced ptosis and permanent drooping of her eye ever since. After this episode, she was diagnosed with long QT type 2 and told me that I would also need to be checked for this heart condition. I ignored it at the time. A few years later, I was elk hunting with my brother, and as we were packing out elk from the canyon, I exerted myself for a long time, not eating, replenishing my fluids, which affects my electrolytes. I found myself getting weaker. As time went, I got separated from my brother. As it started snowing, I continued to make it towards our camp that we had set up earlier, but before I could make it back, I fell to the ground, weak, exhausted, and unable to move my body. My heart feeling weird. I lay there aware of what was going on, but numb all over. My extremities were cramped up and unable to move. I was scared, not knowing what was going on. Being alone. As minutes passed, I regained back to where I was able to continue on. Years later, when hunting again, I found myself in a similar situation, but a little different scenario. Just as the first time, I didn't have a good meal. I didn't drink enough fluids. I exerted myself to the extent to where I was feeling weak and lightheaded. I was with my wife and my father-in-law at the time, and we were all on horses. As we got on our horses to head out, I remember we went a little ways and just slowly fell off my horse. They stopped and asked me what was going on, and as I laid there kind of under my horse, again, my whole body numb, tingling hands curled up, but unable to speak slightly and to tell them that it should pass and I'll be okay, in which I hoped it would. It did, and when we were able to continue on. At this point, or at this time, I knew that I had to make an appointment with the doctor to know more, and not knowing how my life would change from this point. After my diagnosis, which confirmed that I had long QT type 2 as well, my doctor decided I needed an ICD implanted and put me on a large dose of beta blockers. I felt the effects immediately all the time and felt run down, drug out, and tired. I begged him to change the dose, but he was reluctant because of the cardiac episodes that I had experienced. This is what beta blockers was supposed to make me feel like, to keep me safe, I guess. I was on a large dose of beta blockers until the last few years. To this day, if I'm relaxing, I feel okay. But if I want to do something active, like play with grandkids or anything else, the tiredness and sluggishness will affect me. To feel crummy from medications or to have no protection is not a great choice to have to make. Many people in this family are affected. 3 of my 4 kids have long QT as well, and everybody is impacted differently. For example, my daughter feels the effects where my sons don't. My grandkids are also affected, and I worry about they might experience the same issues I have. I want them to be protected without facing consequences from beta blockers or shocks from an ICD. I don't want them to feel crummy. All of us with long QT deserve a better quality of life. Thank you for this opportunity again.
I like to joke that I peaked in fame on the day I was born 38 years ago, when I became one of the youngest individuals to receive a pacemaker implantation. Ultrasound technology could not explain what was wrong with me before my birth, but they knew that when I arrived as a blue baby, something was very wrong. I was transferred to the academic center on the other side of town where good fortune fell. One of the few providers in the country who was thinking about long QT syndrome was practicing medicine. My name is Susie, and I have lived with long QT syndrome type 2 since my diagnosis on the day I was born. Recently, I've been hearing the line from Hamilton running through my head, "Why do you write like you're running out of time?" It started shortly after we learned in November that one of my 3-year-old daughter's pacemaker leads had stopped conducting. She too was diagnosed with long QT as a newborn. After the 24-week ultrasound caught her in partial heart block, we went in for 2 to 3 ultrasounds a week, watching her closely. We learned that my long QT put her at risk of miscarriage, premature delivery, or stillbirth. Possibilities that even today make me sick with worry to contemplate. Due to the risk of her birth, her delivery was scheduled on the other side of the state at the very medical center that I had been transferred to when I was born. 6 days before the scheduled C-section, she appeared to be in distress, prompting us to quickly drive across the state. When she was born, she was in heart block, as I had been, and had a dangerous QT interval. Her color was dusky, but we cried with relief when she cried. I was permitted to give her a tiny kiss before she was whisked out of sight into a rapid response area full of critical care providers to help her, then moved her off to her first surgery for a temporary pacemaker. Her permanent one was placed 5 days later. Learning that her pacemaker lead had disconnected after only 3 years was hard to accept when we learned it. We did not know if the protection that we had grown used to her having would fail us, that she would start to show signs of her condition, blue around the nose and the mouth, seizure-like activity, or fainting. We did our utmost to be present during the holiday season, but we were distracted, watching over every fever that carried a greater risk of arrhythmias. Each time she took a break from playing to catch her breath, we worried about what might come in the next moment. In addition to worrying about her symptoms, we worried about unplanned surgery. I still remember how crushed I was to learn that she was to receive her first pacemaker implantation via a partial sternotomy, in addition to the belly incision for the device. But I consoled myself by saying she'd only have to have one sternotomy. If she didn't have any complications, by the time she needed her next device, she'd be big enough to have it in her shoulder and wouldn't have to have her chest cut open again, and she wouldn't have to heal bone the next time. Her heart could stay enclosed and protected in her perfect body. It was a slightly comforting thought to me, someone who has had 8 to 10 device-related procedures in my life, primarily due to complications. My body is covered in scars, physical and emotional, and I was watching the beginning of that process for our daughter. One of the biggest emotional scars happened to me when I was 26. My device alarmed for the first time in my memory, waking me from sleep at 4 a.m. It was a lead fracture, and due to the gravity of the surgical complications, I waited in a hospital room for over a week until both an electrophysiologist and a cardiothoracic surgeon were available. That day, I learned that leads could break and stop working, and that I could have inappropriate shocks from an ICD. I learned after the procedure that they couldn't retrieve the node of the lead. It was going to live in my heart forever because it had been so scarred over. What does it mean that as I age, there are now several objects in my heart with scarring? To try to avoid an extra surgery in my daughter's life, our extraordinary cardiology team decided that we could test how she could do without the pacemaker activating. We did a 3-day stay at the hospital with constant medical observation. She ended up having no arrhythmias or blocked beats without the support of her pacemaker during that time. We were overwhelmed knowing how well she can do without the device assisting her if it stops working. She now has more time before the next procedure. My own device replacement is in 2 years. We returned home from the hospital stay, and despite the exhaustion, I found myself determined to do all that we can to relish now in case we're running out of time.
I lost my dad to long QT syndrome when I was just 11 years old. My dad was 39. As a child, I struggled with the impact of losing him at such a young age. As a college student, I struggled with being diagnosed with the same medical condition that caused his death. Hi, my name is Tom. I'm 40 years old and living with long QT syndrome. I'm a runner. For 15 years, running has been my escape and my passion. But being a runner with long QT syndrome is a different story. And to make matters worse, it runs deep within my family. My dad's sudden death was a mystery to us for many years, until a genetic test revealed that several relatives, including my brother, sister, aunts, uncles, and cousins, all had the marker for LQTS. I had never experienced any symptoms, but I was shocked to learn that I too had come back positive for long QT syndrome, and it would affect me for the rest of my life. Hearing the diagnosis and what it entailed didn't frighten me as much as it had angered me. Since long QT was relatively unknown then, we didn't know how serious a lifestyle change it would be. All we knew was that my dad had died suddenly, having no symptoms that we had known of. That meant the high risk was there for us as well. The only solution at the time was to take beta blockers or have surgery to get an implantable defibrillator as a safety net. I was young and still felt energetic and healthy. Having long QT syndrome made me feel boxed in. While I always wanted to understand the root cause, our doctor at the time didn't seem forthcoming with information. We were told, "There's no cure, you need a defibrillator," as if they were churning us out in a factory. With it came strict rules. No strenuous activity, no heavy lifting, and absolutely no contact sports. My life would never be the same. Jogging seemed like the safest activity I could do, although no one specifically told me if I should or should not do it. While I was never a serious runner, it soon became my only escape. I always figured cardiovascular exercise was the best way to keep my heart strong, and I decided to put myself to the test. I started small, just a couple of miles at a time. Soon after, I grew confident enough to push myself harder. I tested my limits, seeing when my body or someone else would tell me to stop. Around this time, my family changed electrophysiologists to one who was much more forthcoming and also a runner. He supported me in testing my running limits. Although I wasn't on any medication at the time, we kept an eye on my heart rate to ensure I wasn't crossing any abnormal limits for someone with LQTS. It's always in the back of my mind when I run that I have a potentially deadly heart disorder, and I have learned to become very conscious of my body due to the risks. I was scared going into my first race, wondering if I could finish or if my body or my heart would break down, but it didn't. Proper training and perseverance really paid off. I learned to listen to my body and be aware of what could happen, making me train smarter. By my second race, fear was replaced by excitement, knowing of what was now possible. I soon completed my first half marathon and became a regular runner, competing in full marathons, triathlons, and other sports I never thought I could play again. Running, of course, carries risks, and I've learned to take proper precautions. When I started, I mostly ran solo. Now I'm a part of several running clubs, which has taught me that it's far better to have a community for emotional and physical support, and to be aware of my condition should such an emergency arise. I was hesitant at first to bring it up, It is a complicated story to tell a stranger that I'm a runner with a heart condition, but thus far, everyone is very understanding and supportive. I also carry a card in my wallet explaining that I have an implantable defibrillator with my electrophysiologist's name and phone number if any emergency should happen or if EMTs have to check on me. I also always carry a water bottle, usually with coconut water or electrolytes, to ensure that I am adequately hydrated. Thankfully, in over 15 years of running, I remain incident-free. While I am fortunate to have a relatively normal life, others in my family have not been so lucky. My brother's defibrillator malfunctioned, causing him to have emergency surgery that resulted in severe complications. The surgery should have been a straightforward procedure. However, the wires that attached the device to his heart, had been trapped under scar tissue from the initial placement. It required using a laser to remove it. The laser missed by a fraction of an inch and punctured a hole in my brother's heart. Brian bled internally and almost died on that operating table. He woke with a breathing tube down his throat, utterly oblivious to what had happened and how lucky he was to be alive. It was a frightening moment for my family, which thankfully he was able to recover from, but reminded us of how serious a condition this is. While there is still no cure, we know more about long QT syndrome now and are getting better at managing it. And that's why there is a need for more research. What is the role of diet and exercise? Are defibrillators the only solution? How could we make treatment better for future generations? My nieces and nephews also have long QT syndrome. 4 out of 6 have been diagnosed. With breakthroughs in gene therapy and other treatments, I hope that the next generation of my family won't face the same uncertainties and challenges that we had. I hope that they can live a normal life. Some might question the choices and risks that I have taken, but I must consider the quality of my life and my family's future. How far will I take this as I move beyond 40 and outlive my dad? I do not know, but now is the opportunity to mend our broken hearts. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much, Tom, and to all of our panelists for sharing your and your family's journeys with LQTS and being so brave, willing to share first today. So now this takes us to our first opportunity during this morning's meeting to hear from you, our live audience of people living with long QT syndrome and their direct caregivers and family members. And I'd like to invite you, if you'd like to share some of the symptoms and health effects you and your loved ones have experienced and how they've impacted your lives, by calling in at 1-703-844-3231. That number is 1-703-844-3231. You can also submit written comments using the comment form under the player on the webpage you're following along today, and we'll be reading out some of those throughout the program as well. So to get us started on this topic and understand some of the experiences of our audience, I'd like to start us with a couple of polling questions. So if at this point you can go back to that webpage, or if you've just joined us, if you're a caregiver or patient of someone with LQTS, you can go to www.pollev.com/SADS-PFDD. Again, that's www.pollev.com/SADS-PFDD. Once you go there, you can keep this page up throughout the program, and we'll be able to automatically refresh those questions for you. And we ask that you please make your selections, and we'll see those responses live here today. So the question here is, please select the top 3 most troublesome LQTS-related health concerns that you or your loved one have ever had, and you can select up to 3. The options are A, abnormal heart rhythm, B, lightheadedness or fainting, C, cardiac arrest, D, drowning or near drowning, E, fatigue or sleepiness, F, weight loss or gain, G, fear of shocks, H, anxiety or depression, Or I, some other LQTS-related health concern that you or your loved one have ever had that represents a top 3 most troublesome LQTS-related health concern. I'll note this is our first question today where our audience has been able to select more than one option. So the percentages you're seeing on the right side of the results represent the percentage of total results, not the percentage of people making any one selection. So I like to think of the bars as kind of the size of the bar as a bit of a relative ranking amongst the responses that we're getting. As it stands, it looks like some of our top 3 most troublesome health concerns are lightheadedness or fainting, anxiety and depression, and fatigue or sleepiness, although we see cardiac arrest pretty closely behind that. But what's really standing out to me is that every single one of these is in some number of people's top 3 most troublesome LQTS-related health concerns. So whether you're someone that selected one of those top ones, or maybe you selected other, or even drowning or near drowning, which was not selected by quite as many folks, we do want to hear about your experiences with these different impacts. So at this point, I want to thank you for doing that polling question. We'll come back to some additional polling questions a little later. But I'd, at this point, like to welcome our Zoom panel, some of your peers living with LQTS and caregivers of people living with LQTS. So welcome. Lorena, maybe we can start with you first as we're exploring some of the symptoms and health effects that are a result of LQTS. And thinking about maybe which one of those or a couple of those are the most troublesome in your experience. Maybe you can start us on that topic.
Absolutely. Hi there. My name is Lorena Crowley. I live in Philadelphia with my family. I'm 39 years old, and I was diagnosed with long QT when I was 37. I'm also representing my 9-month-old son, who was born and diagnosed with long QT syndrome upon birth. And really excited to be here and to be able to share these experiences with everyone. So thank you for inviting me. When I think about my experiences with long QT, I've been fortunate in the sense that I've been generally asymptomatic. I have had a lot of heart troubles through the past, whether they be murmurs, arrhythmias, just sentiments from doctors that something was going on with my heart that I needed to keep an eye on.
Right.
But it was very unclear. I think looking at my son and myself now, the biggest thing that we face is the uncertainty. When could there be an event? Walking into places, always keeping an eye out for an AED, seeing where it is. So I know other families and other patients experience many symptoms every day. And so I'm excited to hear about their experiences as well so that everyone can become more aware.
I really appreciate that. And so, that uncertainty of knowing when an event might occur, can you, there are different kind of health events that can occur with long QT. Were there particular ones that you were worried might pop up or occur? Can you kind of speak to that a little bit?
Yeah, absolutely. I think about myself and wanting to maintain physical activity. After I gave birth to my son, I checked in with my cardiologist and electrophysiologist around starting my running routine, and it's being relatively diagnosed recently. I really was unsure what it meant for my physical activity and exercise. And one of the responses I received was, "Oh, go ahead, and as long as you feel well, just don't run alone in the case of an event. Make sure there's other people around, so hopefully someone could assist you." And I think that's just an example of something that I took for granted. Now suddenly feels like a risk, and hope that folks around me would know what is happening and be able to respond. And thinking about my 9-month-old son, he's actually about to start daycare later this month. And just thinking about the burden of the caretakers to, one, remember his medication, because he's on a dose of beta blockers 3 times a day. And then just knowing that other folks are going to be potentially responsible for seeing symptoms and being able to respond. So those are things that weigh heavily on myself and my family these days.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for sharing that. Lee, I'd like to bring you into this conversation as well, thinking about the wide range of different symptoms and health effects that you might have experienced in the past or are experiencing currently. Which would you say are the most troublesome for you?
Sure. Thanks, James. My name is Lee. I'm based outside of Boston. I'm 37. I was first diagnosed with long QT type 2 8.5 years ago when I was 29, following an unexpected cardiac arrest in my sleep. And luckily, I survived that, which is, statistically not always the case, and recovered cognitively and physically. I'm very lucky. I went on to get a defibrillator and start taking Nadolol, a beta blocker, like other people have talked about. And so, on a day-to-day basis, I'm fortunate to be in relatively good health. Otherwise, I have to work harder, I think, to try to keep, whether or not it helps, I work hard to try to keep my heart healthy and frankly, my mental health in good shape, knowing you have a chronic condition. And most significantly on that aspect, probably the hardest thing I've had to deal with as a patient was the one time my defibrillator has gone off. Unclear if it was a proper shock or an improper shock, but I certainly had PTSD after that and a lot of anxiety. And it took many years really to shed that. And then knowing that other surgeries are going to be coming to replace the defibrillator creates a lot of anxiety and you learn to work through it and to be able to just live your life regularly, but every now and then something will trigger both. Usually it's the mental health challenges, and there's other things I could talk about, but I'll let others go. But again, from the Nadolol to the normal side effects that others experience, right? Where just feeling tired at times or getting dizzy at times from lower blood pressure or things like that, and the things you get used to. And luckily, my life. Overall, I get to live it normally, but those are the daily challenges.
Yeah, well, Lee, you talked a lot about kind of the mental health impact and even having experienced PTSD. For those of us who might not appreciate what that might be like to go through, personally, could you share, how did you kind of first notice that you had, that kind of anxiety or PTSD? What did that kind of look or feel like in your daily life that made you realize that there was that after effect?
Yeah, I'll try to keep it brief. It's hard to these types of things are hard to explain a little bit, but for me in this case, my defibrillator went off in my sleep at 4 a.m, which was like the same time I'd actually originally had a cardiac arrest as well in my sleep, and that's common with long QT too, is for it to happen at night. And so a couple of things. The fact, that my sleep was so disrupted by this event where when your defibrillator hits, it feels like people describe it as getting punched or kicked in the chest. Mm-hmm. And that's true. It did feel like that. It almost felt hot too. And because I was disrupted out of my sleep, I actually sort of it felt like I was dreaming. Mm-hmm. And that like I was in an explosion in my dream and I heard the sounds and feelings of an explosion.
Wow.
And so then thereafter, of course, going to sleep itself becomes a stress, which is challenging as a person. And so you have to be able to get through that and appreciate that your defibrillator and your medicines are keeping you safe. But then the specifics for me, again, this is very idiosyncratic to me, but I would hear noises that reminded me of the noise that was in my dream when my defibrillator went off. And I would start crying, or even going back to visit my cardiologist at the hospital, just being in that hospital or being in that neighborhood would, get a rush of emotion. And so yeah, that took a long time to work through, frankly. The other piece, and one other little thing, just to change the subject, another day-to-day thing that's impacted me, and many people are talking about this in different ways, of course, is being a parent and family planning and how that works out. And my wife and I we're fortunate we've been able to use IVF to have our children, so that they don't have my condition, but that's something that not everyone is able to do for many different reasons or wants to do for different reasons. But I think that's a really important impact on my life, and I think many people's lives, is how you can then build your family and just how you are emotionally as a parent, and there for your children.
Right.
Thanks for the questions. I'm glad to be able to share.
No. And those kind of syncrasies, everybody's going to have those, and we want to hear, many voices, and it'll together paint this picture of kind of the collective long QT experience. So I do appreciate you sharing that, Lee. I do see that we have a phone caller. We have Jay from Alberta, Canada, who is both affected with long QT as well as has children that also have the condition, and wants to speak to some of the impacts that it's had on their lives. So Jay, I'd like to welcome you to the program. Are you with us?
I am. Thank you. Thanks for allowing me to participate. And my thoughts and prayers go to those stories, the people's stories I've heard already, and more to come undoubtedly. So thank you. I'm 64 years old, LQT1. Both our children, who are now almost 24 and 26, also have LQT1. I was not diagnosed until after a cardiac arrest at age 39, but the start of my story is in the 1960s. Starting at age 6, I had half a dozen or more syncopal episodes playing different sports, and 2 of those were while swimming. Survived those, thankfully, in front of my parents. Traumatic for them, both with lifeguard assistance. I was investigated in the 1960s for neurological conditions, not cardiac. There was no diagnosis and no medication or treatment. I went, thankfully, 30 years without any treatment or incident. Then I had an in-hospital cardiac arrest. My work took me to the University Hospital here, and I was in a boardroom there when I arrested and was resuscitated, and subsequently had an ICD implanted, went on beta blockers. To be brief, I won't go into the limitations, but obviously there were sports limitations, there were emotional and psychological issues. Thankfully, none of them too serious for me, but I had a lot of family support and other support that helped me through that. I had a lead failure 18 months later while on vacation with family, and the lead was left in place, which is not uncommon. That led to 2 additional surgeries out of province while on vacation, and both of our children were subsequently diagnosed at ages 2 and 3. As I mentioned, they've been on beta blockers since those ages and have had no incidents to this point, thankfully. Although, of course, my wife and they worry constantly about their lives, their condition, and our daughter. We've got one daughter, one son, but worry about our daughter as she approaches family planning issues in the future, among other concerns. There's obviously very significant worry, and there was throughout all of their stages of life, as you've already heard from others to this point. In 2018, I began having shortness of breath. That progressed over a number of months to ankle swelling and other issues. I was investigated, and it was found that the 2 leads that were passing through my tricuspid valve had significantly damaged it. So I was scheduled in March of 2019 for open heart surgery, which was 9 hours, had the leads removed without incident again, thankfully, had a new device implanted.
Right.
At that point, my wife and I chose just to have a pacemaker implanted rather than an ICD, because I had gone, as I mentioned, 30 years without incident before the first arrest, and then another 20 years without incident. So we elected to just have an ICD or a pacemaker implanted at that point. And 3 days after the surgery, I had another cardiac arrest in hospital, which I survived, and have thankfully done well since. But the story is much like some of those you've heard, with multiple, probably 8 surgeries in my life, and more to come, and lots of worry for family, more than myself, actually. So
yes.
Thanks again for allowing me to share the story.
No, well, thank you so much, Jay, for calling in and sharing your and your family's story, and kind of helping us see how whether it was the syncope or the cardiac arrests and the long lapses between when those events can occur, and seemingly okay for long periods of time, and then until you're not. So really appreciate you sharing that. I do see that we're getting a number of written comments coming in as well, so I want to check in with Genevieve on what we're seeing from the web in terms of the impacts of symptoms.
Thanks, James. We have one comment from Petrea from Maryland. She says, when I was 18 years old, I experienced 2 episodes of sudden syncope. During one episode, I was driving and rolled my car several times before stopping in the median, which was a high hill enough to keep me from rolling into the other side of the highway. In 2021, I experienced a non-sustained cardiac event after taking a medication I did not know long QT patients should not take. We also have a comment from Verity in England. She says, LQTS has recently been diagnosed within my close family, and I have witnessed the fear and anxiety that it has caused them. Young children who will be missing out on joining in with normal activities. And then we also have a comment from Lisa from New Zealand echoing the effects of anxiety. She says, I was diagnosed with long QT syndrome type 1 because I fainted while driving. I have since suffered from PTSD and have had a lot of panic attacks. So our written comments echo what our panelists and caller are saying.
Sure. Well, I want to encourage people to keep calling in and submitting those written comments. We won't be able to get to all of the written comments today, but know that we are receiving them and we'll be including them in the Voice of the Patient report. While we do want to keep hearing about the direct symptoms and health effects, we've already been hearing about how those and having the condition overall has impacted activities in daily life. I would like to have us go to a polling question on that topic, at this point. So if you can go ahead and go back to that web page in your tab in your browser or on your phone, www.pollev.com/SADS-PFDD. Here we do want to have you let us know what specific activities of daily life that are important to you or your loved one are you or they not able to do either at all or struggle with as a result of long QT syndrome. And you can select your top 3. The options here are A, attending school, B, stamina, C, biking or playing sports, D, self-care, E, sleeping, F, working or having a career, G, attending social events with family or friends, or H, some other specific activity of daily life that's important to you or your loved one that you or they are not able to do either at all or struggle with as a result of LQTS that represents a top 3 activity that is impacted. And so as you're making these selections, I want you to think about, what perhaps aspects of your LQTS makes these activities either difficult or impossible. So that way you can share that with us as we will be moving into the discussion. But as it stands, it looks like stamina is the top activity that is being reported as a top either difficult or impossible activity in daily life, with biking and playing sports being the second choice there. And then we see actually other things, as the number 3. So would really encourage you to call in and write in to share some of those impacts. But every single thing here, including some people reporting even self-care being impacted by their long QT syndrome or their loved ones. So a lot of different impacts in daily life that we would like to explore with you. And so I'd like to come back to our Zoom panel here. And Amanda, maybe we can start with you as we're kind of, still talking about the impacts of long QT here, with a little bit more of a focus on how it impacts daily life. In your family's experience, what has that looked like?
Yeah, thank you for the question. My name is Amanda Koch, and my husband and I are from the Atlanta, Georgia area. And we are here in representation of our 13-year-old daughter. Her name is Audrey Koch, and she was diagnosed since birth with long QT type 3. She has a highly symptomatic, more severe, even malignant known case. And during her lifetime, she has experienced 15 or so cardiac arrest events. She does have an implanted defibrillator, ICD, and has experienced, sometimes we lose count, but certainly in excess of 30 shocks in her life. If that kind of frames up our life living with her. She takes meds 4 times a day. And like I said, she does have a defibrillator, but it is her 5th device. So she had a pacemaker she received at birth and then has had 4 additional surgically implanted ICDs all over a 13-year time period.
Yeah.
As you can imagine, this is a whole lot for a 13-year-old child to live with. As a result of her cardiac arrests, we do notice some potentially anoxic impacts that she's had. These affect things like cognitive abilities. These affect sometimes memorizing things at school. These affect motor skill challenges and just truly many, many learning difficulties at a teenage age of 13. The medicines that she takes are certainly of an adult dose. Being such a significant case, she does have dizziness and lightheadedness almost on a daily basis. She suffers from headaches, tremors, imbalance, blurred vision, and even weight gain from the beta blocker that she takes in addition to 2 antiarrhythmic medications. I think as far as daily life, besides just effects from past cardiac arrests and effects symptomatically from medications, will eventually turn largely to behavioral and mental health impacts that somebody in such a severe category will end up having. We monitor these now, especially for her on a regular basis. As being a teenager, it's awkward to feel different. And you want to be able to go to your friend's house for a birthday party, or you want to go to that normal school where others that go. But these are all questions that we ask ourselves for her on a daily basis. And as a family, truly, our biggest concern, symptom-wise, all of these impact-wise, is sudden death. That's it. It's just sudden death. And we live 100% of the time in a fight or flight mode.
Yeah.
We do. We don't plan a lot long term because we know we have to get through today to get to tomorrow. And that's the life that a long QT patient lives, especially one with a severe case.
Right. So I just want to try to unpack a little bit of what you've shared, which is so much and so helpful, Amanda. I guess a couple things in particular. One, you talked about some of her health events having anoxic consequences. Can you just tell us kind of how you noticed those? What that actually looks like for her?
Sure. I think it's almost impossible to think that she would not have them after having probably 15 cardiac arrests. During cardiac arrests, there's your heart is not pumping, so there's no oxygen going to your brain. And therefore, the seconds just start ticking on how many seconds of anoxia are you going to be exposed to. Some of the things that we notice that are effects from that are just a slowed recall of language. Like I mentioned, difficulty memorizing things, maybe a slower ability to learn math problems, just maybe being a little different, being a little quirky and odd when you are in a group of your peers. Right. It's just the impacts that sort of have squeezed or affected the brain and really dampened its abilities to be sharp and quick and as effective as the healthy person's brain needs to be.
Yeah, and one that's very helpful. One other quick follow-up question for you, Amanda, is you mentioned that it's harder for her to be able to go to sleepovers, go to birthday parties, things like that. Why is that?
Well, because I'm scared she's going to die. I don't know that the parent there knows enough about how to save her if she has a cardiac event. You know, we have to choose our friends almost carefully because they have to be okay with giving her medicine if I'm not with her. They have to be okay with knowing how to deliver CPR. They have to be okay with knowing that their child may have to get to witness somebody losing consciousness and receiving paramedic care in front of their own child there. You know, we worry about all of these things on a very, very regular basis. Can she do the school field trip? Can she, you know, go for a bike ride around the neighborhood and come home safely? Do we need to literally put a GPS Apple AirTag on her to make sure that we know that she's still moving around the neighborhood? It's really scary.
Sure. Well, Amanda, thank you so much for sharing that. Kristen, I'd like to bring you in on this topic as we're thinking about, you know, some of the things that are either, you know, difficult or maybe even impossible to do as a result of long QT. You know, can you share some of those from your experience?
Sure. Thank you so much. And I'm really grateful to be here with y'all today. My name's Kristen. I live in New Hampshire and I'm 52 and I've been living with long QT since I was 17. I was diagnosed on the day of my prom in high school, actually, when I had aborted cardiac death and a series of cardiac events in the days to follow. So I've over the years, so much of what everybody's talking about just resonates so much with my experience of sort of living in the day and the gratitude that I have for each day. The uncertainty of what is going to happen. You know, back in the day, this was 1989, and we didn't have AEDs in airports and rescue measures that we do now. And my family had to be trained in CPR before I was able to leave the hospital. And so that just kind of embeds sort of this kind of fear into the process. And so I've really had to work very hard throughout my life to really set it up so that I can live as healthy as possible and avoid triggers that I know may impact my heart. And, you know, I think for me, where it shows up most recently in my health being a little older now is in some concomitant health conditions. Where I had a pretty significant spinal back injury several years ago now, but many of the treatments and therapies that would have helped likely in my recovery were contraindicated because of my heart condition or because of my defibrillator.
Right.
So I wasn't able to kind of, you know, participate in those things that may have, you know, ended with a different result. So I really try to have a focus on, you know, it's hard to say one particular symptom or activity. There's so many things everybody's talked about that we really have to, like for me, sleep is an area that I really have to protect because my heart gets really agitated if I don't sleep well, and I really feel the consequence of that. So just kind of working, you know, I call it work health balance, and being able to, you know, take time and be very intentional about how I live my life and have had to adapt in that way in order to minimize the consequence that long QT has on my life.
Yeah, well, thank you so much, Kristen. And you kind of, in a number of different ways, alluded to, you know, things that trigger, whether it's, you know, worry of triggering, you know, more significant events, but even, you know, things that might agitate your heart and make it harder to sleep. You know, I'd like to hear a little bit more about that. It's certain that something that's come up a couple of times, but, you know, I don't think we've you know, fully understood it. You know, I guess, what are the impacts on sleep? Is that something that, you know, happens on a daily basis, a weekly basis? You know, what, you know, in terms of your work health balance, what can you do? What do you do on days where it's not triggered, or what triggers it, or is sometimes it just it's seemingly unpredictable?
Yeah. Yeah, I try to focus on the things I have control over and the ways that my activity and my behaviors can influence what my heart does. So, making sure I exercise and eat well and avoid things that like caffeine or alcohol or things that are known to have an impact, on our heart rhythms, and really being very mindful, especially in when I have other health conditions, to not just take a medicine that might, cause, troubles with my heart. And as far as sleep goes, it's being really in a rhythm and intentional. Like I have type 2 long QT, so I haven't had an alarm clock in 35 years. We have to avoid, Lee mentioned sleep, the time of sleep and being startled from sleep as being, a trigger. So I have no ringtones on my phone, and I have no alarm clock and things like that just become kind of second nature of how I live. And I really have to think about the ways that it impacts me, because I've had to just adapt in so many different ways, and my family as well. I can so relate to the worry and the family impacts, because I live that with my own family, and seeing that how much the anxiety transcends not only the person who lives with the condition, but to the family as well, maybe more so even with the family.
Absolutely. Yeah, well, thank you so much, Kristen. I do see that we have a phone caller. We have Christy from Kansas City, Missouri, whose husband and children are affected. And so, Christy, I'd like to welcome you to the program as we're exploring this topic of the greatest impacts in daily life as a result of long QT. Are you with us?
I'm with you, yes.
Great.
Thank you for having us.
Oh, well, we're glad to have you. Would love to hear what you have to share on this topic of the impacts of long QT on daily life. Any symptoms or health effects that might be driving those impacts.
Yeah, 20 years ago, I woke up to a thumping noise, and that started a wild journey for our family. My husband, I look over and he's having a seizure on the floor. We had been married like a year, and that led us into a whole side of thinking it was all neurology. It changed everything in our lives, work, meds, tons. And fast forward 20 years, and about 2 years ago, my 7-year-old son at the time had got a sudden hearing loss, and so we did some genetic testing, and it revealed long QT syndrome, and we had no idea what that was. Looking back with cardiologists now, we realize what my husband's events actually were 20 years ago. And so in the last 2 years, both of my sons and my husband were diagnosed with long QT too.
Wow.
And it has been, even hearing these stories, it's been way more emotional this morning than we expected it to be. And so my husband is like, it's too emotional for him to share the story, but sure. I wanted to call to be a voice, because I'm just totally feeling it with all these other people that are sharing these stories and what we've all been through in different ways, and how it affects our lives. I'm really identifying with the unknown, and I mean, we have that, you're living in this odd tension of not wanting to live in fear, and yet knowing that your life is out of your control, and it has a real effect on the unknown. Like, can we go out and find a babysitter and go celebrate our anniversary? No, because we can't find somebody that we can leave our kids with. And we take our AEDs wherever we go. Our family is on their beta blockers and taking them regularly. Thankfully, our sons have not had any episodes with arrhythmias, but it's just constantly this unknown, as well as how it affects even the small things in life, like how to help, not small, but how to help your children process through a diagnosis like that.
Yeah.
And how to help them grow in independence as they grow and they get to be teenagers. And you want to give them independence, but you also are like, what should we do for safety?
Right.
Some of those dynamics, as well as our boys in the last year or two have been diagnosed with ADHD, and finding a med that works for them that we can be on is very challenging. And just how you do rhythms at home, like we, because of long QT2 and the auditory triggers, like we have a no scare policy in the home, and like things like maybe laser tag or things like that they maybe wouldn't have thought of. Now they may have an emotional kind of bit of a fear of like, oh, that could be a problem for me.
Right.
Like when fire alarms go off in our building, it's both like maybe a sensory component, but also an emotional component that really freaks out my kids.
Right.
As for my husband, he has a lot of effects related to the fatigue and the low, like his pulse being so low just makes him feel zapped. If we're sitting in church, he'll often have like pulse in the 30s, 40s, and have to get up and move around. And
I see.
It's been quite challenging with kind of those effects from the beta blocker. And then also we've noticed since the events back 20 years ago, after those happened, and he would often be found like just on the ground as though someone like pushed him over, like, and it wasn't always witnessed because at the time we didn't even know what it was. And since then, he has dealt a lot with sleep challenges and major migraines. So it definitely affects many different aspects of your emotional health as well as physical.
Absolutely. Wow. Well, Christy, thank you so much for calling to share your husband's and your children and your journey as a caregiver, of all of them, and navigating both the physical, mental and emotional aspects of this. Such rich examples that you gave. I really appreciate it. I do recognize that we have a number of written comments that have also been coming in on this topic. So, want to check in. What are we seeing, Genevieve?
Thanks. I have a couple that I would like to read. One is from Silk from the United K. And she says, long QT and a little child leaves the family in a high state of anxiety all the time. All the daily activities of early childhood make you constantly watchful and alert. And then there's another one from Annie from New Jersey. And she says, at 27, I work in a very high stress career, and I worry I will not be as successful as the young associates around me due to my exhaustion. I worry about passing this condition onto my future kids, and I struggle living life as a young adult. So there are a lot of fears and worries surrounding this condition.
Yes, and I think that perfectly transitions us to the last topic that we want to cover, which is so, I think you all have taught us, so tied to what day-to-day life is living with long QT, which is worries and anxieties. But beyond, maybe some of the day-to-day anxieties that you all have described, we know that, people living with long QT have to think about their futures, living with this condition as they and their loved ones get older. And so, Marsha, I'd like to maybe start with you on this topic. Is there anything that you might want to first share with us about your experience with long QT syndrome and maybe how that informs, any worries and fears you might have for the future living with this condition?
I'm 71 years old. I was correctly diagnosed with long QT2 at the age of 41. Because we lost so many family members in the past, and because my daughter was 16 when she was diagnosed, I had a lot of anxiety. And I was a helicopter mom over her because she's a teen. She wanted to, she had to stop what she was doing in life and change. And there was also anxiety as to, because it wasn't well known in the 90s, I would go to a doctor and I would say, okay, I have long QT syndrome. And a lot of times I heard, what?
Right.
And if I tried to educate them, they did not appreciate a patient telling them things. So I was concerned about what medicines we could take. I was concerned about triggers for my daughter and myself. And I was constantly in dismay that I had passed out probably 30 times in my life prior to that. And it was always thought that I had a seizure.
Wow.
I was never taken to the hospital after that. So because of my anxiety, which I think I have fairly under control, I have become the family advocate. My mom was a carrier and my grandma, and there were 9 children in that family. And so out of all of them, they looked to me for answers. So I try to stay aware of what's going on and inform them as best I can and answer questions for them. And because I've been diagnosed for 30 years, I've gotten more comfortable with that.
I see.
And, I haven't had any events since then. And so I like to thank SADS and Dr. Moss was a huge help for us.
Yeah.
So it's,
Yeah.
it's good to know what it is. And then I'm fortunate that our family's fairly well controlled.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Marcia, for sharing all of that and, really, bringing in something we hadn't heard a great deal about, which was all of the kind of fainting episodes over time, but also sharing some of your worries for the future. I do recognize that we have a phone caller that I'd like to bring in on this topic of worries for the future as well. We have Julie from Boston, Massachusetts. So Julie, I'd like to welcome you to the program. Are you with us?
Yes.
Hi, welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah, so we'd love to hear. Oh, please go ahead.
Oh, no, go ahead with your question.
Oh, I was just going to say, I know you had mentioned when you called in that you had some worries that you have with your family. So just wanted to welcome you to share those.
Yes, thank you. I was diagnosed much later than probably I should have been. And so I had adult children already by the time I was diagnosed with long QT.
Mm-hmm.
My oldest son came up positive for having long QT too. But he fortunately doesn't have any symptoms related to his heart. There was some anomaly. He is taking Nadolol. For him, it's okay. He doesn't seem to have the side effects. I couldn't tolerate beta blockers. They turned me into a tree stump, and there were all kinds of horrible side effects with that. And then I had denervation surgery, which there was nerve pain afterward, which I kind of didn't expect. But one lingering thing is that I have half of my face will flush and sweat when I'm hot and exercising, and it's very noticeable. At least it is to me. So I worry a little bit about looking a little strange, a little freakish. And my grandson was born last August, and he also has long QT, and his is symptomatic. He's got a very long QTC, and he's been on beta blockers practically since he was born.
Yeah.
And I worry about him. I worry that something will happen with him despite his treatment. I worry for me that as I'm getting older, I don't know, does getting older affect this? Will it, rear its head again?
Yeah.
It's the not knowing, I think, that leads to the anxiety that so many people have expressed.
Yes.
And it's not that I don't have faith in the people that are taking care of me. It's that when it could happen, even, however small you think your chance might be, it could still happen.
That's right. Well, Julie, thank you so much for sharing those experiences, but also, the worries that you have, not only for yourself, but for your family and your grandson. To end us out on this first topic before we transition to our second topic of the day, I do want to check in with written comments. I know more have come in on this topic of worries for the future living with long QT. So Genevieve, what are we seeing from the web?
So we have Erin from Durham, North Carolina, that says challenges with implanted device in a young child as they grow. Need for ICD due to a high risk factor, but concern about inappropriate shocks, thoracic outlet syndrome, scar tissue, infection, and emotional toll and challenges of having to have surgery every 5 to 10 years and having a device inside you that could electrocute you. So a lot of people with devices are expressing concern about having those continual surgeries in the future and how those are going to impact them.
Right.
So that's
Absolutely.
a fear.
Well, I want to thank everyone who has been written in, who has called in, and of course to our Zoom panel for all of you sharing your experiences. At this point, we are going to shift topics and build on what we just learned about what it is to live with long QT syndrome as we explore current and future treatments. So let's talk about some of the new questions we're adding to the table here. So here, as we're thinking about current and future treatment approaches, when we talk about treatments, we mean much more than just of course, the medications, medical procedures, implants and medical devices, but also the wider range of things that you might do. We've heard about some of these already today, related to diet and exercise and lifestyle modifications, anything that you or your loved one do to try to make living life with long QT a little bit easier. We want to know, what are you doing to manage your long QT symptoms? We want to get your assessment of how well do those treatments actually treat the most significant symptoms and health effects of long QT. We also want to explore what are the most significant downsides of those treatments and how do those affect your daily lives. And then once we've explored the current treatment landscape, we're going to shift gears towards the end and ask you to give us some of your thoughts about future treatments. And so we'd like for you to think of, short of a complete cure, what specific things would you look for in an ideal treatment for long QT? Or maybe a little differently, what factors would be important to you when deciding whether to participate in a new research trial for a new therapy that might be in development? So to help us get started on these topics, it's my pleasure to introduce our next panel today, which is Michelle, Mona, Alexis, and Dave. Michelle, why don't you get us started?
My name is Michelle. I am 56 years old and live with my family on a 35-acre farm just outside of Washington, D.C. My 12-year-old daughter and I have long QT syndrome. I had my first cardiac arrest in 1985. I was a competitive swimmer, trained with the British B team, and swam 5 to 6 times per week. I was the final swimmer in the relay race. I touched the side and slowly sank to the bottom of the pool while my team celebrated. My coach dove in and she pulled me out. Over 20 minutes of compressions were given until the ambulance arrived and delivered several therapeutic shocks. It wasn't a pretty recovery, with 2 weeks in a coma followed by the usual brain recovery therapy. However, I was 16 and youth was on my side. I was diagnosed with having fainted in the pool. Long QT syndrome wasn't on the radar in those days. In 2009, I was racing my husband in our community swimming pool. I touched the side of the pool and began convulsing. I was unconscious, having seizures, and arrested. At the hospital, I was misdiagnosed with epilepsy and told to start an anti-seizure medication. We decided to get a second opinion from a cardiologist. I had long QT syndrome and I needed an ICD urgently. I was given a Tenolol and told that my lifestyle had to change. This seemed pretty drastic and hard for me to grasp. I needed an ICD, beta blockers, and to completely change my life. That was my only choice? Surely not. I was miserable on Atenolol. I worked as a global account executive for Lucent Technologies. I traveled weekly and regularly internationally. I was exhausted, so exhausted that I fell asleep during a customer meeting. I was out cold for the entire presentation. My personality changed and I began to struggle with tasks that had been very easy for me. I decided to stop taking Atenolol to stay employed. I felt like the rules for long QT syndrome patients were very strict with very few options available. Then, on April 13th, 2010, I had my first ICD fitted. The surgeon chose to insert the device literally through my armpit. This caused significant nerve pain, nerve damage, atrophy, and device site pain. After several years of seeing other cardiologists, neurologists, and receiving pain therapies, I traveled to the Mayo Clinic to see a brachial team. Interestingly, my atrial lead also fractured around this time. They concluded that I needed a new device and a new revised pocket and lead replacement. It is important to mention here that this first device provided 0 therapeutic shocks, but caused me severe pain and discomfort for years. Had my family not strongly pressured me to have another ICD fitted, I would not have had another surgery, and I would not be sharing my experiences with you today. In 2018, I was thrown by my horse, breaking several ribs, my vertebrae, my hip, and I arrested while unconscious. I received another therapeutic shock. I received an additional shock some hours later due to my pain triggering an adrenaline surge. I agreed to try betas again and was prescribed Nadolol. Nadolol literally drains the life out of me. I own an equestrian facility and move 1,000-pound horses daily. Nadolol makes it difficult to stay on task without periodic rests. Both the ICD and Nadolol have significantly altered the way in which I live my life. I suffer extreme exhaustion on the meds, even on lower doses. The ICD is medically invasive and requires regular checkups, monitoring, and surgeries. They fail. They have recalls and require lead replacement surgeries that have me worried about surviving and seeing my family afterwards. I feel somewhat tethered to the remote monitoring machine. The ICD and betas finally led to me leaving a job I absolutely loved. The brachial plexus damage is permanent and I will never enjoy the level of activity that I had before the ICD implant and beta blockers. To be frank, living with the treatment options available has been very, very hard for me. To date, I have had 7 cardiac arrests. In my opinion, we need better solutions, treatments for LQTS. For years, I've read about CRISPR, gene therapy, potential new drugs. But all that is available to date are beta blockers, an AED, an ICD, left cardiac denervation surgery, and lifestyle changes. I want a better option than an ICD and defibrillation. I want a drug that doesn't have debilitating side effects. I want a treatment that doesn't require surgery every 10 years. And I want a solution that doesn't have inherent risk of lead fracture and infections. And I want to live my best life. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Mona. I am 56 years old and living with long QT syndrome. In 2003, at the age of 35, I was a fit firefighter paramedic running several marathons a year. A few days after a routine annual physical exam, the doctor explained that something was showing up on my EKG called a prolonged QT interval. He advised me to follow up with an electrophysiologist as soon as possible. I was told I had an athletic heart after stress tests and a full exam, so I continued my life as normal. But in 2006, my aunt and my mom were both diagnosed with long QT syndrome just months apart after both experienced VTAC code arrest. Both survived and both received automatic implantable cardiac defibrillators and pacemakers. I advised my cardiologist, and we decided I should get genetic testing. As I waited for the results, I learned of the loss of a cousin in early 2007. She was younger than I was and also a runner. She had been out running, stopped at her mom's house to get out of the rain, and her mom came home and found her dead on the couch. I had also learned of another cousin from years earlier who was young in the Air Force and found dead in her bunk on the base. I called my cardiologist, and the only life-saving option for me at that time was an AICD placement. I scheduled the surgery, and as a result, I was now no longer fit to be a firefighter. My 18-and-a-half-year career was over. After I received the AICD, I received the results of my genetic test. It showed I had two types of congenital long QT, types 2 and type 5, KCNH2 and KCNE1 respectively. I began a new career as a flight paramedic, and while on duty in 2008, I received a shock followed by another shock. I was taken to the local hospital and they found my potassium at 3.4. I was told by my cardiologist that the device recorded Torsades de Pointes, followed by SVT. I was then prescribed potassium. In the spring of 2011, I was running a half marathon when I was defibrillated 6 times in a row. I was taken to the ER and advised that my heart was perfect, but the AICD was not set correctly for my activity level. I was shaking, crying, silently terrified of this device in my chest and of my heart. I felt helpless and powerless over my situation. I developed PTSD so badly that I was afraid to do more than a slight walk, and I began having phantom shocks so strong that I would awaken in the night and swear I had just been defibrillated. I was a mess. I was now ashamed of this, and I didn't know what to do. I asked my cardiologist for a beta blocker for more protection, and he put me on metoprolol. Later I learned that propranolol was actually better. I called my cardiologist and I was switched. I felt like maybe I could breathe. However, as I gained the courage to try to jog again, I began experiencing chest pain, and I would stop and walk, and the pain would relax. I learned that propranolol is a non-selective beta blocker that causes bronchoconstriction, and now every time I tried to exercise, I had this pain. I felt trapped with no other options. In 2016, I began working as a registered nurse, and while on duty, I felt a buzzing in my chest. I got this checked at my cardiologist's office and was told that I had a low impedance wire. I was told it was like a soft spot, and they turned down the sensitivity. A few years later, while on duty again, I began feeling a much stronger buzzing. I went to the ER, and they advised I had recalled wires, and I needed a new set of wires as soon as possible. However, the old wires had to stay because they're attached to my heart muscle. I was told I was better suited for an SICD, and that is what I have now. In the middle of all that, I was diagnosed with breast cancer. Because of long QT syndrome and the ICD, I could not receive an MRI or radiation or lumpectomy. The only safe option was double flat mastectomy with scalpel, and that was quite risky. I also have a rare condition directly due to congenital long QT syndrome called cramp fasciculation syndrome, and I'm now taking Tegretol to control the painful, uncontrollable cramps and spasms that began occurring every day. Now I have the old broken wires in my chest, forever connected to my heart. The SICD in my left axillary with a wire that runs across my chest and up my sternum, on top of a barren chest, with nerve damage and scar tissue. I cannot exercise the way I would like to due to the SICD popping on my ribs, and I cannot lay on my left side due to the pain. I cannot lay prone due to the pain from the wires. I take propranolol, Tegretol, potassium, and magnesium every day. I'm now limited with movement and effort due to treatments, not the condition. Please help find better treatments.
My name is Alexis. I'm 23 years old. I live in Alberta, Canada, and I was diagnosed with long QT type 5 at the age of 12. I'm also a caregiver to my mom, who shares the condition. I received my diagnosis when she survived 3 sudden cardiac arrests. I am a high-risk patient with a history of 3 near drownings and 6 episodes of syncope before diagnosis. When I was first diagnosed, I started nadolol and spironolactone. I experienced many side effects, including hypoglycemia, severe fatigue where it feels like I'm walking through concrete, difficulty with temperature regulation, hair loss, and more. My treatment plan has continually evolved, and the burden of treatment is high. When I was 14, despite my nadolol being repeatedly increased, I had 6 syncope episodes. Due to this, I had an emergency loop recorder implanted. It caused many complications, including severe pain, requiring surgery to reposition the device. 1 year later, my device caught many short runs of arrhythmias, giving us the proof we needed that more aggressive treatment was necessary. When I was 17, I met with one of the world's experts on long QT, who told me I would be dead within 5 years, and I'd need both left cardiac sympathetic denervation surgery and a dual-chamber ICD pacemaker implanted to give me the best chance to see my 22nd birthday. My provincial government paid to fly me to Minnesota to have the surgeries performed, and I became the 140th patient to have LCSD performed at the Mayo Clinic. My LCSD has had the most life-altering effects. I have suffered with severe 24/7 post-surgical neuropathic pain since 4 days after my surgery. The pain is immensely difficult to live with and majorly affects what I am able to do. The pain is so bad that I was hospitalized for a month when I was 19 for attempting suicide. I couldn't imagine having to live with the pain forever, and I still can't, as it has never improved. The surgery caused many other side effects such as Horner syndrome, Harlequin syndrome, and severe difficulty regulating body temperature due to not being able to sweat on my left side, but sweating excessively on my right side. 3 years after receiving my ICD, my pacing lead began to show noise. I was encouraged to carry a magnet with me in case my device malfunctioned and shocked me inappropriately. 6 months later, my device did almost fire due to oversensing. It was an extremely close call as my ICD decided not to shock me on its final self-check. My settings were changed to make the lead less sensitive, and I have to hope that is enough. I carry my donut magnet everywhere I go, especially when traveling, and I have a love-hate relationship with my ICD. I love that my ICD allows me more freedom to live my life independently than when I had to carry my own AED, but hate the complications that come with it. I had 2 breakthrough cardiac seizure events in my sleep when I was 21 and 22, along with a few short episodes of torsades. After this, potassium and magnesium were added to my medications, and my pacing rate was increased to 70 beats per minute. I am expected to have more events at any time, and I'm doing my absolute best to live my life despite this. Long QT has hit my family particularly hard. 18 months after my mom's cardiac arrest, my aunt also survived a cardiac arrest and was diagnosed with long QT. She received an ICD and was compliant with her nadolol, but suffered a fatal episode of sudden cardiac death 3 years later. In 2023, 10 years after her initial cardiac arrest, my mom experienced a catastrophic series of episodes, known as an electrical storm, where she went in and out of life-threatening heart rhythms for 13 hours. She had been taking her beta blocker as usual. I held my mom's hand as I watched her repeatedly die and hoped each time that she would come back to me. She was shocked 7 times by her SICD, which saved her life. We are out of treatments to try for us both. As someone living with a rare type of long QT, I also want to make sure we are not left behind. I dream of the day everyone with long QT will have disease-specific treatments. Ever since I was diagnosed, my doctors have had to make highly educated predictions as to whether a treatment would help me based on how it worked for people with the 3 most common types. It is likely that new treatments will not be available in time to help myself or my mom, but no one should have to endure the tragedy, uncertainty, and fear that my family has faced because of long QT.
My name is David, 39, from Manchester in the UK. My daughter Isla had a very aggressive form of long QT type 3. Isla underwent nearly every procedure possible for long QT treatment and was given the highest doses of all currently available medications. Isla's diagnosis shortly after birth led to her being treated with extremely high doses of propranolol and mexiletine. Throughout her short life, Isla also took high doses of a beta blocker nadolol alongside magnesium and flecainide. She had a pacemaker and later an ICD, followed by a left cardiac sympathetic denervation, and after further events, the right side was also done. It is impossible to say how effective a sympathectomy was, as she still did have further cardiac events and shocks from her ICD. In 2020, Isla was placed on the non-urgent heart transplant list, as despite all efforts and medications, doctors could not control her arrhythmia. On day 2 of life, Isla received a paediatric pacemaker to prevent her heart rate dropping too low when she started on beta blockers. At age 3, following a cardiac arrest at home, requiring CPR, Isla's device was upgraded to a dual-chamber ICD. She needed pacing at 120 beats per minute, which was considered the top range for a child of her age and weight, and she needed that rate 24/7. After 6 years, a scan showed that this was very detrimental to her heart muscle. Doctors were unable to reduce her pacing rate without the ectopic burden increasing, and despite optimizing the levels of mexiletine, flecainide and propranolol, Isla was unable to manage even a token reduction of 10 beats per minute without any breakthroughs of arrhythmia. Isla's electrophysiologist was insistent that Isla's mental capacity was severely impaired by the high levels of sodium channel blockers in her system. She was non-verbal and displayed many autistic traits, but could communicate more effectively when she was receiving lower doses of mexiletine. However, her rhythm became very unstable if the dose was too low. We know from the seizures that she had that mexiletine affected her neurologically. Some days, especially early on, were completely lost to seizure activity. At one point, Isla was receiving 40 milligrams per kilo of mexiletine to prevent arrhythmia. That is 8 times the recommended dose. Although doctors managed to reduce this down to 15 milligrams per kilo with the addition of flecainide, we were never able to give Isla weight-appropriate doses of either drug, meaning that the only option was to flood her system with sodium channel blockers. This was the hard choice we faced: seizures or cardiac arrest. One of the other problems we've encountered with mexiletine especially is that patients were encouraged to take the drug after a meal to minimise side effects. For a baby, the main source of calories is milk. While it was common knowledge that flecainide is affected by dairy, it was not common knowledge that mexiletine was, and the absorption was impeded by milk. As she got older and her milk intake reduced, she started having tonic-clonic seizures. Another big side effect Isla had from mexiletine was stomach cramps and pains. It is believed that some of her seizures were due to the intense pain she felt. Isla took propranolol 4 times a day, and this made her very drowsy in the daytime while hampering her ability to sleep at night. It is now even disputed as to whether beta blockers are an effective therapy for long QT type 3. She needed medication 7 times a day, including 10 p.m, midnight and 6 a.m. That drug regime was exhausting as a parent, and while Isla would take medication in her sleep, having mexiletine on an empty stomach would often have a knock-on effect to Isla's mood in the morning. It is also not ideal, as it's obviously a choking hazard even when being administered as a liquid suspension, and it is not something which could have carried on indefinitely as she progressed to tablets. Overall, there is a great misconception when it comes to beta blockers and long QT syndrome, and although the message is you have to simply trust that they will keep you safe, they are not a cure for long QT. Even though Isla was on a variety of medications, She required 19 life-saving shocks and CPR 3 times. None of the drugs Isla took were created for long QT syndrome. Mexiletine is not a cardiac exclusive drug, and although it helped reduce her QT interval by blocking the sodium channels in her heart, it also blocked them in her brain. Some of the things that Isla had to go through and we had to endure as a family, I wouldn't wish upon anybody. Sadly, Isla passed away in October 22, age 6. The cause of death was determined as complications due to SEN5A mutation. The lack of appropriate medications and therapies for long QT syndrome, especially for young children, is in my opinion one of the biggest gaps in modern medicine.
Wow, Dave, thank you so much for sharing Isla's journey, trying to navigate treatments and of course, living with long QT. And really thank all of our panelists for being so willing to share your experiences on these topics. So this brings us to our second opportunity today to extend the conversation to all of you in our live audience, people living with long QT syndrome, as well as their direct caregivers and family members. If you'd like to share some of your experiences with current treatments, at this point we invite you to call in. You can do so at 1-703-844-3231. And that phone number is 1-703-844-3231. We also, you can also submit your experiences in written comments using the comment form under the player on the webpage you're following along today, and we'll continue to read some of those quotes out loud as part of the program, but we'll include all of them in the Voice of the Patient summary report. So to get us all thinking about this topic of current treatments, I'd like to start with a few polling questions. So if you can go ahead and open that tab in your browser, open the browser on your phone if you prefer doing it that way. Go to www.pollev.com/SADS-PFDD. Again, that's www.pollev.com/SADS-PFDD. So in our first question, as part of this second topic discussion, we want to know what medications, therapies, or lifestyle changes have you or your loved one used to treat long QT syndrome associated symptoms, and you can select all that apply. The options are A, ICD implantation, B, beta blockers, C, LCSD, D, avoiding sports, E, other lifestyle changes, F, antidepressants or anti-anxiety meds, G, counseling or psychotherapy for anxiety or PTSD, H, other medications or therapies that aren't listed here, or I, if you or your loved one have not used any medications, therapies, or lifestyle changes to help manage or treat the long QT syndrome associated symptoms that you or they have. As a reminder, where we're in any polling question where our respondents can select more than one option, we're seeing a percentage of total responses, not the percentage of people who have made any individual response. So as it stands, it looks like beta blockers is the top response here, followed by ICD implantation. We do see a bit of a drop-off after that. We see other lifestyle changes, as well as avoiding sports, antidepressants, and anti-anxiety meds, showing up. But really everything here being used by this community, no one reporting that they have not used anything. All right, if we can move to our second polling question. So here we want to know, thinking about all of those different things you just selected in the first question, how well does your current treatment regimen treat the most significant symptoms of long QT syndrome? The options are A, not at all, B, very little, C, somewhat, D, to a great extent, or E, if this is not applicable because you're not using any treatments or other lifestyle management strategies currently. As you're making this selection, I want you to think about why it is you're making the selection. What, for those of you who are saying that your treatment has helped to a great extent, how has it helped to a great extent treat those most significant symptoms of long QT? You know, and still, even if it is helping to a great extent, you know, what gaps remain? Same goes for those about 40% of you saying somewhat. You know, what does that mean to you when you're saying that your symptoms have been helped somewhat? And then it looks like about just under 5% of you are saying not at all. So again, what have you tried? What are you using currently, and why? You know, what are you experiencing that's you know, telling us that it's not helping at all? I'll say no one has reported that it's helping. Oh, we just had someone report that it's helping very little. No one has reported that they're not using anything. All right, we have one more polling question for you right here to get us thinking about this topic of current treatments. So here we want to know, what are the biggest drawbacks of your current approaches? And you can select up to 3 of the biggest drawbacks. The options are A, not very effective at treating the target symptom. B, it only treats some but not all of the symptoms. C, device failure. D, receiving multiple shocks. E, anxiety and PTSD. F, side effects like fatigue. G, it requires too much time and/or too much effort and/or time commitment. H, some other biggest drawback of your current approaches that's not otherwise listed here. Or I, if this is not applicable because you are not using any treatments. We'll give everyone a few moments here to get in your selections. So I think as you see, we kind of want to hear first about a little bit about your assessment of how well your treatments are actually helping with your long QT you know, symptoms and health effects, but also as you're describing, you know, what's worked, maybe what hasn't. We do want to hear about some of the drawbacks as well. And right now it looks like the top drawbacks being reported are side effects like fatigue, as well as anxiety and PTSD. We have actually other things, you know, that we haven't listed here, rising to the top for a number of people. But every single thing here is in some number of people's top 3 biggest drawbacks. So we do want to hear about those as you're describing your current treatment approaches. So now I'd like to come and check in with our next Zoom panel, another grouping of your peers living with long QT, as well as caring for people living with long QT syndrome. Shauna, maybe we can start with you. You know, we're you know, talking about current treatments, and we want to, you know, understand if there have been things that have been successful, and maybe even if they have been successful, they've come with some important trade-offs, you know, downsides. Does anything come to mind for you to share on that topic?
Yes, hi. I am Shauna Hatch. I'm from Utah. 5 people in my family are diagnosed with long QT, and so we have a variety of treatments. The ones that have worked the best, but also had serious side effect, is the ICD implant. For my daughter Alyssa, it saved her life multiple times. However, my daughter Brittany, her surgery on her ICD took her life. And I am currently not being treated for long QT because I could not tolerate the treatment. It made me crazy. Just to put it simply, I couldn't tolerate it. And my husband also could not take the medications because it gave him arrhythmias. So we've had a variety of results with our treatments.
Sure. Well, maybe let's explore the ICDs first, and with your children, and you know, maybe start with, you know, what led to, you know, in terms of their, you know, disease experience, to both of them undergoing, you know, the surgery to have an ICD implanted. You know, what kind of led to that decision to get the ICD in the first place?
My daughter Alyssa passed out at the age of 3 at the park, and we took her to the doctor, and her heart rate was half of what it should have been. No doctor had caught that for almost 4 years. Got her the ICD. My daughter Brittany, we put off getting her an ICD because her QT interval was not as long and she wasn't having symptoms. However, she was having seizures, and we didn't realize that was connected. She got an ICD at the age of 6 after another seizure. Right. These are life flights to primary children's. because her seizures wouldn't stop. And she only had one seizure after that and no seizures after the ICD other than the one. However, their surgeries were always really hard on them. And Brittany's final surgery when she was 18 was to remove some old leads, and they replaced her device. However, she passed away 24 hours later. So,
wow. And did were they able to explain the what caused or led to her passing away?
No.
No. Wow. Well, Shauna, I mean, thank you so much for being willing to share that. I do want to follow up also, just since you did mention that there were medications that you weren't able to stay on. I think you said that they kind of made you crazy. Could you kind of maybe what were you trying, and what did you experience? How did you notice that they were affecting you?
I tried to take Nadolol, and it made me, I couldn't think straight. I was angry. I was depressed. I was tired. I could not function. I just can't do this. They wanted to try other ones. I haven't had hardly any symptoms, and I'm 50 years old. So I probably should be getting treated, but the side effects of that Nadolol was so horrific. I thought, I just can't live like this.
Right.
My husband tried taking beta blockers, and gave him arrhythmias that could have killed him. So he couldn't tolerate the medication either. So neither one of us are currently being treated, but we don't have symptoms, and we're middle-aged now. So
I see. Well, Shauna, thank you so much for helping me understand that as well. Corey, I want to bring you into this same discussion. We're kind of assessing how well current treatments are working, and at the same time, sharing any downsides that have come along with that. What comes to top of mind for you?
Oh gosh, great question. As James said, I am Corey. I'm located in Illinois, near Wisconsin. I have long QT type 2 and was diagnosed almost 31 years ago to the day after surviving a cardiac arrest. I'm so sorry. At band camp. So that's what I do at band camp. After I was diagnosed, it was discovered that my dad and his sister also have long QT. So it runs on the paternal side, but luckily it has stopped with me. So as far as the current treatments, and I have an ICD. I received that about 3 weeks after my cardiac arrest. I've had the ICD for almost 31 years. I take beta blockers as well. And then to throw in something really fun, I also take Dilantin, which is typically for epilepsy. But since the heart essentially has epileptic seizures, it was discovered that Dilantin was a great treatment for my heart, because I was misdiagnosed with epilepsy before my big event at band camp. But I've experienced some issues with these treatments. Of course, the fatigue with the medication, but I've gone through multiple surgeries to replace either the leads or the device. I went through a recall of one of my devices. I had fluid leaking in. I had broken leads. You name it, it probably it happened. And what we can do now is just kind of joke and laugh about it, because it is a situation. But ideally in the 31 years that I've had this, I think I've had close to 12 to 15 surgeries. Wow. Which is double the number of surgeries that someone should have with ICDs.
Wow, that's a tremendous kind of burden and set of downsides associated with your treatments. I guess one question I want to follow up on is how would you rate overall? Obviously those are a lot of the downsides. How well would you say that all of this is helping treat the most significant symptoms or aspects of long QT for you?
For me, I think that the medication is like the first line of defense against any symptoms or potential arrhythmias that I may have. And then the ICD is there as a backup. It has never failed. I've received a few extra ones where I should not have needed that, but it's never failed me. So I'm that's great. I certainly think that there are some downsides with having the ICD, and it's not just the physical, but it's the emotional and the psychological that really takes a toll on someone. And I can move into that, but I know that wasn't necessarily the question you were asking,
No,
but overall, the treatments that I've had have been positive.
right. No, that is helpful, and it is, the emotional, mental, burden as well is important to understand. And so, for you, kind of at what point, what did that aspect of treatment kind of burden of having to, have the mental health or emotional burden, what did that first look like for you? How long have you been dealing with that?
That's such an interesting question, because I remember, so I was 14 when I had my cardiac arrest.
Yeah.
So I started my freshman year in high school with an ICD and this new knowledge of what is long QT, what is it going to do, what's the impact to my life. And then I remember being in the hallway with all of the students, and I remember people scared me, and I didn't know that there was a word, that anxiety was a word that I could use. So that started pretty much immediately. And then when I received my first defibrillator shock, again at band camp, I experienced the PTSD. And so I've been living with that for 31 years and just trying to stay ahead of the emotional toll that these shocks take.
Yeah.
Yes, it does what it needs to do, but boy, that emotional shock is huge.
Yeah.
Is huge.
And then just quickly, given that that's, you've been over a while now, living with and coping with PTSD, have you sought any kind of formal treatment for that, or, employed any kind of coping strategies?
Yeah, so I am currently seeing a psychologist and a psychiatrist. I do take medication to help lessen the anxiety, but just trying to work through some things with it and be prepared, because this is something that will happen again, and I need to be okay with that. I need to accept that, and that's hard. I think anybody living with long QT with an ICD understand that it's an emotional toll. But I also think finding a community where you can talk about, where are you in this situation? What are you feeling? And just understand that you are not alone. I think when I first was diagnosed, I was alone. To me, I was the only person in the whole wide world who had long QT syndrome, and I didn't know that there were others.
Sure. Well, Corey, thank you so much for sharing all of that. I do want to bring one of a phone caller into the conversation. We have Isabella from St. Pete, Florida, who is affected and wants to share, impactful treatment experience that she's had. So, Isabella, I'd like to welcome you to the program. Are you with us?
Hi, yeah, I'm here.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah, so we'd love to.
Hold on. Sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, you kind of cut out for a second. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, yes. And we're eager to hear any kind of treatment experience that you'd like to share with us.
Yeah, so I'm 27 years old. So mine has started from the very beginning, but I have had a pacemaker implanted at 48 hours old. And then I am now on my third ICD. I've been on 2 different beta blockers in my life. I've had the left cardiac sympathetic denervation. Also taking like potassium, magnesium, carrying my list with me to the doctors of all the things I can't take, so just trying to avoid certain things. So it's currently kind of like my treatment. My son also has long QT syndrome as well, but he's currently only being treated with beta blockers.
Right. And how well is that kind of set of treatments? You've been you kind of lived your childhood on treatments and now into adulthood. How would you assess how well that's been working for you?
It's been really challenging over the years. As a child, I was inappropriately shocked and have had to have some adjustments made. And then, I would say, I'm on a good regimen, but it's taken a really long time to figure it out. And a lot of scary things have happened in between. But yeah, I feel like they were speaking on, a lot of the psychological effects are bigger for me, more so than, like the treatments. Yes, it's working, but the psychological things that come with it and the physical things are very challenging.
Right. You mentioned that some scary things happened as you were trying to, work to try to figure out what was the right treatment or treatment regimen for you. Would you mind sharing, an example of that type of thing that happened?
Yeah, absolutely. When I was, so I pretty much had no symptoms until I was 16 years old. And I went into VFib, was shocked out of that. I had received probably 14 ICD, like a storm of shocks. I had 6 in the ambulance, 6 in the life helicopter, another one, at the hospital. And that was very, very traumatic as a child. I'm still working through that. And, they did the left cardiac sympathectomy in the hospital as soon as I was admitted. I haven't had a major event since. However, I am kind of living in a bubble of making sure that I'm always doing everything right to prevent anything from ever happening again. Because before, I wasn't having symptoms, I was living a little bit more comfortably. So,
sure. Well, Isabella, thank you so much for calling in and sharing all of those experiences that you've had and sharing including your experiences in childhood directly. So appreciate that. I want to come back to our Zoom panel here, and Meredith, check in with you as we're again exploring. There's so many different treatments that people are juggling. I think we're hearing that it's a wide range of both drugs and other approaches. Are there any treatment experiences that either good, bad, or ugly that you would like to share with us?
Yeah, so I'm Meredith. I'm from Louisville, Kentucky, and I'm a physician as well as the mother of a survivor. My daughter was 13 when she had her first cardiac event, and that led us on a 4-year journey where she was diagnosed with long QT type 2, and we've really experienced pretty much every treatment option that's currently available, including 2 surgeries. So really the whole spectrum. She's beta blocker intolerant. She's mixillatine intolerant. She currently has a ICD with demand pacing and a left cardiac sympathetic denervation, which is working well for her now.
Okay. And when you say working well for her now, can you tell us, how do you judge that? How would you describe that?
We worked really hard from the very beginning of this to try to overcome living in fear. So she really lives her best life. She's returned to sports. She's been fortunate as to she actually is a world champion dancer. and but you still have that day-to-day fear. You don't know what's going to happen with an ICD lead, when the next surgery is going to be. And in her case, we've exhausted all of the options. So if her treatment reverses course and doesn't work for her, we're dependent on what's next, what's in the future, for her to be able to continue to live and thrive with long QT.
And how does she kind of cope with that understanding, or how have you and her kind of worked through these types of issues? It's very interesting, the kind of parent-child relationship, navigating a disease like this together. If you don't mind just commenting on that.
I think I probably hold more of the anxiety than her. I think that was deliberate, since she was so young when all of this started. So I think she is fortunate to live in a little bit of a bubble and just live her best life and not think about long QT on a day-to-day basis. That being said, she worries about things like, when she has a family of her own, and she does know that these risks are out there. But I think, and perhaps because I'm in the medical field, it's easier for her to share that worry with me, and be able to let it go a little more herself. But I think that there's been so much progress. Like, when I hear some of the other stories, like we know more now than we did 5 years ago and 10 years ago, that I think there's a lot of hope for the future. And things like the potential to be able to get treatments that are specific and bypass a lot of these things, I think, are what we really try to focus our fears on more of the hope that things are just going to keep getting better.
Sure. Yeah, that's very helpful. And I want you to keep thinking about that thought about hopes and what you want to, what can get better, because we will be talking about what you'd like to see from future treatments here in just a few moments. But thank you so much, Meredith, for sharing that. Melissa, if we can, bring you into this discussion around current treatments, again, whether it's something that's been helpful or maybe tried and has not worked, and of course, we've the constant theme has been included, downsides of treatments as well. So, is there anything you'd like to share?
Sure, and thank you for the opportunity. I'm Melissa. I'm from upstate New York, the Albany area. I have long QT type 2. I have 2 daughters with long QT, as well as my mother, who's diagnosed, several cousins. Our family was diagnosed in 2005 because of the sudden death of my sister. So that's what brought long QT into our conscious world. So for, thinking about my treatment and my daughter's, all 3 of us are on beta blockers, and I also have an ICD.
Okay.
And to be honest, we're all pretty tolerant of our current treatments. It's going okay.
Okay.
I've adjusted dosage with my beta blocker, but for the most part, I feel like it's not negatively affecting other parts of my body, like you hear about, other medications could have. It's a daily pill we take by mouth. It's inexpensive, and access is upstate New York. We've never had a problem with access to Nadolol or propranolol, which are the 2 drugs we've been on. I know that that's not the case in other parts of the world, but so those are kind of the positives for us. I think more about the unknowns when I hear Shauna talk about Brittany, when I hear the caller Isabella say that, she wants to live in that bubble of doing everything right.
Yep.
One of my kids has a coexisting condition, and we have to treat that. We can't ignore it. And guess what? The medications to treat that are on the list that, in the perfect world, in that bubble that Isabella was talking about, we're not going to use. But we've had to use that. So my 10-year-old is on medications that put her at elevated risk.
Right.
And it's really hard to swallow that and to know that she's on a beta blocker.
Right.
That's great, but is that enough? And so I have to always wrestle with, is that enough? Because it may not be a case of we find out that it's not enough and she needs an ICD
Right.
because she has a sudden cardiac arrest and is revived,
Right.
it could be that we found out that it wasn't enough, you know?
Yes.
So that's always floating in my treatment story.
No, and I also appreciate you bringing in the reality of having to manage multiple medical conditions, and that requires treatments. Can you kind of talk to us a little bit about and you don't have to give any specifics, but just kind of generally about how you navigated, like how to weigh potential risks of another medication, putting elevating the long QT risk, and was that at all how did kind of the current long QT treatments and her experience with them inform your collective willingness to take on that risk with this other treatment?
Yeah. It's been very hard. We've worked with her pediatrician and with her cardiologist. I've also used information that I've learned from different, SADS educational events, and really trying to build that risk tolerance. It's crazy to think of that with someone's life. We're not talking about a financial portfolio, but like,
right.
What's that risk tolerance that we can handle? And to be honest, I hate that it's not a black and white answer. I would love if someone could tell me, this is okay. This is what we're going to do. This is what we have to do, because I have to think about her whole lifestyle. She's not just a kid with long QT. She's a kid in the world. And she happens to have these other conditions that we can't just ignore.
Sure.
So with, talking with the different doctors, and, I've been fortunate enough where they've been great together, a pediatrician, getting a call with the cardiologist and kind of getting the cardiologist okay on it. But at the same time, that okay, it's always a soft okay, And so that's hard.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Melissa, for sharing all of that as well. I know we've had a number of comments come in, a kind of wide range from successes and failures and downsides. So, Genevieve, what are we seeing from our written comments on the web?
So we have a comment from Kiara from Katy, Texas, and she says, during treatment, I don't experience those symptoms anymore. I sometimes experience abnormal heart rhythms and palpitations. I have gained life, stability, and peace from current treatment. But then she goes on to talk about downsides, and she says, however, I do experience fatigue, headaches, anxiety, and depression, possible side effects of beta blockers. So there's a lot of give and take with these therapies. There's also another comment from HT from the UK, and they're talking about the downsides of the treatment. And they say, beta blockers are not without side effects. My children get tired easily and can have exercise intolerance. I myself take a beta blocker and have noticed fatigue and brain fog. Allison from Downingtown, Pennsylvania says, Nadolol side effects include fatigue, weight gain, and low mood. As the mom of young kids, that was intolerable to me. And I know as I was sitting here listening to the comments from our discussion starters and reading the comments that have been coming in, I have multiple members of my family that are affected, and we've gone through so many different treatments, and some family members have done really well, and other family members, it's been a struggle with the ICD and complications and having multiple surgeries. So I can appreciate everybody's comments and their journeys.
Yes. Well, thank you for everyone who's been writing in. Keep those comments coming. If you didn't hear yours read, know that we did get it, and we will be including it in the Voice of the Patient report. So I'm going to use the remaining time that we have to shift gears to the future and get your inputs on what you'd like to see from future therapies for long QT syndrome. So one last time, let's pull out go to that web browser, pull out your phones, go to that browser on your phone and go to www.pollev.com/SADS-PFDD. Here in this final question, we would like to get your thoughts on future treatments. So in this question, we would want you to consider, short of a complete cure for long QT, what top 3 specific things would you look for in an ideal treatment? You can select up to 3. The options are A, improve daily functioning, B, increase energy, C, allow you or your loved one to participate in sports or physical activities, D, treat the emotional symptoms, E, prevent arrhythmias, or F, some other specific thing you would like to see in an ideal treatment for long QT that's short of that complete cure, that represents a top 3 treatment goal that you have. So we'll give everyone a few moments here. This may be one of the most difficult questions of the day, to limit what you'd like to see down to just top 3 things. But as it stands, it looks like prevent arrhythmias is rising to the top as the most selected top 3 treatment goal. After that being increasing energy and improving daily functioning, although we're seeing everything here in some number of people's top 3, including other things we didn't have listed, which of course we do want to hear about. So thank you for participating in all of our polling today. That will conclude our polling for our morning session. I'd like to come here to our Zoom panel and have each of you weigh in on, if you could distill down and ask for one thing that a future treatment could provide, short of that complete cure. What would that look like, for you and your family? Why don't we start with Meredith on this one? Again, what would be your top treatment goal short of that complete cure?
Obviously the complete cure is the dream, but I think that the treatment goal is something that's specific to long QT, because our current treatments are all treating, the effects of it. They're moderately effective or sometimes really effective. It just depends on the treatment, or not effective at all. Yeah. But they're not specific. So they're just making things better, but then you have to deal with everything else that comes along with it. Sure. And there's none of them that don't have a lot of negatives that come along with it. Right. So if we could have something that targeted the actual problem for long QT, it seems like it would be a lot easier to tolerate those side effects, because that it's doing its thing, than to have to tolerate all these side effects for things that aren't even benefiting you.
Sure. Thank you so much. Shauna, same question to you. What would be your top treatment goal for a future treatment?
I definitely agree with Meredith. I guess in the maybe more immediate future, less invasive treatments, not having to do those surgeries that are so invasive, that my daughter passed away from. The external devices, I guess, maybe would be the next immediate thing.
No, that's very helpful to hear. Thank you, Shauna. Corey, next to you. What would you like to see from an ideal future treatment, of course, short of that complete cure that we all want?
Of course, we want that North Star, but I think the thing that weighs heavily on me with this question is the getting ahead of the emotional impact, the PTSD. And so getting on top of that before we're chasing it. And then it's just like a continuous cycle. So I think having that emotional support right from the beginning, I know that, my doctors have said when I've received diabetes shocks, the answer or the response is, well, it did what it was meant to do. Well, I know that, but my body's not telling me that, so I would love to have, with the physical implant, I would love to have the support of, psychological support and the understanding from the psychological aspect, what this does to a patient, so that there can be a quality of life if these are the current treatments today.
Right. Well, thank you, Corey. And Melissa, last year on our Zoom panel on this topic of, goals for future treatments.
Sure, I'll give a +1 to everything that was said already, but what Meredith said really spoke to me too. A treatment that targets long QT, I think, would give me my ultimate goal, which is to feel safe. I want to feel safe in my everyday life for me and for my kids. I don't want the the invasive surgeries that Sean was talking about. I don't want the, the emotional burden that Corey's talking about. And then that beta blockers maybe just aren't enough. If that's, what we're on, I want something where I feel like this is targeting what we need in a way that's tolerable and I can feel safe. I don't have to fear surgeries. I don't have to feel ineffective medication. I can feel safe on this treatment.
Yes. Wow. Well, thank you all so much, our Zoom panelists here, for all of your, sharing your personal experiences, but also your very thoughtful reflections on future treatments. We are now going to move on to a phone caller that we have, but I just wanted to thank you all before we moved on. So we do have Callie from Tennessee, who would like to share her treatment goals for future treatments. So, Callie, I'd like to welcome you to the program. Are you with us?
Yes, thank you. Just a brief history. I was diagnosed with long QT after an arrhythmia in 1998. I was also taking 2 cold medications at the time that I should not have been had I known it. I do have the gene mutation for long QT type 1. I was 20 years old at the time. My mom had died suddenly a few months before that. My ICD was placed behind my pectoral. There's always the fears of the recalls, malfunctions, inappropriate shocks, lead fractures, infections that can go all the way through the rest of your life. You also have the home monitor. There's a cost for that, not let alone each surgery. The anxiety that comes with everything. I never received a shock or pacing. Dr. Ackerman said, there's an over-implantation rate, and I also believe there is an over-replacement rate. I've had to change things during my life, limit some activities for fear, I don't want to get a shock. So I'm now 46 years old, and on May 31st, I had my ICD and leads removed. It didn't go smoothly. Part of the lead popped off and went into my pulmonary artery, so I had that removed by interventional radiology on June 4th. But this all didn't come without high risk, even though that's a small percentage of people. Since the surgeries, I had blood clots these past weeks. Blood clots, blood loss, low blood pressure. My color was gray. I have a lot of swelling, but like I said, it's high risk. I had antique parts inside of me that were embedded in my heart. But ultimately, we need an exit plan for patients who have had ICDs implanted. It never treated me. It only harmed me. It's affected me financially. It's a very expensive burden. Emotionally, it's time off of work. Things happen at the spur of the moment. You only have a few weeks to deal with it, to face the surgery again. I can't get back the last 25 plus years of my life in any of those categories. I'm going to try to start rebuilding, though. I'm still only on a low dose of the medication. That could be increased, obviously, if needed. But as far as the future goes, I'm ignorant about gene therapy, but I think that's a very interesting and potential area. But I hope that whatever that they can come up with, whether it's a new drug, that it's low cost, that it doesn't cause or increase anxiety and depression like a defibrillator can.
Wow. Well, Callie, thank you so much for sharing both your experience and something we hadn't heard about today, which was the ICD being removed. That was very helpful to hear and understand, but also your thoughts for future therapies. So I want to end our session here, giving those of you who've been writing in some voice. So Genevieve, what have we seen on future treatments?
So we have a couple of comments. One is from Julie from Massachusetts, and she said, we need better targeted therapy for LQTS. something that is specifically aimed at correcting the dangers of the condition without the sometimes intolerable side effects. And Aaron from Durham, North Carolina says, to have therapies with less complications, more importantly, to have therapies that are more obviously effective and minimize the risk of a breakthrough event. These seem more like just-in-case options.
Yeah, very insightful comments. So I want to, at this point, we're wrapping up the portion of this morning's meeting on long QT syndrome, where we're seeking all of your experiences and preferences. At this point, it's my pleasure to move us to our summary remarks speaker. But as we do that, I just want to personally thank you as our moderator for all of you who have been so brave and willing to help pull back the curtain on what it means to live with long QT syndrome. It was very clear to me from even this morning's, the beginning of this morning's discussion on what it is to live with this condition, just how much uncertainty you all have to live with, and what that means in terms of creating that bubble in your life as you described. And I know it's not always easy to talk about the difficult aspects of living with a condition, but you all really stepped up and helped us better understand the disease because of that. So without further ado, I'll introduce our summary speaker, my friend and colleague Larry Bauer, who is a nurse by background, worked at NIH in clinical research for 17 years, and went to FDA, where he co-founded the Rare Diseases Program, where he worked for 10 years in helping sponsors and patient communities navigate developing drugs for rare diseases, and has been an integral part of helping plan today's EL-PFDD meeting. So Larry, take it away.
Thank you so much, James. It's great to be here today. So our meeting today was opened by Genevieve Eccles, who's the Family Support Director at the SADS Foundation. We then heard from Dr. Shatara Walker, who's the Clinical Team Leader in Pediatrics in the Division of Pediatrics and Maternal Health at the FDA. Dr. Shatara shared that these meetings can help the FDA review staff fill in knowledge gaps about what is it really like to live with long QT syndrome. The knowledge that they learn also helps them to advise drug sponsors on their development programs. Next, we heard from Dr. Michael Ackerman from the Mayo Clinic, and who is also the president of the SADS Foundation Board and an LQTS expert. He shared that LQTS has a profound unmet medical need and is the most common channelopathy affecting about 1 in 2,000 people. ICDs, he said, are not for everyone, and beta blockers have variable efficacy. A left cardiac sympathetic denervation procedure can help get people off of beta blockers. And he said desperately new therapies are needed. Then we heard from a panel of 4 families. We first heard from Lena, who's 52 years old and has long QT syndrome, along with 2 of her 4 daughters, Rebecca and Ellie. Heartbreakingly, Rebecca suffered a cardiac arrest at age 4.5 years old, and although she was resuscitated, she did not survive. They have AED devices around their home and at school, and things as common as sleepovers become a worrisome event for Ellie. Ellie is now 19 and regularly takes her meds and is very vigilant about her condition. We heard from Mark, who had syncope symptoms at the age of 16, but had a more serious episode while he was hunting. He got weak, unable to move, and numb all over. He was diagnosed after a second serious episode and had an ICD implanted. He has numerous family members affected. Susie was diagnosed at birth with long QT and has a daughter with long QT. Her daughter's delivery had complications, and she had a permanent pacemaker placed within days of her birth. They both have required numerous surgeries and corrections to their implanted cardiac devices. And lastly, we heard from Tom, who lost his dad to long QT when he was 11 years old. Tom is 40 and is a runner, gradually testing the limits of his body and heart. He takes precautions such as drinking water with electrolytes and carries a card alerting people that he has an implantable defibrillator. His brother and 4 out of his 6 nephews and nieces also have long QT, and he hopes for better treatments in the future. Then we had a second panel that focused more on treatments and hopes for the future. In our second panel, we were led by Michelet, who's 56 and had her first cardiac arrest when she was 16 years old while swimming. She nearly drowned and was resuscitated, but with a lengthy recovery with 2 weeks in a coma. As an adult, she's been on atenolol, but the side effects were too impactful on her job and she had to switch. She had an ICD implanted under her arm, which caused nerve damage and pain. Now on Nadolol, it and her ICD have significantly altered her lifestyle. She'd like to see an alternative to ICDs and defibrillation. Mona is 56 and was diagnosed at age 35. She received an ICD, but subsequently lost her job as a firefighter she'd had for 18 years. She was defibrillated 6 times in a row during a half marathon run. She developed PTSD from the shocks. Her health has been complicated by having breast cancer, and she now has limited movement due to the impacts of her various treatments, not the LQTS diagnosis. And Alexis is 23 years old and was diagnosed at age 5. She has a history of 3 near drownings and 6 episodes of syncope before being diagnosed. She had a left cardiac sympathetic denervation surgery, which has had life-altering side effects, including pain and temperature dysregulation. She has a rare genetic variant of long QT syndrome and says doctors are always having to guess how a treatment will affect her. And lastly, we heard from David from England and his daughter Isla, who had an aggressive phenotype of long QTS type 3. Isla was diagnosed after birth and had many different treatments, including an ICD, a pacemaker, LCSD surgery, beta blockers, and other meds. Her treatments caused her to be nonverbal, to have seizures, and to have pain. And sadly, Isla passed away at age 6 in 2022 due to complications of her mutation. So overall, we heard that all treatments have side effects. There continues to be a great unmet medical need for new treatments for long QT syndrome. So thank you so much. And now to close the meeting, back to Genevieve in the studio.
Thank you for your thoughtful summary, Larry. This has been an incredible morning and helped us all better understand LQTS, its impact on individuals and their families, and the need for better therapies for long QT syndrome. Thank you to the FDA who attended this morning, and thank you to Ethan Gabber from the FDA's Patient-Focused Drug Development staff, who guided us through this process over the many months of planning. Thanks also to James Valentine and Larry Bauer from Hyman Phelps and McNamara, whose assistance in planning and moderating this meeting has been invaluable. We could not have done this without you. Thank you to the Dudley Digital Works media team for the production planning and all the behind-the-scenes work they have done. A big thanks to the SADS Foundation volunteers and staff who have given countless hours to the planning of today's meeting, including but not limited to our CEO, Alice Laura, Program Director, Marcia Baker, Communications Director, Anna Goodson, Development Director, Jan Schiller, and Technology and Administrative Director, Aaron Waite. And finally, a huge thanks goes out to you, the LQTS community. Thank you for honestly sharing what your lives look like with LQTS and its current treatments. This meeting would not have been possible without each of you sharing your stories. The EL-PFDD may bring up strong emotions for those attending whose lives are affected by LQTS. We are offering a support group immediately following this meeting at 12:30 Eastern Time for affected individuals and their family members and loved ones who need it. You can join immediately on a separate Zoom link that has been provided through email, text, and at the link on the player page that you are on right now. In the coming weeks, we'll compile all of the information from this morning, including polling data and comments, into a Voice of the Patient report, which will be available on both the SADS and FDA websites. The form to submit comments for the report is open for another 30 days, so please consider submitting additional comments, which will be added to the Voice of the Patient report. A recording of this morning's program will be available on demand shortly following this meeting at the same page you are on now. Before we conclude this morning's meeting on LQTS, I'd like to remind you that we will be convening at 1 p.m. Eastern Time for the meeting on CPVT, which will be that community's opportunity to have their voices heard. So for now, this morning's meeting will have a lasting impact on the future of LQTS research and medical product development. So once again, to the entire community, thank you for making your voices heard today. For those joining this afternoon's CPVT meeting, we will see you at 1 p.m.
Good afternoon, and welcome to part 2 of the joint externally led patient-focused drug development meetings on long QT syndrome and catecholaminergic polymorphic ventricular tachycardia. I'm joined in the studio by Genevieve Eccles, the Family Support Director of the SADS Foundation, and we're coming to you live from the Washington, D.C. metropolitan area, actually not too far from where the U.S. Food and Drug Administration's headquarters are located. It's my pleasure to turn it over to Genevieve to kick off this afternoon's meeting. Genevieve.
Thank you, James. And hello, everyone. Welcome to the second of today's externally led patient-focused drug development meetings, which is on catecholaminergic polymorphic ventricular tachycardia, or CPVT. My name is Genevieve, and I'm the Family Support Director of the SADS Foundation. Our mission is to save the lives and support the families of children and adults who are genetically predisposed to sudden death due to heart rhythm abnormalities. SADS supports those with inherited channelopathies and cardiomyopathies, including conditions such as LQTS, CPVT, Brugada syndrome, short QT syndrome, and ARVC. A special welcome to the many staff members of the U.S. Food and Drug Administration that are with us today. We are excited to have you with us and hope you will learn a lot from our amazing patients, family members, and expert clinicians. Thank you to our industry sponsors, Solid Biosciences, Thrive Pharmaceuticals, and Cardurian Pharmaceuticals, for your generous support. We also want to thank all the families and individuals whose support has made this meeting possible. We couldn't have done it without you. We are pleased to have in attendance representatives from industry, federal agencies, and physician scientists from across the world. Thank you for joining us today. Most importantly, we want to welcome the CPVT community, whose lives have been directly impacted by this condition. This afternoon's meeting is for you. We also thank those of you from the LQTS community who have stayed on after participating in this morning's meeting. We want to extend our deep gratitude to everyone who has had a hand in preparing for this meeting. We are grateful to have this opportunity to ensure patient and family perspectives are considered in the drug development and regulatory processes. Many of you have submitted your stories, and we have read each one of them and know there is a great unmet need for better therapies that would truly allow you to live and thrive with CPVT. Because CPVT is an inherited heart condition, it may affect many members of the same family, each with their own unique risk of having a cardiac event, leading to added anxiety. Individuals with CPVT may experience cardiac events for years, even sudden cardiac arrest, before finally receiving a correct diagnosis. We know that CPVT has major impacts on quality of life, both physical and emotional. Many of those with CPVT have exercise restrictions to reduce the chances of having a cardiac event. These restrictions cause or worsen anxiety and depression in people with CPVT. The ambiguity of living with a condition that predisposes those with CPVT and affected family members to sudden cardiac arrest may contribute to anxiety and depression. Patients worry about their children and whether the medications they take will adequately protect them. In addition to living with the disease itself, there are side effects from therapies, including beta blockers and other heart medications, left cardiac sympathetic denervation surgery, and implantable cardiac defibrillators. Life-saving shocks from ICDs are not without consequence, and those with ICDs may suffer from anxiety, depression, and PTSD from these shocks. Families with CPVT find themselves asking many questions. When will I experience the next shock from my ICD? Or worse yet, shock storm. How will this disease affect my child? When will there be targeted treatments for CPVT? Right now, families have no answers to these questions. Despite the potentially life-threatening manifestations of CPVT, there is no FDA-approved targeted treatment for this condition. The stories that you will hear are just a small number of our global community. We hope you will remember the great need that exists for new therapies. I want to express my appreciation to the investigators working in labs around the world who are moving us closer to future clinical trials. Our hope is that this meeting will encourage future research and successful new product development for people living with CPVT who need better treatment options. For our CPVT families, we invite you and your loved ones to call or write in during the program, and we ask you to stay with us and participate in remote polling throughout the meeting. We want to hear as many perspectives as possible, and we will do our best to get to as many of your comments as we can. To begin today's meeting, I'm delighted to introduce our speaker from the Food and Drug Administration, Dr. Shatara Walker. Dr. Walker works as clinical team leader in pediatrics in the Center for Drug Evaluation and Research at the FDA. Dr. Walker will provide some opening comments from the FDA perspective. Dr. Walker, over to you.
Thank you for that kind introduction. I am a pediatric cardiologist and lead physician at the U.S. Food and Drug Administration. I'm here today representing all the centers at FDA that are involved with product development for long QT syndrome and CPVT. In my time at FDA, I have worked in different roles, including clinical reviewer in the Division of Cardiology and Nephrology, and currently in the Division of Pediatrics and Maternal Health as a clinical team leader. In my current role, my team is often tasked with working collaboratively with internal and external stakeholders to address challenges in product development programs, particularly for rare conditions. For conditions such as long QT syndrome and CPVT, FDA encourages researchers and industry to engage with the agency as early as possible in the development of medical products. My division partners internally with other divisions and offices within the agency to help ensure that researchers and industry address product development considerations that may be unique to pediatric, pregnant, and lactating patients. My division frequently participates in patient-focused drug development meetings, so when possible, we can incorporate the patient perspective into advice we provide for our internal stakeholders, which is why I am humbled for the opportunity to participate in today's important meeting, along with patients, caregivers, families, and advocates. I know we also have representation from industry, academia, and other medical product development stakeholders. Thank you for all being a part of this meeting and sharing your experiences with us. I would also like to thank the Sudden Arrhythmia Death Syndromes Foundation and all the staff that were involved in planning this meeting. FDA protects and promotes public health by evaluating the safety, effectiveness, and quality of new products. But we do not develop these medical products, nor do we conduct clinical trials. It is, however, FDA's responsibility to ensure that the benefits of a product outweigh its risks. Therefore, having this kind of dialogue, hearing your voices is extremely valuable for us because hearing what patients care about can help us lead the way in figuring out how to best facilitate medical product development for long QT syndrome and CPVT. In addition, you can help us better understand how patients view the benefits and risks of therapies and devices for long QT syndrome and CPVT. While FDA plays a critical role in medical product development, we are just one part of the process. Meetings like the one we are having today give FDA and other key stakeholders, including medical product developers, healthcare providers, and federal partners, an important opportunity to hear directly from patients, their families, caregivers, and patient advocates. FDA shares the patient community's commitment to facilitate the development of safe and effective medical products for long QT syndrome and CPVT. When we say medical product development, we mean it in the broadest sense of identifying, developing, and evaluating potential therapies or devices that can help patients manage their condition. As you may know, although there are published clinical guidelines for treatment of long QT syndrome and CPVT, FDA approvals of medical therapies specifically for these conditions are lacking. FDA relies on our review of submitted safety and effectiveness information and data from industry to decide if a drug or a product can be approved for treatment of a certain condition. Without adequate data to fill in knowledge gaps for safety and effectiveness, FDA cannot approve medical therapies for long QT syndrome and CPVT. Therefore, we recognize there is more progress to be made and more work to be done to further advance the treatment and management of long QT syndrome and CPVT. So to the patients, caregivers, families, and advocates attending today's meeting, we would like to understand from you how long QT syndrome and CPVT impact your lives. We would also like to hear about your experiences with therapies currently prescribed to treat long QT syndrome and CPVT, and what specific things patients look for in an ideal treatment to manage their condition. Your input will help inform the focus of new drug and device development, along with future clinical trials. It really takes a village to help advance drug development and other product development for long QT syndrome and CPVT. That village consists of everyone in attendance at today's meeting. Your input and perspectives will help us, industry, and academia to move the drug development process forward to ensure that new medications and devices meet the needs of people living with long QT syndrome and CPVT. We look forward to incorporating what we learned today into the agency's thinking and understanding of how patients view the benefits and risks of therapies for long QT syndrome and CPVT. Once again, we are all here today to hear the voice of the patient. So thank you for your participation. We are grateful to each of you for being here and sharing your personal stories, experiences, and perspectives. And now I will send it back to the studio.
Thank you, Dr. Walker. Next up is Dr. Arthur Vilda to provide a clinical overview of CPVT, which will serve as a scientific foundation for today's discussion. Dr. Vilda is an internationally recognized expert in CPVT who has had an impressive career in cardiology and cardiogenetics research at Amsterdam UMC, the Netherlands. Dr. Vilda has served as a scientific advisor to the SADS Foundation for many years. Over the decades of his career studying inherited heart diseases, he has received multiple Distinguished Scientist Awards and recognitions in both Europe and US. He has authored numerous guidelines and expert panel publications in inherited heart diseases, including CPVT. Dr. Vilda will provide us with a clinical overview of CPVT. Over to you, Dr. Vilda.
Thank you very much for this kind introduction. My name is Arthur Wilde, and I'm a cardiologist working in Amsterdam in the Netherlands. And my topic is catecholamine-induced polymorphic ventricular tachycardia. The disease is an autosomal dominant disease. Complaints actually only occur during exercise and emotion. It can start at young age, and it's important to realize that the baseline EKG is usually normal. The genetic basis of the disease is merely found in the ryanodine receptor gene, which is a protein in the SR responsible for calcium release from the SR into the cytosol. And there are several other genes identified. They are much more rare than the ryanodine receptor. That is the most important one in this domain. As I mentioned, it's autosomal recessive. These rare genes are autosomal recessive. The main one is autosomal dominant. Altogether, there are 8 genes identified. The prevalence is actually unknown. The estimate is 1 in 10,000. I personally believe it's a little less than that. And it's important that the median age of symptoms is young age, around 11 years of age. There's a significant delay to diagnosis in the series that was reported by Thomas Roston and the PACES registry of half a year in symptomatic patients. And the delay is more than 1 year in almost 40% of patients. And 56% of patients initially receive a misdiagnosis. So it's not an easy diagnosis to make. You make the diagnosis on the exercise EKG. This is a normal EKG of a male, 38 years of age. He has no complaints, and he was tested because his brother died suddenly during a soccer match. This is his baseline EKG, which is completely normal. And upon exercise, you look at the precordial leads. Only upon exercise he develops polymorphic ventricular extrasystole, and that is characteristics for the diagnosis CPVT. So exercise-induced polymorphic VTs at the left top here, and no arrhythmias at rest, then you have to consider CPVT. There should no other EKG abnormalities be present, like QT prolongation, because then long QT syndrome is likely. There should be no structural heart disease. And then we go to the right in the scheme, and the age of symptoms, when that is below 40, the diagnosis of CPVT can be made. If you are above 40, you need to exclude ischemic heart disease. And if you have excluded that, then it's also CPVT. As I mentioned, the disease is in children. This is the largest series published in 2009. This is the symptoms according to age. And as you can see, the vast majority of patients become symptomatic by the age of 5 or 10. And by the age of 20, already 80% of individuals has become symptomatic. In a smaller series by Dr. Priori, published in 2002, it seems that males are a little bit more symptomatic than females. Therapy is beta blocker, but the response to beta blocker is not 100%, as this series in the middle seems to suggest. Other series come up to 63% to 77%. And this is a meta-analysis of the data published in 2012, event rate on beta blocker, time since diagnosis on the x-axis, and on the y-axis, the arrhythmic event rate. As you can see, by 6 to 8 years, there are still about 30% of individuals that are symptomatic on beta blocker. More of concern is that the fatal or near fatal arrhythmic event rate is in the order of 5% by that age on maximum dose of beta blocker. This is the most recent study on beta blocker from an international registry where many experts in the world collaborate, published in 2022, and it's the effect on beta blocker. It first shows that non-selective beta blockers, which is in the light green color, are better than beta 1 selective beta blocker, but also this slide shows that by 6 years, 20% of individuals on a non-selective beta blocker still have symptoms, and that 10% are near fatal, as you can see at the right graph. So CPVT treatment should involve lifestyle advices. You advise these individuals not to practice a high-level sport, try to avoid emotion and all these type of things, and beta adrenal receptor blockade, which should be a non-selective beta blocker. A breakthrough came in 2009 by the study from Björn Knollman from Nashville, where he demonstrated that flecainide was actually able to prevent CPVT-related arrhythmias both in mice and in humans. And flecainide has been shown to block the ryanodine receptor here directly. So this protein is directly blocked by flecainide. The later study, 2 years later, showed in 30 patients, also from around the world, and all heavily symptomatic on beta blocker therapy, that flecainide really reduced the arrhythmic event burden significantly. This is how you express that from non-sustained VTs in 11 patients to either Begemini or frequent ventricular premature beats or non-active beat at all. But you can also see that some individuals remain symptomatic both on beta blocker and flecainide. There is a dose and time-dependent effect of flecainide, so you need the dose for 1 week, and the doses has to be pretty high. This last study from 2023, also from the International Registry, gathered together 247 patients from 2 international registries. It's a case crossover study where background therapy remained identical, and the effect of flecainide on arrhythmic events was studied here. And I take you to the graph, and we go to the right side of the graph. So all patients with arrhythmic events are 164. Pre-flecainide arrhythmic events is 38, and on flecainide, there are still 9 patients that do have recurrent arrhythmic events, but there is a reduction of 75% of arrhythmic events, but the remaining 9 patients still have arrhythmic events. So altogether, 23 patients developed symptoms, 38 events together. It's important to note that not all patients were adherent. Some were non-adherent or on a low dose. 16 with symptoms severely affected, and 7 of these severely affected individuals had a sudden cardiac arrest prior to therapy. The reasons for non-adherence are in this survey that was published earlier this year by our group and by the group of Dr. Ackerman. And you can see that 15% of individuals is non-adherent, and reasons to be non-adherent is concern about medication, flecainide monotherapy, female sex, all were independently associated with non-adherence. But it's important to realize that 15% of these patients are non-adherent. So flecainide is an important addition to CPVT treatment. And on top of that, if all this is not successful, a surgical procedure interrupting the left cardiac sympathetic nerve is a successful procedure, but it's not available around the world. There are only very few specialized centers where you can have this surgery. And then ultimately, one may consider an ICD implant. The problem, however, with an ICD implant is the following. This is a case report published in 2008, where an individual, a young man with catecholaminergic polymorphic VT and paroxysmal atrial fibrillation, and that is a combination which is not uncommon, suffered from inappropriate shocks, and because he received these shocks while he was not unconscious, he got in big distress, and he got into a vicious circle, where the ultimate conclusion had to be that our patient died after probably initially receiving inappropriate ICD shocks for atrial fibrillation. So that is the problem with an ICD in this condition. An ICD shocks in a patient who is not unconscious. Everything happens that you don't want to be there. It leads to emotion, it leads to pain, it leads to anger, and that is all what you want to avoid in these patients. So ICD therapy in CPVT was extensively studied because ICDs may even be proarrhythmic, as in this particular case, and there are several more case reports. ICD therapy may actually not be effective. That relates to the type of arrhythmia that is involved. Randomized data on ICD therapy obviously lack, and it's also clear that they will not be easy to obtain. And I actually believe that you may wonder how many patients are out there that are not reported or just classified under failed ICD therapy. So we studied this from the International CPVT Registry again, and in this study are included all patients with an ICD all patients presenting after sudden cardiac arrest and diagnosed with CPVT. A few patients had to be excluded because of lack of follow-up, and 136 were ultimately included in this study, 79 with an ICD and 57 without an ICDs. And these two groups were more or less comparable on the main characteristics. And then it's important to realize that ICD apparently does not prevent sudden death. Here's the cumulative probability of sudden cardiac death against years of clinical presentation. And you can see there is no difference between the ICD group and the no ICD group. We also did this analysis. This is an endpoint which includes sudden cardiac death, sudden cardiac arrest, appropriate ICD shocks, syncope, and also here ICD therapy is not superior to no ICD therapy. ICD therapy obviously includes ICD shocks, but we assume that all ICD shocks are associated with syncopal events. So in that sense, these two groups are comparable. And the increased event rate in the ICD group probably means that ICDs shock inappropriately as well. And that, as I've mentioned, is very dangerous. This comes to a price, and the price is high because there are a lot of ICD complications in this young population. 25% of individuals had an inappropriate shocks, and as I mentioned, that is to be avoided in these patients. And almost 30% had other device-related complications. So ICD therapy in CPVT patients may be life-saving. Occasionally, you do need it. It has a very high yield of inappropriate shocks. It has a very high yield of ineffective shocks. It has a high yield of other complications, and it may actually be proarrhythmic, causing death. So that brings me to the main conclusions that the majority of patients, CPVT patients, are well controlled with beta blocker and/or flecainide. Left cardiac sympathetic denervation in those who are not, and I think an ICD should be avoided at all price. Importantly, side effects of drug therapy, and particularly beta blocker, are significant. There is a substantial percentage of non-adherence, at least 50% in the survey that I mentioned. ICD therapy is definitely not the solution. And so this field is really where new therapy is warranted. There is a high unmet need in this population. And with that, I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Vilda. Now I'd like to introduce James Valentine, our moderator for today, who has been working with us over the past several months to help plan this meeting. James has worked the last 16 years as a champion for the patient voice as part of the regulatory process. He previously worked at the FDA, where he was a patient liaison, helping to incorporate the patient voice into medical product review across the FDA's various medical product centers and review divisions. There, he helped to develop and launch the Patient-Focused Drug Development Initiative. In private practice, James has worked with many patient organizations to ensure their community voices are heard by decision makers. James has been involved in helping plan and moderate many of the over 90 externally led PFDD meetings, including our ARVC meeting last year. So we are in good hands with James. Now over to you, James.
Oh, well, thank you so much, Genevieve, for the introduction, and it's such a pleasure now to be with the CPVT community this afternoon. So now that we've heard a clinical overview from a disease expert, we get to turn to the core of this afternoon's meeting, which is to hear from you, people living with CPVT and their parents, spouses, children, and other direct caregivers. We welcome the Long QT community who may be joining us after this morning's meeting, and we do ask that you stay in listening mode during this afternoon's session. So patient-focused drug development is a more systematic way of gathering patient perspectives on their condition and on available treatments. As you heard from FDA's Dr. Walker, your input can help inform the agency's understanding of CPVT to inform drug development and review. This afternoon's meeting is interactive, so let me tell you a bit of what we'll be asking of you and how this afternoon's meeting will be organized. So the meeting is structured into 2 overall sessions, and the first session will be exploring the patient and caregiver experience with living with CPVT and how those symptoms and health effects impact your daily lives. Following that, in our second session, we'll bring everyone back together to explore your experiences with current treatments and strategies to manage CPVT symptoms. So what will those sessions look like in our discussions? Well, we'll be bringing your voices into today's program using 3 different methods. The first thing we're going to be doing in each of our sessions is hearing from a panel of patients and caregivers, people living with CPVT, to help share their experiences, setting a foundation for our later discussion. And they were selected to reflect a range of experiences with CPVT itself and treatment approaches, But we know that any panel of individuals won't fully reflect the range of experiences, which is why we'll then be expanding our discussion and have a facilitated audience discussion with all of you who are here live this afternoon, all of our patients living with CPVT and their caregivers. You'll be building on what we've heard from the panel. I'll be asking questions and inviting you to share your comments. This can be done in one of two ways, either by calling in, I'll be sharing that phone number shortly, as well as by submitting written comments, which can be done using the web form under your player on the web page today. Finally, we'll be broadening our inclusion of input to our whole audience of patients and caregivers by using polling questions. We'll be asking CPVT patients and caregivers only to use their web browser, either on their computer or on your phone, to respond. And again, those questions will broaden the discussion to everyone and actually aid in our discussion by getting everyone thinking about these different topics. I want to mention that there's also the opportunity to provide written comments for 30 days after today's meeting. Whether it's something that you've thought of after we conclude today, maybe you weren't able to get everything into the dialogue that you wanted, or maybe you're watching this meeting on demand at the recording of today's live meeting. We encourage you to submit comments as well. All of today's input, as well as that additional written input, will be summarized in what's called a Voice of the Patient report, which will be provided to FDA, as well as made available online for researchers and drug developers. So just a few ground rules before we get started today. We encourage people living with CPVT and their parents, spouses, children, and other direct caregivers to contribute to our dialogue. Again, this can be done through polling questions, calling in by phone, and submitting written comments. The discussion today is limited to patients, family members, and other direct caregivers of those with CPVT. We ask that members of the LQTS community refrain from participating in this afternoon's meeting, as you all have provided your input already this morning. I also want to mention that our colleagues from the FDA, drug developers, clinicians, and other drug development stakeholders are here to listen. Lastly, I want to mention that views expressed today are inherently personal, and the discussion may get emotional at times. So, respect for one another is paramount, and to that end, we do ask that you try to be focused and concise in your comments, so that way we can hear from as many voices as possible. Without further ado, let's get into our first set of polling questions today. This is a set of questions that will help us get an understanding of who we have in our audience that's living with CPVT, as well as our caregivers. So if you can go ahead and open a new tab in your web browser on your computer. Alternatively, you can open up a browser on your phone, and you can at this point go ahead and type in www.pollev.com/SADS-PFDD. Again, that website is www.pollev.com/SADS-PFDD. Once you get to this web page, you'll be able to keep this up throughout the remainder of our program. Every time we go to a new question, it'll automatically pop up there for you to respond to. You can just make your selections right there. No need to hit submit. As soon as you click any responses, they'll automatically be logged. Although you can change them as you go, and we'll see the results in real time together. So in our first question for you today is, we want to know, are you either A, someone living with CPVT, or B, a caregiver of someone with CPVT? And we understand that individuals with CPVT may both be living with the condition as well as caregiving for others with it. But if that's you, please still select A as being someone living with CPVT. All right, we'll just give one more moment in case there's anyone else still trying to get into the system. I do like to make sure everyone's in before we move forward, so that way we can keep track of your responses throughout today. But as it stands, it looks like about 80% of our audience are individuals living with CPVT, and about 20% of our audience are people who are caregivers of people living with CPVT and are themselves not living with the condition. If we go to our second polling question, so here we want to know, where do you currently reside? The options are A, the U.S. Pacific time zone, B, U.S. Mountain Time, C, U.S. Central Time, D, U.S. Eastern Time, E, U.S. Alaska Time, F, U.S. Hawaii Time, G, Europe, H, the Middle East, J, Canada, K, Mexico, or L, other, some other country or region not otherwise represented in the response options. So we'll give a few more moments here as results are trickling in. It's looking like we've got good representation across our major U.S. time zones, Pacific, Mountain, Central, and Eastern, as well as some representation from Europe. So we encourage you, no matter where you live in the U.S. or even if you live outside of the United States, to please not only continue participating in polling, but we encourage you to call in and write in throughout the session. If we go to our next polling question, here we want to know, how old are you if you're living with CPVT, or if you're a caregiver, how old is your loved one with CPVT? And the options are A, 0 to 2 years of age, B, 3 to 5 years of age, C, 6 to 12 years, D, 13 to 18, E, 19 to 35 years, F, 36 to 50 years, G, 51 to 60 years of age, or H, 61 years of age or older. And we do understand if you're living with CPVT, you'll be responding on behalf of yourself, and that you aren't unfortunately able to enter in responses for all of the individuals you might be able to, like for example, if you call in, speak to not only yours, but maybe your parents, your siblings, your children's experiences. So it's looking, at least right now, like the 19 to 35 year age range is our most represented group. Although we're seeing kind of a little bit of a bell curve from the 6 to 12 year age range all the way up to the 61 year of age and older. No one reporting that their loved one is 0 to 2 years of age or 3 to 5 years of age. Although again, we understand that maybe there are some individuals living with CPVT that do have children that are affected in that age range. And we do want to hear about those experiences during the discussion. So we have one more polling question for you. As part of this first batch, we want to know, at what age were you or your loved one diagnosed with CPVT? So the options here are 0 to 2 years of age, B, 3 to 5 years, C, 6 to 12 years, D, 13 to 18 years, E, 19 to 35 years, F, 36 to 50 years, G, 51 to 60 years of age, or H, 61 years of age or older. So again, we'll give everyone here a few more moments to log their responses to this question. At what age was you or your loved one diagnosed with CPVT? So we're seeing quite a widespread, although it looks like the 6 to 12 year age range is most represented, followed by the 19 to 35 year age range. Overall, we're seeing a shift to lower ages, as we would expect relative to the previous question, with people having been diagnosed as early as down to 3 to 5 years of age. No one reporting diagnosis in the 0 to 2 years of age range. So I want to thank you for participating in this first set of polling questions. Again, just to get a sense of who we have in our audience representing those living with CPVT. At this point, I'd like to move us into our first topic of actual discussion. And so I'd like to share with you a set of questions that we hope you'll chime in and help us better understand your experiences with. So again, this first session is all about living with CPVT and helping us understand those symptoms and daily impacts of the condition itself. So we want to know, how does CPVT affect you or your loved one on best or worst days? In addition, we know that the symptoms of CPVT may be different over time. So how have they changed over time, whether that's week to week, month to month, or over the course of years? And not only how have the symptoms changed, but how is the ability to cope with those symptoms changed over that same period of time? Knowing that symptoms are not only do we want you to help us to understand by describing the symptoms and health effects, but we want to understand how those impact your daily lives, So we want to know, are there specific activities that are important to you or your loved one that you or they cannot either do at all or as fully because of CPVT? And we also want to know, what do you fear the most as you or your loved one gets older, living with CPVT, and what worries you the most about their condition? So to get us started on this topic, it's my pleasure to introduce our first panel of this meeting. We have Pam and Kennedy, Amy, Sammy, and Jen. Pam and Kennedy, why don't you take it away?
Good morning. My name is Pam, and I am 82 years old and am a silent carrier of CPVT. I am here today with my granddaughter, Kennedy, age 29, who survived cardiac arrest and is living with CPVT. We both live in Tucson, Arizona. Our CPVT journey began the morning of August 2nd, 1987. My 17-year-old healthy athletic son Matthew jogged to his workplace at the local Wiener Schnitzel restaurant. Upon arriving, he collapsed and he died. An autopsy was negative. No physical explanation for the cause of death. His death certificate says cause of death, an anomaly. Our family medical mystery began. At this time, CPVT was unknown to me or to local medical experts. Let's fast forward to June 11, 2001. My daughter, Brittany, Matthew's sister, and Kennedy's mom, age 36, ran excitedly to her next-door neighbor's home late that afternoon to borrow a turkey baster. Brittany collapsed with cardiac arrest in her neighbor's kitchen. Paramedics could not revive her, and she was pronounced dead at Tucson's Northwest Hospital. The medical mystery continued, but we now were certain that the cause of death for both of my children was genetic. And like many families with this rare genetic disease, the first symptom is sudden death.
I was 6 years old when my mom died, and my sister was almost 8. I remember the months following her death. My dad and grandma were fearful for my sister and me. Were we candidates for sudden death? My sister and I were running on treadmills with Holter monitors and visiting numerous doctors in the Tucson area. And I wasn't sure what was going on, but I certainly didn't want to die like my mom. No doctor's diagnosis was conclusive, but we were prescribed beta blockers as precaution. Solving our medical mystery continued.
The years from 2003 to 2012 resulted in a continued search for a DNA answer. Long QT was suspected, however, mutations that were known at the time could not be identified in my DNA. CPVT was suspected but inconclusive. My granddaughters were under the care of a pediatric electrophysiologist in Phoenix. Their clinical tests were not conclusive, and the girls continued with beta blocker precautionary prescriptions. On January 23, 2013, I received an unthinkable phone call from Kennedy's school. Kennedy at the time was 17 years old, and she was in her senior year of high school.
The school called my grandmother to tell her that I was in an ambulance and was being transported to the local hospital. I had a cardiac arrest while in my weightlifting class doing pull-ups. After several repetitions, I collapsed and immediately went into cardiac arrest. Fortunately, 2 of my instructors performed CPR, chest compressions, as well as mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. For 15 minutes, I was not breathing and had no pulse. My teachers relentlessly kept up CPR until paramedics arrived, reviving my cardiac rhythm. I was taken to the hospital where I was put on life support, and doctors became cautiously optimistic. I was put in an ice bath, put into an induced coma, and transported to Arizona University's Children's Hospital. Later that night, an EEG miraculously indicated no brain damage. I will forever be thankful to my teachers for saving my life with CPR.
After 1 week in the Tucson hospital, an ICD was implanted in Kennedy's chest and heart. DNA testing conversations continued. We now knew that whatever the mystery disease was, it was certain that Kennedy had it. This time, DNA testing involved samples from me, Kennedy, a cousin in Nebraska, and an autopsy DNA sample from Brittany, Kennedy's mom, and myself, of course. Results showed all DNA samples with a CPVT variant of unknown significance on the RYR2 gene F13L. We had found the smoking gun. Medical mystery solved. Kennedy's near-death experience was the catalyst to solving our medical mystery. Extended family members could now be tested for the mutation. Kennedy's sister is not affected. However, 4 other family members now know that they are living with CPVT. They have no symptoms, but they do show clinical signs of the arrhythmia.
For me, my only symptom of CPVT was cardiac arrest. I have an ICD in my chest, and beta blockers are my daily medication. This means monitoring of the battery as well as having surgery to replace the battery. What is it like to grow older with an ICD? Will I need the ICD forever? Can it one day be removed? And will I need to take the beta blockers forever? How does CPVT affect my daily life? Well, my biggest personal fear is, as someone who hopes to have children one day, how can I ensure that they do not inherit CPVT? Do I pursue in vitro fertilization and then genetic testing prior to implantation? Or do I take a 50-50 chance and hope my child will not inherit the CPVT mutation? In terms of how CPVT continues to affect my daily life, the defibrillator in my chest is a very secure reminder for me that life is extremely precious, even amidst the unknown. I lost my mom, I lost my uncle, but I'm still here. And for that, I will forever be grateful.
My name is Amy and I am 37 years old and live in New York City. I have CPVT. I was initially diagnosed with LQTS when I was 13 years old. I had genetic testing done 4 times throughout the years and all was negative for LQTS. Then when I was 28 years old, I had recurrent VT recorded on my ICD. I had an electrophysiology study done and then was correctly diagnosed with CPVT. I had genetic testing for the 5th time, and this time it was positive for CPVT, and I have the RYR2 gene. I am a de novo simultaneous mutation, meaning I am the only one in my family to have it. I have had symptoms of tiredness, dizziness, and being lightheaded, and these were due to the medications I am on. I would say tiredness and dizziness were the most bothersome symptoms. These symptoms occur from time to time, and sometimes it is due to stress or not sleeping well. A psychological impact is always thinking in the back of the mind if I was going to experience an episode and growing up trying to avoid things that may trigger an event. I was 11 years old when I had my first passing out episode, and all tests were done for my brain and nothing was found. Then 2 years later, while running in gym class, I had a syncope episode, and this time tests were done for my heart because I told the doctors I already had tests for my brain and nothing was found. After having EKGs, a heart thermometer, and a stress test, I was diagnosed with LQTS. There was another time when I was 9 years old while running, and then the next thing I knew, I was on the floor. Now looking back, I believe these symptoms were related to my CPVT. It affected me as a child that I felt like I would not be able to keep up with my friends. My best days are being able to get through the day without any tiredness and dizziness. My worst days will be having to take rests after walking on the stairs and having to wait for the dizziness to subside. I currently take Nadolol and Fraconite, and my tiredness and dizziness are side effects from these medications. The tiredness impacts my life by having to sleep at a certain time. I experienced pain in my session from my ICD surgery. It was bearable pain at first, but as the years went by, the pain got worse, and there were times when I could not sleep because of the pain. I tried taking medication, acupuncture, and ice for the pain, At first, acupuncture worked for a while to ease the pain. In 2016, I then had lead extraction and repositioning of my ICU. This helped it with the pain a lot, but unfortunately, due to nerves being cut during surgery, the pain in my incision would never go away, and I still experience pain from time to time. In terms of CPVT affecting my life activities and affecting my school and work, we'll be having to rest on some days. One of the challenges I faced was having to translate medical terminology to my parents who did not speak a lot of English and making sure they understood. There were translators, however, translation can get lost and sometimes I cannot be sure if what the doctors are saying is being translated correctly. Another challenge I faced was when do I tell my employer about my CPVT and what aspects do I share with them. On one hand, I want them to understand, and on the other hand, I do not want to scare them. I remember one of the supervisors said to me, "Heart conditions usually occur in older people," and I was thinking, well, educational resources need to be on different size conditions. I am frustrated at times when other doctors do not understand CPVT, and I, as the patient, have to explain to them. Although I know research has gone a long way for ICD, I am still frustrated at times as to why ICD only lasts 10 to 15 years now. As I get older, I most fear going through menopause as I know hormonal changes can affect CPVT. And if I will develop Alzheimer's, which would cause me to be forgetful and forget to take my medications, which are important aspects of treating my CPVT. In the future, I would like to have better treatments for CPVT, such as medications with no or very little side effects, devices that will have better battery life and needing less surgeries, and gene therapy that could be a one-time treatment that could lead to you taking less medication or have to take medications at all, or not have to take medications at all. I would be able to go to more social events with my friends, and I would not have to make sure I sleep at a certain time to make sure I get enough rest, which will positively impact my life.
Hi, I'm Sammy, and thank you for this opportunity. I have CPVT and am 17 years old, but I almost didn't make it to my 17th birthday. My mom will now share our family story.
Hi, I'm Jennifer and am 46 years old, living with CPVT. My family and I reside in Missouri City, Texas. Every morning, we're greeted with the same bittersweet reality. Bitter is just a taste of the eternal emotion of losing a child. Sweet is the ever-present gratitude one of our children came back to life after being pronounced dead. September 12, 2019 was our 10-year-old son Frankie's last day. He spent that day at school as he did most, engaging with everyone. He came home, told us about his amazing day, cuddled me as always before heading upstairs. Before long, we heard a scream and a thump. Frankie, who had a history of seizures, had gone to the bathroom and felt his fourth and final seizure coming on. My husband and I rushed up the stairs to find Frankie appearing to be seizing, though the uncontrolled motions looked odd and seemed very slow. My husband, a former firefighter and EMT, started CPR on Frankie for the second time in his life. My husband, the first responders and hospital staff tried and tried to resuscitate him, but to no avail. Our worst nightmare was now our dark reality. Just 1 week prior, his neurologist told us he was fine and not to worry. If he has a seizure, he has a seizure. It's okay. Don't worry, Mama. We later learned his top neurologist, an epilepsy expert, had never heard of CPVT or the correlation between seizures and CPVT. 2 months before his passing, Frankie was put on Keppra, an anti-seizure medication, after having suffered his third apparent seizure and being diagnosed epileptic. This is protocol. That seizure happened on a high dive at our local pool. Frankie began seizing so much he fell 10 feet headfirst onto concrete from the high dive. Somehow, he made a full recovery, suffering only a traumatic brain injury and a small brain bleed. During his time in the hospital, a cardiac nurse who happened to be on the neurology floor took his vitals and noticed a quiet, slow heart rate and blood pressure that concerned her. I shared that I have the same heart rate and blood pressure, but said it should be checked anyhow. The medical team ran an EKG that revealed nothing of concern, and that was it. No other cardiac-related follow-ups occurred even after I expressed deep concern and pushed for more testing. I was told there was no cause for additional testing. Nearly 4 years would pass before we learned why our angel passed away. An autopsy only ruled it sudden unexpected death in epilepsy, or SUDEP. 4 years, 4 months later, on January 7th, 2023, our healthy 16-year-old Sammy suffered a sudden cardiac arrest while harnessed at an indoor rock climbing gym. He made it to the top of the wall, rang the bell, and when he looked down, his body went limp. He was carefully lowered down when onlookers realized he wasn't breathing and had no pulse. A bystander and local radiologist administered CPR immediately until emergency crews arrived and took over. As my husband and I were on our knees just a few feet from Sammy, calling to him and encouraging him to hang on, come back, and fight, our heads were spinning. How was this happening again, and why to a perfectly healthy teenager? In all, over 2 hours of CPR was given before we heard the words we never thought we'd hear again. Mr. and Mrs. Burko, I'm sorry. We've done everything we can, but your son is gone. We'll clear the room and give you some time to say goodbye. My husband Craig and I stood on either side of our firstborn child's body. We told him how proud we are of him, how much joy he brought us and all who know him. Next, I said a prayer. Suddenly, Craig yelled out, "He moved." The doctor poked his head in and explained it was likely just a reflex. Nearly 5 minutes after they called the time of death, I noticed Sammy's neck turning purple and pulsating. "He has a heartbeat," yelled Craig. The doctor and his team came running in with disbelief and immediately began stabilizing Sammy. Once he was ready to go to the pediatric intensive care unit, the doctor, a seasoned professional at one of the world's leading children's hospitals, said he had never seen anything like that before. He had no scientific explanation. It was simply miraculous. But that wouldn't be the only miracle in Sammy's story. Sammy was expected to die or be deemed brain dead within 24 hours. But instead he woke up and was cognitively sound, minus a traumatic brain injury affecting his short-term memory. Sammy also suffered an ischemic injury to his spine from lack of oxygen, causing paraplegia. Today, he is mostly wheelchair-bound, aside from ambulating in leg braces with a walker for short distances and in physical therapy. He is back in school, having made up an entire semester that he missed. He's even back in AP courses, including physics. This was all possible thanks to a specialty genetics and cardiology team at Texas Children's Hospital that found CPVT in our 2 sons and me. Dr. Christina Miyake is mapping our family phenotypes, and in our children's cases, an adrenaline rush due to fear seems to set off CPVT symptoms like fainting, seizures, and cardiac arrest. It turns out Frankie's epilepsy was not a final diagnosis, as we were told. Epilepsy was a symptom of a larger diagnosis. Sammy was placed on a beta blocker, Nadolol, calcium blocker, flecainide, had a sympathectomy surgery, and had surgery to place an abdominal ICD. I'm a bit of an anomaly in that I have CPVT, am 46 years old, and have never had a cardiac arrest or known of my condition until now. Today I'm on Nadolol after a general cardiologist mistakenly put me on an inappropriate beta blocker for CPVT. I also have a loop recorder. The only symptoms I experienced previous to my diagnosis were fainting or feeling faint when overheated and dizziness upon standing. Sammy had no symptoms. The biggest side effect for my son and I that we experience today is exhaustion due to our medications. My husband and I remain on anti-anxiety and antidepressant medications due to the trauma our family has experienced because of CPVT. Traumas and deaths that could have been prevented with a correct diagnosis.
Wow, thank you so much, Jen and Sammy, for sharing both of yours and your whole family's experience, and really to all of our panelists who were so brave to be first to share today of their experiences of what it is to live with and the symptoms and health effects and life-threatening nature of CPVT. So now it's our first opportunity to broaden the discussion to all of you, people living with CPVT, as well as direct caregivers and family members, to have you help us further understand what it is to live with this condition. We invite you to call in now or at any point during discussion to do so, and you can call in by using the phone number 1-703-844-3231. Again, that phone number is 1-703-844-3231. You can also submit written comments using the comment box or form under the player on the webpage you're following along today. But to further this discussion, I'd like to start us off with a polling question to broaden this to everyone in our audience and get a sense of your experiences. So if you can go ahead and go back to that webpage we were at a little earlier, or if you've just joined us and you're someone living with CPVT or a caregiver, you can go to www.pollev.com/SADS-PFDD. And as we go to new questions throughout the program, they'll automatically appear there, so you can keep this webpage open. So our first discussion, or our first polling question for this afternoon's discussion is we'd like for you to select the top 3 most troublesome CPVT-related health concerns that you or your loved one have ever had, and you can select up to 3. The options are A, abnormal heart rhythm, B, lightheadedness or fainting, C, cardiac arrest, D, impaired exercise tolerance, E, fatigue or sleepiness, F, weight loss or gain, G, fear of shocks, H, anxiety or depression, or I, some other CPVT related health concern that you or your loved one have ever had that represents one of the top 3 most troublesome that you've experienced. As you're making these selections, and we want you to think about your experiences with these different symptoms and health concerns, what makes them rise to the top as the most troublesome in your experience. And we ask that you would call in and write in to help share and help us understand these different symptoms. So as it stands, it looks like cardiac arrest is the top here. I guess I should point out this is our first question as part of this session where our respondents can pick more than one option. So the percentages you're seeing on the right side represent a percentage of total responses, not the percentage of people selecting any one option. So you can think of these bars as kind of relative rankings. So again, cardiac arrest is rising to the top as the most troublesome health concern that's been experienced by our audience today. After that, it looks like abnormal heart rhythm, lightheadedness or fainting, and fatigue or sleepiness are right there as a second batch, followed closely behind anxiety and depression. And really everything here is in some number of people's top 3, although no one are reporting other CPVT-related health concerns. So thank you for participating in that polling. Again, you can keep this web page open. We'll come back to some polling questions shortly. I'd now like to welcome our Zoom panel. These are some of your peers living with CPVT, as well as caregivers who will be sharing their experiences during the session today. And Julie, I'd like to maybe start with you here. As you were looking at that list of different of the symptoms and health effects, there's a wide range of those different direct impacts of CPVT. What would you report as the most troublesome one that you've experienced?
Thank you. I'm Julie, and I live in east of Dallas, Texas. I'm affected, and I have 2 children, 2 sons, that are 11 and 15 years old, and they are both affected. The most troubling symptom was definitely the sudden cardiac arrest. My youngest son was kind of our index case, and he suffered 5 cardiac arrests and within 7 syncope episodes. So he would have the syncope, he would lose his heart rhythm, and someone would have to perform CPR. So 5 of those instances, 3 on the playground at school, and 2 in a swimming pool at the Y.
Wow.
And like the previous lady who presented, we are grateful for the people, the first responders, the teachers that were there who knew CPR, and the lifeguards at the Y.
Yeah. Well, Julie, thank you for sharing that, and that's tremendous to hear. 5 cardiac arrests, 7 syncope episodes. Can you tell us a little bit about how old he was, over what period of time that all happened?
So the first instance of syncope was 2020, he was a little over 7.5. And because we weren't diagnosed yet, they continue to happen, and they happened until just before his 9th birthday.
Wow. So all 5 of them in that 2-year period of time, or give or take.
It was about every 3 months or so.
Wow. And were all 5 of those, during times where he was, participating in physical activity? It sounded like that was a common theme across a number of those.
Correct, but it wasn't extreme exertion. A couple of times he was running on the playground. Once he was sliding down a slide. And then 2 times he had just gotten into the pool, and he wasn't swimming. He was just walking around because he doesn't know how to swim. But thank God he had on a life jacket both times.
Wow. Well, thank you so much for helping us understand that, Julie. And that's very scary to hear. I guess maybe if you could tell us just how old is he now, and how have things been going since those 5 events?
He's 11 now. The last event was in February of 2022. The neurologist, I'm so sorry about that. The neurologist that he had been seeing, because they thought it was seizures, pushed for genetic testing, and we got that. So once we got the genetic testing, all the dots were immediately connected.
Sure.
He was put on a beta blocker, and had a loop recorder implanted. And we saw more concerning PVCs, so he had LCSD surgery. So he hasn't had any major events since the last one, and he hasn't had any really concerning irregular beats since the LCSD surgery almost 2 years ago.
Wow. Well, thank you so much for sharing all of that and helping us understand his journey. And I'm glad to hear that that he's no longer experiencing those events. Ava, I'd like to bring you in on the same topic. We're exploring the different direct symptoms and health effects of CPVT. In your family, what has been the most troublesome?
Hi, I'm Eva, and I'm from Houston, Texas. My husband suffered a sudden cardiac arrest in 2016, and 2 weeks later, when he was sent home from the hospital, we still didn't know why. And over the years, I just kind of kept nagging to get my son tested for something because I didn't want him to suffer either. And my son was 12 when we finally got some testing, and he was diagnosed with CPVT, which then kind of later told us what my husband had, what caused his sudden cardiac arrest.
Right.
So yeah.
So a couple of questions to kind of explore both of their experiences. I guess first, was your son, has he either before or after getting that diagnosis experienced any symptoms? And then kind of the second question will be for your husband. Once he kind of, because of your son, got his diagnosis, did that connect the dots on maybe any things he was experiencing that might have otherwise been written off or unexplained, like in terms of symptoms day to day?
So my son, thank God, has not gotten any symptoms, no cardiac arrest. That would be the symptom.
Yeah.
He since he started the beta blockers, he's had one episode where he fainted.
Okay.
But we don't know why. So then after that, immediately he got an implanted loop recorder.
Okay.
So we can know just in case something happened.
Right.
My husband, when he was sent home from the hospital, he got an SICD as just a precautionary because we didn't know why his heart stopped.
Right. So
since then, he did right away. He did have a lot of anxiety about driving, about being home alone. It's been a few years now, so he's gotten better with it. But those are the big things. And my son was 12 when he was diagnosed. So he's going through all the teenage stuff. And then on top of that, he has this heart problem.
Right. And this might seem like it's should be straightforward, but that anxiety that your husband has had, since coming home, what is causing that anxiety for him?
Well, he's afraid that his heart might stop again. He's always at first, like I said, he was afraid to take a shower. He was afraid to be in any room alone because he didn't want to be alone should something happen. So we just took turns, just keeping an eye on him until he felt sure of himself that he was going to be okay, that this was just some random occurrence, that it wasn't going to happen again.
Gotcha. Wow. Well, thank you so much for sharing all of that. Kind of working around here, Allison, I want to give you a chance to speak to this particular question. Lots of direct symptoms and health effects related to CPVT. What maybe is most burdensome, most troublesome for you?
Hi, my name is Allison. I've been living with CPVT for over 20 years. I live in the Chicagoland area. I may be a future caregiver. I have 2 young children, so they're not old enough yet to know if they're going to have CPVT or not, but they are at risk given this condition. My family falls into one of those more rare genetic variants of CPVT, so we really have no idea what that means. I'm the first to be diagnosed with CPVT, so we don't really know what the future holds for us.
Right.
But definitely those abnormal heart rhythms, the passing out, the fainting, feeling your heart not being in a good rhythm is a pretty scary experience. When I was younger, I would be playing volleyball one second and on the floor the next, and be in the hospital, and nobody could tell me, no one could tell us why. As many people have said, got other misdiagnoses along the way before finally figuring out what was going on. But those abnormal heart rhythms leading to the lightheadedness, the fainting, the passing out, which obviously then stirs a lot of anxiety for, you don't know when it's going to happen and if you're going to be okay when it happens. So those are some of the things that definitely hit home for me and my family.
Yeah, no, that's important to hear about, and I'm just wondering, those kind of lightheadedness and fainting kind of episodes, how frequently were you having those, and it sounds like maybe at least some of the time you would feel an abnormal heart rhythm, might give you like, a moment's notice, but, were they otherwise predictable?
They were very unpredictable. I went through periods of my life where they happened so frequently that I had to stop doing any type of competitive sport or working out. But then there would be times where I'd go through long stretches and I wouldn't have it at all. And there was no explanation for that. So it's extremely unpredictable. I mean, still to this day, I will feel those abnormal heart rhythms. And, the worst thing for CPVT is adrenaline, and they tell you to stay calm. That's very hard to do when you feel your heart not functioning as it should. So trying to remain calm, not induce additional adrenaline into your system to make it worse. It's kind of this feedback loop, like easier said than done, but very, very unpredictable.
Wow. Well, thank you for helping us understand that. I do see we have a phone caller that I'd like to bring into the discussion. We have Kerwin from Pasadena, California. Kerwin, I'd like to welcome you to the program. Are you with us?
I am. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for being here. So I know you wanted to call in and share some of your family's experience with CPVT. Would love to hear what you have to share.
Yes, my wife and I experienced the same story that some of your presenters have, and we just wanted to add our support for this meeting, this time with you. Our beloved daughter Morgan passed away in April of 2017 from CPVT. And prior to her death, we found out that she had it because she fainted on the playground 2 days before her 10th birthday. Wow. And that sent us to Children's Hospital of LA with Dr. Michael Silka, who's an amazing doctor and one of the leaders in the field. Just like, what we've heard, Dr. Silka immediately prescribed propranolol and Nadolol to Morgan and told her that she couldn't do anything that would get her heart rate up, and indefinitely.
Right.
But I wanted to just mention how the side effects of that medication were very difficult to deal with. Her energy was drained drastically. Like after a full day of school, she would come home and have to just sleep 2 to 3 hours before even having any energy to do her homework. And then the mental toll was even more challenging. She became very temperamental and depressed. And this was so uncommon because Morgan was just a joyful, bubbly, personality just that would fill every room. But she just was lethargic and depressed, and that was so uncommon for her. So we're hearing these stories and reliving them, but prayerfully praying that the research, that the partnerships with FDA and everyone else would help us to continue to save lives. One doctor told me recently that our daughter Morgan was born a little too soon to benefit from some of these advances today, and that really broke our hearts. While at the same time, we're determined to do whatever it takes to help change lives.
Yes. Well, Kerwin,
she was tested. She was tested genetically, and the RYR2 was a part of it, but we haven't been tested.
Right.
And at the time, our health insurance did not even didn't even support or approve her testing. Yeah. So that's another caveat. I don't know if you guys would cover that, but we had to have our doctor write letters just to get the testing. So there's a lot of work to be done in this area, but we're committed to it, just like the SADS Foundation, and glad to be a part of this today.
Yeah, well, we're glad you're a part of this today, Kerwin, and we will be addressing some of the downsides to treatments and just generally treatment experiences a little bit more in our next session, but it was really important to hear about Morgan's experience, how you first identified her CPVT, and thank you for sharing, even though it's been 7 years since she passed away. So really appreciate your being here today. So I'd like to I see that we have written comments coming in as well. So I do want to check in with Genevieve to see what we're hearing from the web.
So we have a comment from Gemma Richardson from the UK. She says, our son has CPVT diagnosed after an SCA at age 3. He had an LCSD and takes flecainide and Nadolol. He has low muscle tone, autism, and ADHD. He also has trouble regulating himself. CPVT has had a severe mental impact on our 10-year-old son. We also have another comment from Dawn in Warner, Oklahoma, and she says, I went into cardiac arrest at 29. After testing and an ICD being implanted, they sent me home with no diagnosis. Then our 11-year-old daughter passed out suddenly after running up a hill. 2 weeks later, our son, who was 13, went into cardiac arrest while swimming at a camp and died. They tested him and he had the RYR2 gene. Our daughter and I have the gene as well. We finally got answers, but it took our son dying for that to happen. Joseph from Concord, New Hampshire says, in 2021, my 7-year-old son went into sudden cardiac arrest. He was taken to the hospital and was sedated for almost 2 weeks while they looked for answers. Eventually, he had to relearn how to walk, eat, and we were thrilled that our son was still cognitive and himself. So we see what a huge toll these sudden cardiac arrests take on families.
Yes. Well, thank you for everyone who's been writing in, and know that if we don't get to your comment today, aren't able to read it out loud, that we are receiving them, and we'll be including all of them in the Voice of the Patient report. We've already heard a little bit about this topic, but I want to kind of more explicitly, ask our audience here today to help us understand how CPVT is impacting daily life. And so we're going to go to a polling question. So if you can go back to that webpage, go to www.pollev.com/SADS PFDD. In our next polling question, we want to know what specific activities of daily life are important to you or your loved one that you or they are not able to do either at all or struggle with as a result of CPVT. And you can select up to 3 of your top responses here. The options are A, attending school, B, stamina, C, biking or playing sports, D, self-care, E, sleeping, F, working or having a career, G, attending social events with family or friends, or H, some other specific activity of daily life that's important to you or your loved one that they're not able to do or struggle with as a result of this condition. So as you're making these selections, I want you to think about, what about CPVT is making these difficult? Maybe it's not just one thing, but multiple aspects. We really want to explore, whether these things are not possible or if you're able to do them, but need to modify these activities or they're just difficult. Really help us understand and see, a little glimpse into what living life with CPVT looks like. So while results are trickling in here at the end, as it stands, stamina and biking or playing sports are reported as 2 of the largest activities in daily life that are important, that are impacted. After that, we're seeing attending social events with family and friends being reported, as well as working or having a career. But importantly, every single thing here is in some number of people's top 3 activities that are either impossible or difficult as a result of this condition. So if you'd like to share some of your experiences, the impacts that CPVT has had on your daily life, I'd like to encourage you to call in. You can do so by dialing in at 1-703-844-3231. Again, that's 1-703-844-3231. While anyone that wants to call in is doing so, I'd like to check in with our Zoom panel and maybe start with Rachel on this topic. As we're thinking about the things that are difficult or impossible to do as a result of CPVT and the symptoms and health effects of this condition. What is important that's been impacted in your family?
Hi, my name is Rachel. Our daughter Isabella, who is now 19, was diagnosed with CPVT when she was 7. We live in San Diego. And from the very beginning of this, I'm going to get emotional. The diagnostic burden underlying impact on our life has been fear. And even though we've been dealing with this for 12 years, the fear doesn't go away. And I think I carry that fear more than my daughter. She's the only one that has CPVT. By the way, we were all genetically tested. So she was diagnosed kind of traumatically. Okay, I'll try to keep it short. So when she was 7, we went to SeaWorld, and honoring her bravery, we went on a roller coaster. And 2 seconds into that ride, I kind of pulled myself over to take a look at her, and all I saw was her lips went white and her eyes rolled back, and she was unconscious. So she was unconscious for the whole ride. The ride ended, the seat opened up, and she was a wet little noodle. She'd been incontinent. She was still unconscious. Carried her off. And by miracle, she came to and was nauseated and confused. And I thought, well, you're never going on a roller coaster again. So that was that. We checked it off the list. Didn't think anything cardiac was going on. I thought she held her breath. I thought she got scared and just passed out. Fast forward 2 weeks, she was at summer camp with her little brother who was 5, and they were transitioning inside after a break outside, and she had had a snack. And suddenly my 5-year-old said that she had her hat on, her eyes were closed, and she just dropped. So again, another unforeseen event. Fortunately, she was picked up and carried to get help. During that time, she woke up those few moments, and she had a choking episode, which they called 911 and paramedics called me and said, we have your daughter. She had an atypical choking episode, which we then, after questioning my 5-year-old, discovered that she had had a syncopal spell again. We didn't know what it was. So at that point, we were full of fear and not knowing what was going on. She was hospitalized and we did every thinkable test under the sun. Everything comes back normal. As you all know, it's the perfect storm. To have that rhythm is the hallmark diagnosis or genetic testing. And fortunately, I insisted on a cardiac monitor. She wore it for a month because her symptoms were 2 weeks apart. And I just had this gut instinct that something was going on with her heart. About 28 days into wearing that said monitor, I got a call from her school that she had pins and needles and she was stressed out and she was freaking out. She's 7, couldn't articulate what she was feeling. And I'll really put this into a small nugget because it's a longer story, but we ended up in the ER. They said she had an anxiety disorder. We were going to go see a psychiatrist and give her all her tools in her toolbox. When results came in from her Holter monitor, not the ER, saying that she had the hallmark rhythm, CPVT was diagnosed. So she then went to Children's and started on her medication. So talk about what impacts our life. At that moment in time when she was diagnosed, fear of a cardiac arrest and losing your child, like that is usually the first symptom. We were so fortunate that she hadn't died twice.
Yes.
So since diagnosis, beta blockers, antiarrhythmics, we do treadmill tests. Everything has been, she's had 0 syncopal episodes or significant events for 12 years. We maybe tweak her meds if her treadmill results look like, she's having too much ectopy. They'll tweak her meds, but she's been solid, med compliant. It's drilled in her. And if you ask her, her life is great. We've really empowered her to be a hero, and she doesn't feel that CPVT really impacts her. And I think it's because she was practically her whole life, she's had it. So it's been part of her every day.
Sure.
Fear has come back into our life real quick, James, is she's now a freshman in college. So that was a giant thing for mom, at least, to be letting her go and be independent. But boy, did we feel very confident that she is safe and on her meds and doing great. Well, about probably 6 weeks ago, she had an event and we do not know why. We don't have that aha moment of that's what she did and don't do it again. And fortunately, she came to again, but she had a significant drop, bilateral bruising, cutting of her knees from her fall, and very indicative of another cardiac event. So we are in process of trying to figure out what happened and what to do next, trying to recreate a wheel that doesn't exist on an algorithm for CPVT. So we are very optimistic and wanting to be a part of all of this to try to better all of the futures.
Yeah. Well, Rachel, thank you so much for kind of helping walk us through, her experiences and that, kind of different stages that she's went through, including that most recent one. Greg, I'd like to bring you in on this topic as well, kind of thinking about, activities in daily life that maybe are most impacted or difficult as a result of, this condition. What stands out in your mind?
Sure. So just a quick recap, I kind of was diagnosed almost 28 years ago after surviving a cardiac arrest and, did a bit of was misdiagnosed, blah, 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 do have CPVT, do have some genetics, and then I'm on, appropriate medicine. I think the thing that really impacted me before, and I think like anything, you get really used to it over living with it for the huge majority of your life. So I wouldn't say now I have like a constant impact, but there's significant impact when I was growing up, I think. Lots of restrictions on what I was supposed to do, lots of, I was probably going to be kind of sporty and that was all taken away. And it was frustrating because you don't quite understand why you're different as a kid.
Yes.
And I had an ICD placed about a year after my arrest. And that was something also you just don't understand. And I had some inappropriate shocks and myriad of problems with the actual ICD. And that's the thing that really, for a long time, kind of made me afraid.
Right.
Just not knowing when a shock would happen, because sometimes, like, I was literally sitting and watching TV, and it wasn't related to an actual arrhythmia.
Yes.
And then years later, arrhythmias happened, and the ICD did its job, and I became more comfortable with it. But I was also about 18 or 19, so now it's 10 years later, and you can understand a bit better.
Sure. Yeah, no, that's helpful, Greg. You kind of started by describing and saying, that you don't have many impacts now, but I just wonder, is that to some degree because you have adjusted to some of those things that you pulled back from before? You mentioned, you might have been more of a sporty kid if you didn't have to, step out of doing those types of things. Do you think your life today is different, because of some of those limitations?
Yeah, I mean, I can't, right? You are your lived experiences in some ways. So I don't think I can say that, of course, I'm who I am because I've experienced this. So, it 100% changed who I was.
Yeah.
Who knows what I would have been, but I became less sporty. I did more, at home stuff. It eventually led me into, a career in healthcare.
Yeah.
So it has its goods and bads, right? Living an experience like this.
Absolutely. And in adulthood, have obviously, it's led you to a certain career and impacted in kind of who you are today. But I guess maybe saying it a little bit more plainly, you haven't, have you tried to do, physical activities that you hadn't attempted when you were, a kid after some of those initial experiences? Do you think that your capacity to do that has at all changed, or is it still the same as before?
I think my capacity to do it is probably less than when I was a kid, because you have now grown less fit. But I think there's definitely a lot of still kind of just almost anxiety towards some intense activity.
Right.
And as much as you can logically understand that there, but there's something in the back that just prevents you from feeling totally comfortable with it.
I see. No, that's very helpful. I do notice that we have a number of written comments coming in on this topic of impacts on daily life. So do you want to check in with Genevieve? What are we seeing there?
We have a comment from Mindy in Richmond Hill, Georgia. She says, I went into cardiac arrest at my swim meet last year, and the AED saved my life. After genetic testing and stress tests, it was proven I have CPVT. I can no longer participate in sports or anything that can cause an adrenaline rush. Nancy from Washington State says, previously competed in a triathlon, then half marathons, but now unable to run at all due to shortness of breath and PVCs. So we have had quite a few comment on how their physical activities have been restricted because of the condition itself.
Wow. Well, thank you for everyone who's been writing in. And again, keep those written comments coming as well, and we'll be sharing those throughout the program. I do recognize that while so much of what people with CPVT have already experienced as a result of the symptoms and daily impacts, and you've already described some of the anxieties and worries that causes, I also recognize that there's things that you might be thinking about as you and your loved ones get older living with this condition. You might have some additional worries and fears for the future. And so I'd like to go to our last polling question of the session. So go ahead and go to that tab in your web browser, go to that browser on your phone, go to www.pollev.com/SADS PFDD. And so here we want to know what worries you the most about your condition in the future. You can select your top 3. The options are A, cardiac arrest, B, premature death, C, impacts on social life, D, need for repeat procedures, E, the ICD failing, F, worsening fatigue, G, that other symptoms will get worse, H, fear of living alone, I, the ability to start your or your loved one starting their own family? Or J, some other worry that you have about your or your loved one's condition in the future that represents one of your top 3 greatest worries? So I'll give everyone a few minutes here as you're making these selections. I want you to think about, are these things that, are worries that you have, kind of day to day, like, let's say it one way, like, is a worry for next week, or are these things that are worries that you have, well into the future? And what is driving that worry? Is it something you've already experienced, or something new that you're worried you might experience for the first time in the future? So as it stands, the top worry is premature death, followed behind that by cardiac arrest and the ability to start my own family. After that, we see responses in the categories of impacts on social life, need for repeat procedures, other symptoms getting worse, also ICD failing, and fear of living alone. So a range of different top worries, but I think we see some of those really rising to the top here related to premature death and cardiac arrest. So I'd like to check in with my Zoom panel here, and maybe with a little wave of a hand if someone has a thought on what their greatest worry or fear for the future is. Yes, let's start with Rachel.
Hi. So again, I think the more stories we hear about, it's fascinating to me, the unpredictability of this condition. Like every story is different. Some people don't express any symptoms at all, but pass it on to their children who die. Like how it's mind boggling. So I think fear again is like the future. It's like, for example, with Isabella, why after 12 years did she suddenly have an event? Nothing has changed as far as her med compliance, etc. So yeah, like, is she safe? Should she be driving? Like, why does it affect some people and it doesn't affect some people? Just that unpredictability of it is in itself is fearful.
Yeah, and Rachel, just kind of quickly, was wondering, do you have a concern that, with one kind of new event that this might be something that's going to recur more frequently for her, or is it just the total unpredictability? Just help me understand a little bit.
Yeah, well, like I said, we kind of very early on created our own little family algorithm for how. So CPVT, what we were told is that the symptoms fuel the treatment.
Yeah.
And I just come from my nursing background is I like to do preventative medicine.
Yeah.
I don't want to wait for the event to happen. So, we created our little algorithm was, get your flecainide levels done, do a stress test once a year, wear a monitor for a month, every 6 months. And that was like our cookie cutter system for 12 years. What happened?
Right.
We're right on track. We're doing what we've always done, yet she has an event.
Don't know what changed. Yeah.
But I want that aha, like that's what you do.
What comes to mind for you as the greatest worry or fear for the future?
Well, my boys are young, so they're 11 and 15. And so, I was told by Dr. Ackerman at Mayo, he's never lost anybody who's medication compliant. And you always have to keep that back in your head, just like everyone else has said, you've got this fear. And, every time either one of the boys sleep like 30 minutes, an hour longer, I'm like, okay, am I going to walk in and they're not going to be there anymore? So that's the big fear. And then I have to like pull myself back and say, okay, we're medication compliant. We're doing everything that we should be doing, but it's still there.
Right.
And, I fear for them, especially listening to the doctor before. The next step for one of them would be an ICD. And it's like, I see all the stuff that he talked about, the negatives with that, and where that's going as well. So that's a big fear for me of, going that next step and for something that might or might not be effective.
Right. Thank you so much, Julie, for adding there. Allison, want to, check in with you on this same question.
My biggest fear is just how it impacts every decision that we make. We can talk about CPVT in silo and how we're going to treat it and how we're going to manage it, but what you need to think about is how it affects every other decision that you make in your life. For example, we wanted to start a family. That meant extremely high risk pregnancies, OBs who were not willing to take on my case because they were not comfortable treating me. We actually had to move to another state in my third trimester to have a specialized care team who specialized in CPVT because nobody in our area had treated it, let alone dealt with somebody who was pregnant. I had to stop certain medications because they weren't deemed safe for pregnancy. Actually, they were just deemed unknown because CPVT is so rare. So it was a risk we couldn't take. So that's just one example, but I'm sure everyone on here could say, like, where, Rachel's daughter went to college. Was it near? Was it far? Where, Julie's kids, what they're going to, it affects every other decision outside of just the medical aspects of the person living with it.
Wow, that's really profound. Thank you so much, Allison. Ava, I'd like to I think I saw your hand there too, invite you to comment on this topic of worries for the future.
Hi, and so as part of having a teenage kid who's a little bit rebellious, everybody's talking about being compliant on their medication. There are times when I've tried bribing him with candy. Then there's times where it's like, well, what if we put the Xbox right here next to this thing? Then, sometimes he does not want to do it. And I don't know I don't want to scare him until you could die, but you could die. So I don't know how to tell him to, and if the day he leaves this house, I don't know what he's going to do.
Right. Wow. And Greg, we'll give you the final word here on this topic of worries or fears for the future.
Yeah, I think the big thing is kind of Allison touched on a little better than me. The idea of passing this on to your kids. Yeah, I don't have any kids right now, but planning and dealing with how do you anticipate their care, I think is really complicated.
Sure. Well, I just want to thank all of you so much for all of your contributions. I want to thank our phone callers and all of you who have been writing in with comments. This has been a great first session to help us understand what it is to live with CPVT. At this point, we're going to transition to our second topic and build on what we just were discussing by exploring the current treatment landscape, and then we'll end that session focused on what you'd like to see from future treatments. I'd like to bring up some of the questions we'll be exploring now in this second discussion. So we're going to start by exploring the current treatment landscape. And so when we talk about treatments, we of course mean medications, medical procedures, surgeries, and medical devices, but we also mean the broader range of things that you're doing or your loved ones are doing to try to help manage your CPVT symptoms, and that might be more holistic approaches or even lifestyle modifications, as we've already touched on today. So we want to know, what are those current things that are you or they are doing. We want your assessment of how well that whole treatment approach is helping treat the most significant symptoms and health effects of CPVT. We want to hear, in addition to how well or not the treatments are working, what the most significant downsides of those treatment approaches are and how those downsides themselves might affect your lives. And once we've done that, explore the existing treatments, we'll spend some time at the end of the session thinking about, short of a complete cure, which we all want for CPVT, what specific things would you be looking for in ideal treatment? Or another way to think about this is, what factors would be important to you in deciding whether, for example, to participate in a new research trial for a new drug. So to get us started thinking about these topics and to share some of their experiences and insights, we have Shanif, Rochelle, and Tom. So Shanif, why don't you kick off our panel?
Spring 2013. I was in my final semester of graduate school at the time. After reaching a 100-pound weight loss milestone just a couple of years prior, I had adopted a fit lifestyle that included running 5 miles daily. One night in March, I noticed I became fairly winded very early in my run, so I lowered the treadmill speed to a walking pace to try to catch my breath. Only I wasn't catching my breath as I had expected. and I suddenly felt myself getting lightheaded and a feeling that I was going to shut off. And then I did shut off. Hi, my name is Shanif, and I am 34 years old and living with CPVT. When I came to, I was lying at the foot of the treadmill and the belt was still running. I got a friction burn on my chest due to the treadmill pulling my shirt into my chest. A woman who was using a nearby elliptical machine rushed over to turn off the treadmill and asked if I was okay. I was in shock that I had apparently passed out and couldn't answer her right away. I felt okay enough to get up, so I walked to the entrance of the gym and sat in a chair. As I was sitting, I began to feel waves of lightheadedness and shortness of breath and palpitations in my chest. I would eventually do a nuclear stress test, which triggered my arrhythmia and was diagnosed with CPVT, fitted with an ICD before leaving the hospital, and prescribed beta blockers. I have had lots of non-sustained ventricular tachycardia, or NSVT events, at all times of the day, before, doing, after work. While my ICD didn't need to shock me for any of these due to their brevity, I would still feel the symptoms that they came with. I have to wonder about the situation possibly getting worse, and if I should call an ambulance or go to the hospital, etc. I find myself being more aware of my surroundings now, like knowing where the nearest AEDs are in any building that I enter. As much as I love cardio workouts, I have an on-off relationship with the gym because exercise triggers my arrhythmia. Since my diagnosis, I have tried a number of medications at various dosages to attempt to get the upper hand of my arrhythmia. I have been on a number of beta blockers, including metoprolol, sotalol, nadolol. There were times where the effects of the beta blockers were insufferable. When I was taking 300 milligram doses of metoprolol, I felt extremely lethargic no matter how much sleep I got. Beta blockers almost make it nearly impossible for me to get my heart rate over 120 beats per minute, even during intense exercise. My ICD is a first responder when I am having a cardiac event. It has certainly saved my life numerous times, where it had to deliver shocks to bring my heart out of fibrillation. Since 2013, I've had about 50 appropriate shocks. 32 of those happened on the same day, all within a half hour. The shocks surprise me each time, even though I always anticipate them. I yelp whenever my ICD fires, and my vision is filled with a flash of light. Although, when I have received ICD shocks in public, no one seems to hear the yelp or even notice. My ICD also attempts to terminate arrhythmias with anti-tachycardia pacing, which is a series of pulses that feel like a flutter in the chest, to avoid discharging a shock. The 2 times I have had catheter ablations done, the surgeon intentionally woke me up in the middle of the procedures to try to simulate the arrhythmia. Although after the first procedure, the doctor explained to me that they were unable to reproduce the arrhythmia and that I wouldn't experience any more arrhythmias. They also said I could stop taking my heart medications, so I did. But I continued to have cardiac events, which meant the ablations did not mitigate the issue. I gave up on ablations months later when the second procedure had the same outcome as the first. I had a left cardiac sympathetic denervation surgery a number of years ago when I was still having a lot of bad days after exhausting all other treatments. LCSD didn't improve my quality of life, though it did change some things. I can no longer sweat on the left side of my body, which leads to compensatory sweating on my right half. Because these nerves are important for how my body responds to stress and danger, the surgery can also change how I react to these situations. Since the procedure, I struggle with chronic pain near my left shoulder blade. A month after my sympathectomy, I learned I had a pleural effusion. My left chest cavity had filled with fluid and submerged my left lung. That needed to be treated with a chest drain and subsequently LVADs. The pleural effusion was believed to be an unintended consequence of the sympathectomy. CPVT has taken so much from me over the years: time, money, energy, exercise, ambitions, dreams. For now, I live with CPVT and just try to cope and survive.
Hi, my name is Rochelle. I'm 27 years old and living with CPVT. At age 15, I lost consciousness while I was rowing in a race. Despite 3 people being within 10 feet of me, no one witnessed my event. It wasn't until my oars floated out of my hands that my teammates saw me, because I was in the back of the boat. I was diagnosed quickly, but my first cardiologist treatment strategy was restricting me from all activity and starting me on 40 milligrams of Nadolol with the intent to increase it. However, I didn't even tolerate 40 milligrams. I had severe fatigue, barely making it through the school day, and I still needed to take a 2-hour nap after school every day. Before beta blockers, I was participating in athletics for up to 5 hours every day after school. I do not remember my 16th birthday. My sweet 16 consisted of my mom taking me to the Mayo Clinic where I had the left cardiac sympathetic denervation procedure. My Mayo care team started me on flecainide as well and decided to lower my Nadolol to 30 milligrams. The LCSD and flecainide have been both a blessing and a curse. The blessing is that I got to reduce my beta blockers now to 20 milligrams of Nadolol, which is great. The curse is that the LCSD has caused me to have dysautonomia and chronic pain in my left hand. We affectionately call my left hand janky hand. Currently, my chronic pain is kept in check with ketamine infusions that I get every 6 weeks. This treatment is very expensive since it has to be given in the hospital and I have to take the entire day off for every treatment. LCSD also caused a lack of sweating, which has resulted in the loss of my fingerprints and hand grip on the left side. This poses several problems, for example, when I've needed background checks for school and work, or when holding things, my hand just slides right off. Recently, I invested in battery-heated gloves because the pain from my hand getting cold is so severe that it causes significant symptoms like nausea and lightheadedness. The cold can also cause my left hand to become partially paralyzed. The worst part of this isn't that they can't do anything, it's that the studies supporting LCSD claim that it's the perfect treatment due to having little to no side effects, but I have had many side effects, and they're permanent. Flecainide has not caused me side effects, but it has many medication interactions. I also have insomnia, which is likely from long-term use of beta blockers. My sleep doctor really struggled to find a sleep medication that I could take between the QT prolonging of flecainide in combination with my other medications for chronic pain, and many sleep medications can't be taken if you take beta blockers. We actually didn't find anything, so I'm back taking doxylamine and hoping there will become another option without as many long-term side effects. I'd like to finish by reading a poem I wrote called Everything is Fine. Recently, someone asked me how I get up in the morning knowing I have CPVT. The assumption being that it's so depressing, I guess I should just wait around to die. I'm constantly sanitizing my existence for other people's comfort in the name of politeness. But here's what I wanted to say. I get up because I don't have a choice. I contemplate my mortality at least twice a day when I take the pills that allow me to survive, hopefully. The fun part is that the only way to know they're working properly is that you're not dead yet. I feel like I'm constantly waiting. If it's CPVT that takes me, I won't get to say goodbye. And neither will the people I love. I think about scenarios, and I hope that I'm alone, and my loved ones aren't the ones to find me. Because I don't want them to live with what ifs or if onlys, even though I know they will no matter what. When I was first diagnosed, I read an oft-cited statistic in a medical journal that 50% of people with CPVT die before age 30. I know that technically that's people who are undiagnosed, but it still feels like a looming expiration date. I am expected to be grateful to be alive all the time, and it is exhausting. I have to remind myself that my survival is not in exchange for my worthiness. I don't need to earn my survival. I don't need to prove to the universe that I'm worthy of keeping alive, but I don't think I can stop trying just in case I'm wrong. My whole life feels like risk management. Would I be okay to die during this? Usually the answer is no, but sometimes yes, because you can't avoid all risk. And I can't talk about this in therapy because I end up consoling my therapist and everyone else, to be honest. I would know. I've made 3 therapists cry. Therapy isn't prepared for situations where sudden death is just life. The cardiologists think these people are alive and stable, so they're fine, thriving, case closed. The fact that anyone was surprised when studies were released showing SADS patients had anxiety and depression about being diagnosed with a condition that by its very nature is sudden, unpredictable, and usually catastrophic defies any words I could tell you. This life is heavy. Sometimes it's a backpack filled with rocks, manageable and just an inconvenience, and other times it's a pair of cement shoes. But that's not polite, so if you ask me, I will say yes, everything is just fine.
Hello, my name is Tom. I grew up in Fort Worth, Texas, and now reside in Dallas, Texas. I am 43 years old with a wife and 2 girls, 16 and 9 years old. I have been living with CPVT since 1990, but officially diagnosed in 2005. My youngest daughter, Meg, was diagnosed with CPVT in 2022 at the age of 7. I am from a family of 6, one of 4 kids, and nobody else in my family has any signs of a heart condition, nor have we found any family history. My first episode was playing basketball as a 9-year-old in 1990. Nobody knew what it was or how to treat it. Just another kid passing out on the basketball court. An EEG and EKG proved to be normal. I trained for months to run a 10K with my classmates, which was a week after the episode. I ran the entire race in just over 1 hour with no symptoms. The following week, I was back on the basketball court and had my second episode. My mother pushed for a heart condition diagnosis, having to convince our family physician. In 1991, a year later, doctors decided to treat my symptoms with a pacemaker, medicine, and limited physical activity. I knew something was wrong with my heart, and I was different from other kids. I thought the new rules were just part of my treatment. My first pacemaker was tucked under the muscle to help protect it from being an active kid. This meant no more PE, playground activities, or field day with my classmates. I would continue to have episodes, but the hospital stays would slow down. In 1996, doctors decided to treat my condition with a new procedure being done for ventricular arrhythmia patients, left cardiac sympathetic denervation. It was an experiment at the time. They were hoping to completely resolve the condition. The risks were described as a possibility of Bell's palsy type symptoms in my face, but they knew I wouldn't sweat in my left arm or left side of my face. It was also an open surgery, which meant a much more painful and long recovery. I still remember waking up in pain. We went 2 decades thinking it was a failure because the episodes did not stop. I use my pacemaker 95% of the time and have been shocked from the defibrillator between 60 and 70 times. Over the years, I have learned to control my adrenaline and watch for signs of abnormal heart rates. My current treatment is 600 milligrams of Mixilitine and 40 milligrams of Nadolol daily. An ICD, LCSD surgery, limited activity, and constant eye on my heart rate. Beta blockers have always slowed me down to where naps were very common growing up. Now I create work for myself during meetings to stay engaged and awake. I've played basketball and softball in recreational leagues, but wear a heart monitor and continuously listen, feel, and watch for any signs of a racing heart. When my heart races, I'm able to pull myself aside and within minutes settle myself down. I'm competitive, but have learned to listen to my heart when it matters through episodes I have experienced in my youth. I experienced friends being afraid to invite me over, not being able to play sports at a high level, and dreaming of what could have been as a professional athlete. Instead, I was forced to mature sooner because I had to listen to my heart during any activity and understand what life and death risk means for me. I am on my 5th ICD, had difficulties with the lead extraction in 1998, and moved the device from the left side of my chest to the right. Today, in my 40s, I continue to take my medication, keep up with my ICD appointments, and maintain fairly calm. I had problems with weight for a decade or 2 after college, and through lifestyle changes, my health coach and my wife, I have been able to maintain a healthy BMI. My daughter Meg is 9 years old and has had 2 episodes before being put on the same beta blocker as me. Her treatment has been completely different. Within 1 month of her first episode, we had her genetic test completed, CPVT diagnosis determined, and she is reacting well to medicine, but also takes naps and has limited activity at home and school. I think it is holding her back from friendships, either from physical activities like sports or parents or friends not prepared or scared of a cardiac arrest. My hope to see better treatments for CPVT would be an understatement. I'd like to see drug trials continue and expand to find a cure in gene therapy. It would be a dream of for my child and grandchildren to never experience the same things I have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tom, and to all of our panelists for helping us understand the challenges of navigating the current treatment landscape and your and your family's experiences with CPVT. So this takes us to our second opportunity as part of this afternoon's meeting to have all of you living with CPVT, as well as your direct caregivers and family members who are here today, to share their experiences now as we're talking about the different treatment approaches that you all have employed in the past and presently. If you'd like to call in and share some of your experiences with current treatments, we invite you to do so. You can call in now at 1-703-844-3231. Again, that's 1-703-844-3231. And of course, you can also submit written comments using that form under the player on the webpage you're following along today. But to get us started on this topic and to get a sense of our audience, we're going to start with a couple of polling questions. So go ahead, if you've just joined us and you're someone living with CPVT or a caregiver, you can open up a new tab on your browser, go to a browser on your phone, and go to www.pollev.com/SADS-PFDD. Again, that's www.pollev.com/SADS-PFDD. Our first question as this final of our two topics today is we'd like to know what medications, therapies, or lifestyle changes that have you or your loved one used to treat CPVT-associated symptoms, and you can select all that apply. The options are A, ICD implantation, B, sodium channel blockers, C, beta blockers, D, left cardiac sympathetic denervation, E, avoiding sports, F, other lifestyle changes, G, antidepressants or anti-anxiety medications, H, counseling or psychotherapy for anxiety or PTSD, I, other medications or therapies not listed in the other response options, or J, if you or your loved one have not used medications or medical treatments. As a reminder, this is a question where our respondents, our audience, can select more than one option. So the percentages we're seeing are a percentage of total responses, not a percentage of individuals who have selected any one category. So you can look at these bars as kind of a relative ranking. And as it stands, it looks like beta blockers are the treatment approach that our audience has the most experience with. After that, we see avoiding sports and sodium channel blockers like flecainide. And then maybe after that, ICD implantation is number 4. Although we see quite a few people have experience with each of these different types of treatment approaches, including a number of other things, both other lifestyle changes and other medications or therapies that aren't otherwise listed. So we do want to hear about all of those different things. No one is reporting that they have not used medications or treatments. But we're going to go to one more polling question now, and I want you to think about all of these different types of treatments that you're using or your loved one's using. And here we want to know, how well does your current treatment regimen treat the most significant symptoms of CPVT? And the options are A, not at all, B, very little, C, somewhat, D, to a great extent, or E, not applicable because you or your loved one are not using anything. Again, kind of the totality of all of those different things that you might be currently using. How well does that treat the most significant symptoms as you're making your selections? Please think about what is driving your decision here. At least right now, about half of you that are saying that the current treatments help to a great extent. How are you coming to that determination? What treatments and how have they helped to such a great extent? And what has that meant for your ability to participate in daily life? For those, about a third of you who are saying somewhat, where do you draw the line at somewhat? What ways do they help? Where do they not? Would love to hear that. And the same kind of goes for the about 5 to 10% of you saying very little. What small treatment benefits have you experienced? What has that looked like for you? No one is reporting that the treatments have not helped at all, and no one, again, is reporting that they're not using anything. So again, we encourage you to call in, write in, share your experiences with current treatments. But to get us started on this topic, I'd like to welcome our Zoom panel, another set of your peers in this community living with CPVT and caring for people with CPVT. Suzanne, maybe we can start with you here as we're thinking about current treatments and things that we saw from that polling question that there's a number of things that are helping treat the most significant aspects of CPVT. What maybe has been the most helpful from your family's experience?
Hi. So, like you said, my name is Suzanne, and I live in a suburb of Houston, Texas. I am not affected with CPVT, but I have a 17-year-old son that is. He was diagnosed when he was 13, and he is the only lucky one in our family that has it. He actually has the de novo gene, as they call. Kian takes flecainide and nadolol. He's been on that since he was about 13. And so that is really the only thing that he has for CPVT. He does not have anything implanted except for a loop recorder, but he doesn't have an ICD and he has never had the denervation. We're lucky that Kian never had cardiac arrest. He only had several episodes of syncope and some seizure activity before he was diagnosed. With the medication, it does control him pretty well. But he is on a very high dose of flecainide and a very high dose of nadolol. He actually tolerates it pretty well. I just am concerned, moving forward in the future. He's only 17 years old, and how much higher can we go on his dose, and how long will that really be effective for him?
Yeah. Well, when you said he's really well controlled right now, what does that mean for him, and how is that different than maybe what he was experiencing before?
Well, since he's been on medication, he hasn't had any events, any passing out or any seizure activity since he's been on the medication. Now, he is not as active as he was before. He used to be in athletics and play basketball and play things like that, which is why he had some syncope. And now he doesn't really compete competitively. He does recreationally, still able to play with his friends. And recently he became manager of his baseball team at high school. But I don't know if that has something to do with it as well, the fact that he is not as active, but he hasn't had an event since he's been medicated.
Yeah. And was that the kind of thing that prior to his medication would have triggered an event for him?
Yes. His first event, he passed out playing basketball when he was 10. He just running down the court, he just fell.
Wow.
He completely passed out. And then that was really, and he's actually had episodes when he hasn't been active too, which is kind of scary. He's had some at night where he has some seizure activity, and he had an episode getting in the shower as well. So.
Yeah, no, very helpful. Thank you so much, Suzanne. Lisa, would like to bring you in on this topic. We're kind of, assessing, how well current treatments have worked and noting if there's anything that's been particularly helpful for you.
Hi, I'm Lisa from the Boston area, and I was diagnosed with CPVT at 62 in the year 2000 due to a workup for shortness of breath while I was exercising. I'm currently on metoprolol, and I got an ICD last September and have a number of restrictions on activity. So I'm one of the people that's been very lucky. I haven't had a cardiac event. I was found during testing. So what I have is that my treatment works to keep me okay. But it's meant that I've had to remove a lot of activities. I used to play soccer, I was running, I was doing yoga. All of those things have been gone. I'm slowly working back, walking and doing yoga. And that's hard to take all of that out.
Yeah. No, that certainly that sounds like it. So I'm wondering, you kind of said that you've been fortunate with treatments to not have had events, but you've also limited, certain recreational physical activities, but you've been working some of those back in. Are you able to, tell, when you're, approaching your limit of maybe what you can do? How do you gauge that as you're trying to work some of these things back into your daily life?
So right now what I have is a hard limit on how high I'm allowed to let my heart rate get. When I was first diagnosed, it was 110, so I could wander down and get a cup of coffee.
Right.
I'm at 140 now, so I can walk up a hill fairly quickly. I'd like to get back into activities, but between the beta blockers and the inactivity, I gained 40 pounds over 2 years. So, with treating the CPVT, I'd been very athletic until that point.
Right.
Now I've suddenly got a lot more complications because, the weight adds its own set of stuff going on. So what I do is I watch the rate. I didn't know what it was that was happening when I was getting the ventricular tachycardias. So I would find that I was never the best endurance athlete because I could sprint. And then I couldn't breathe. And I would just shut down. I had no idea what it was. I thought I was just out of shape.
Right.
And then, 30 seconds later, I'd be back running again because there was no problem. So I was probably doing this several times a week.
Wow. And you found that, even just kind of keeping an eye on your heart rate, you've avoided, those feelings, those symptoms.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah. And so really, since I've had the ICD and since I've gotten the metoprolol at the right level, I haven't had another incident.
Okay.
I had the metoprolol a lot higher, but I was just feeling like a zombie. I couldn't focus. I'd be in meetings and everyone from work is watching and I'd be drifting off and and I was always tired. It was like the person I used to be was a stranger that used to get a whole bunch done. And I really would have to force myself to get out of a chair.
I see. Wow. Well, thank you so much, Lisa. Joseph would like to also bring you in on this topic. Again, current treatments, anything that might have been particularly most successful, but other observations you might have about the current treatment regimen in your family.
Good afternoon. My name is Joseph. I'm from Southern New Hampshire. My son was diagnosed at the age of 7. He's on Nadolol and flecainide at this time. An observation that I have, similar to Suzanne, he was diagnosed de novo. His brother, myself, my wife have all been tested. And 2 years ago he was 7, and next week he'll be 10, and he's let everyone know. So as we've gone through that piece of it, I was really struggling with the survey question because we've been very fortunate. We've not had another event. His first symptom was sudden cardiac arrest, and we found him watching a movie. We were completing watching a movie, so it's not like he was really strenuous or in a condition. So it's working great at this point. But again, as we get to puberty, as we get to college, which someone alluded to earlier, we take it a day at a time. And he's 89 pounds and 9 years old right now, and we'll just continue to roll with it as we go.
Yeah. So that sudden cardiac arrest is that the only health event and symptom he's experienced?
That's the only thing that we've seen. He's also implanted with a loop recorder. So we've had 2 phone calls from the hospital as far as things that they've seen. But every visit we've had, everything that we've done with Boston Children's, they've been excellent, and there's been nothing on top of that they've seen that's been worth calling. So the medication works excellent until it doesn't.
Right. And you mentioned that he wasn't doing a strenuous activity when that event occurred. He was watching a movie. Has he needed to make lifestyle modifications now with the diagnosis? How has that impacted his life?
Absolutely. I think with him, we're still in that stage where, as a 9-year-old, he's not going to secrete as much adrenaline and go as hard as, say, he would in his teens, in sports. We've been very fortunate that, he's been able to do some karate and some less strenuous, activities from that piece of it. So we've had to make some modifications. I think, when it comes to your day-to-day treatment, you almost look at it as if, even if he just has a regular cold and he's just a little bit lethargic, or if he throws up, what's that going to do for the day? So those changes and those lifestyle changes are always there. He transitioned this year from compound medication to pills. He's so proud. of that piece of it.
Yeah.
And it gives us more of a peace of mind because it's more consistently, made versus, being less accessible or having only one compounding pharmacy within our whole area that's in our insurance network. So.
Gotcha. That's been very helpful. Thank you, Joseph. I do see that some people have been writing in on this topic of maybe some of the treatments that have been most helpful for them. What are we seeing?
So Amy from Smithfield, Utah says, we traveled to Rochester, Minnesota for my son to have the LCSD surgery. My son did amazing with the surgery and is doing very well and will hopefully be cleared next week for high school sports for his senior year. We also have a comment from Julie from Texas. She says, it seems the treatments are successful for my youngest, flecainide, nadolol, and LCSD, but it is strange to see him be red on one side of his face when he's hot and totally white on the other. We also have a comment from Valerie. She says, I had my first cardiac arrest at age 38 as I was training for my first half marathon. I had an ICD inserted and went through the process of discovering I had CPVT. Now I take medication that helped me finally complete that half marathon with no shocks to my ICD. So we are seeing some successes.
Yes. We want to encourage people to keep writing in and sharing those experiences so we can share those throughout the program here. But I want to, while we're still on this topic of current treatments, do want to broaden the discussion a bit, and we'll go to a polling question to do this. This has already come up a little bit, but as we're thinking about the current treatments that you have, we know that there may be some drawbacks or downsides to those. So if you can go back to that webpage, www.pollev.com/SADS-PFDD. Here we want to know, what are the biggest drawbacks of your current approaches? And you can select up to 3 of the greatest drawbacks. The options are A, it's not very effective at treating the target symptom. B, it only treats some but not all of the symptoms. C, device failure. D, receiving multiple shocks. E, anxiety and PTSD. F, side effects like fatigue. G, it requires too much effort and or time commitment. H, some other drawback to your current treatment approaches that's not listed here that represents one of the biggest drawbacks that you experience. Or I, not applicable because not using any treatments. So as you're making these selections, there's probably either some in particular treatments or maybe even the constellation of things you're trying that have these drawbacks. We'd love to hear about those. Importantly, how do these drawbacks impact your life on top of everything that we've already heard you're living with and having to deal with as a result of CPVT itself? So as it stands, it looks like the direct side effects, things like fatigue, are the #1 biggest drawback, followed by anxiety and PTSD. I think a theme we've already started to hear about, but would certainly like to explore more with you. #3 is other, so we certainly want to hear about what those might be, other drawbacks that we haven't maybe talked much about yet. But everything here, except for receiving multiple shocks, is in some number of people's top 3 greatest drawbacks of current treatment approaches, and no one is reporting that they're not using any treatments. So if you would like to call in and share some of your experience with drawbacks related to current treatments, we invite you to do so now. You can call in at 1-703-844-3231. Again, that phone number is 1-703-844-3231. But let's get started with on this topic with our Zoom panel. So Allie, maybe we can start with you as you're thinking about current treatments. Current meaning things you've tried in the past or might be using today. Are there any, whether or not they've maybe been helpful, are there treatments that have had some drawbacks for you?
Yes. Hi, my name is Allie and I am from Cache Valley, Utah. I was diagnosed with CPVT at the age of 23, right after my 16-year-old brother went into cardiac arrest. And since then, I have been diagnosed, my sister has been diagnosed, and my father has been diagnosed with CPVT. All of our treatment plans look a little bit different. I am currently on nadolol. My sister's on flecainide and nadolol, and my brother is on nadolol, flecainide, and had the LCSD surgery. My personal symptoms with Nadolol is the extreme fatigue. I am a mom of a super busy toddler, and having fatigue is not easy in your day-to-day life with a toddler. You know, toddlers just go, 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 and it's hard to keep up with them when you feel that fatigue in your day-to-day life. I also know that my sister has experienced that as well with the high doses of Nadolol that we are on. And then also my brother with the LCSD surgery, he has had couple side effects here and there. We were actually at a parade and he was only sweating from half of his face, which is a little bit crazy to watch. But he ultimately has gotten to go back to sports. So it had the end goal. We got to the end goal with him for him to be more active, but there definitely is some high cons when it comes to the treatment of CPVT. And I hope in the future that we can continue to develop those that maybe don't have as many side effects as, you know, we have in our current treatments.
Yeah, no, we really appreciate you sharing that. And, you know, can't imagine, you talked about trying to keep up with a toddler and having to deal with the fatigue. And we saw in the polling question that side effects was the top thing that our audience here today is reporting as a burden. But when, you probably, anyone that has a toddler would say that they experience fatigue. So I'd like for you to really help us understand what you mean when you say fatigue from, as a side effect, because, I think that would be really helpful to help us understand what that looks like, what that feels like for you.
Yeah, so fatigue for me, it's really hard to get up in the morning. And normally, I mean, before I was on Nadolol, I've never really been a morning person, but I was able to get up, get ready, and do what I needed to do. The mornings are very, very hard because I have to get up, I have to take care of myself and my son. But during me sleeping, my heart rate gets so low because of the Nadolol and because of those beta blockers that, the energy when you wake up is not there. And so not only do I wake up and not have this energy, it's throughout the day. My toddler has been walking since he was 9 months old. So like he is running right now. And it's not only this fatigue when I wake up, but it's throughout the day as well, because I'm not only chasing him, but my heart rate is lower. My energy is lower, and that fatigue is really there.
Yeah. No, and I think that description of, morning and getting up out of bed is really helpful to help understand it. Are there, is there an example that you might be able to share that, of like, during the day when you're trying to keep up, where you weren't able to, something that maybe comes to mind to help illustrate what that looks like?
Yeah. So, like I said, I have a toddler. He is 15 months old. His naps, he used to take 2 naps a day, and now it's moved down to 1. So when I started Nadolol, I was able to take naps when he was taking a nap because I needed that time to recoup my energy. And so if he took a good, 45-minute nap, I could go take a nap too. Now where he's not taking 2 naps a day, or maybe they're not as long, it's been harder for me to recoup that energy. And so it's just all day with that fatigue. And as he's slowly getting, less and less with the naps during the day, hopefully I'll find another way to, get that energy back. But yeah, it's pretty much a daily fight to fight the fatigue and to get the energy to do just daily activities like going to the park or, going to swimming lessons or, just getting ready and going somewhere,
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much, Allie. Allison, I'd like to have you weigh in on this topic as well. With current treatments, things that may be helping, maybe things that didn't help, but noting any important downsides of those treatments your family might have experienced.
Sure. So my name is Allison. I live in Roseville, California. I am the mother of a daughter who has CPVT. She sounds very much like Kian's story. She was diagnosed when she was 10, or actually her first near sudden cardiac arrest, I guess, was at 10 and then diagnosed at 13. And she is now going to be 18 next week. But she is on nadolol and flecainide, and it took a couple years to get us to the right treatment. Thanks to the SADS Foundation, we were connected with Dr. Ackerman, who was able to optimize her treatment regimen. And so what we had found initially, she was immediately pulled out of sports. And that's, when her events all happened was during exercise or anxiety. She was a competitive dancer and a competitive soccer player. And so that piece was incredibly devastating to her. And of all of my children, she was the most active. My boys will be really offended that I said that, but most athletic, most energetic, the biggest thrill seeker. And so being pulled out of all activities and anything that is remotely thrilling, like going to, an adventure park or riding a roller coaster or zip lining, that was extremely devastating to her. But she was initially put on the nadolol and was not having optimized coverage with just the single therapy. And so after, multiple stress tests, treadmill tests, getting her put on the combination and adjusting the medications and the timings of her doses, she's now on the nadolol and the flecainide and has much better response to it. So she was started at 6-month intervals of repeat treadmill tests, and now we've been kind of pushed out to a year where she hasn't had to have any adjustments in her medications because she hasn't had any ectopy. And similar to Lisa, she kind of keeps herself in a heart rate target zone, so she can't get above 130, but has been able to do things like Pilates and walking and using the elliptical and that type of thing. Nothing to that compares to what she was doing prior. And she did get to resume like wakeboarding this summer with a very safe treatment plan that Dr. Ackerman helped us build. And so that was a huge win for her and her quality of life.
Sure.
But so far it's been being pulled out of activity and managing those lifestyle changes, and then the nadolol flecainide has been her treatment regimen. She does suffer the same fatigue and lightheaded dizziness is a constant feature of her life.
And Allison, how would you describe how she has handled kind of having to alter the things that she participates in, the activities that she found enjoyment in, how has that impacted her socially, or even maybe her sense of self-identity, any reflections that you might have on that?
It was completely devastating to her. I'm also a nurse, and I'm very impressed with everyone who's talking has so much medical knowledge. When you hear all these terminologies, I'm trying to be self-aware and not overuse medical terms, but then I'm like, oh, everybody is very well versed in that language because we've been forced to. But she has definitely gone through all of the cycles of grief with this lifestyle loss. And I think to some extent our entire family has as well, because our entire family lifestyle was centered around sports and physical activity, hiking, water sports, snow skiing, water skiing, everything. And so we all had to adjust because it was traumatic, I think, to her every time we had to go to her brother's soccer game, or we would go on our annual, houseboating trip, and she was not able to participate. And so it was very traumatic for her. Every time that happened, it was like being re-diagnosed and getting a horrible life sentence that she could no longer enjoy what was her normal and what everybody else could.
Right. Yeah. Well, thank you so much. Allie, do you have something you want to add on this?
Yeah, I think that the mental aspect of the diagnosis and the side effects is something that we don't really talk about. And I think it needs to be talked about more, because and watching my siblings be diagnosed. We are a sports family, just like Allison's family. And going through the diagnosis and being told that you can't do anything. My sister had to stop dance. My brother played varsity football and he couldn't play anymore. And just the mental trauma that causes, regardless of, having a family member go through a sudden cardiac arrest and, not knowing if they're going to wake up. There's more trauma that comes from, this condition and also the treatment. And it's mental trauma. And that's something that I feel like needs to be broadened, the aspect that we do have that. And it's hard. It's so hard to deal with that. And then in my situation with my kids, you also carry the mental burden of passing this on to your children, which is something that is huge.
Sure. Thank you so much, Allie. And Joseph?
Yeah, just to piggyback on Allie's words, I mean, my son was diagnosed at 7, so he didn't have to have that challenge. He wasn't that dialed into sports. He wasn't there. But when you have your every 6-month visits and you're looking at how we're treating it and what we're doing to treat it, you say, okay, so we're all good. There isn't anything we need to worry about, right? Well, no, there is. There's a very real, concern and risk, and that level of high anxiety. Again, he was watching a movie.
Yeah.
So as we look at kind of the future and what that holds, that mental aspect of it, not just as a parent, but now I have to explain to a 10-year-old or, whenever we, go through it. I mean, he has a good understanding now of it and what's going on, but truly processing this as a teenager, it's terrifying. I mean,
Absolutely. I do want to quickly, I noticed that there are some web comments that come in, so I want to give those voices a chance to be heard here. So Genevieve, what are we seeing there?
So we have several comments. One is from Amy from Utah. She says, my 4 children and husband have been diagnosed with CPVT. All 3 of them are currently taking Nadolol and flecainide. Some handle it better than others because it makes you feel tired and have low energy. Mindy is writing in from Georgia. She says, my flecainide and Nadolol make my heart rate so slow that I'm sluggish and tired, and I'm only 12 years old. I've had the cardiac denervation done, which has created a pain in my left arm and shoulder blade and makes my body temperature different on each side. I really hope a new medicine can be made so I can feel better and have more energy and have a normal kid life. I'm so glad that Mindy wrote in because we have not had a child or a teenager themselves write in, and it was wonderful to hear her perspective and how she wants so badly to be a normal kid. The last comment I would like to read is from Janae, and she's from Auckland, New Zealand. She says, my 12-year-old son has CPVT and was initially fitted with an ICD. He had this for 6 years until they removed it due to the inappropriate shocks that they can give. So another child being affected by the therapy and showing the need for greater therapies, which is why we're all here.
Absolutely. So appreciate all of you who have written in and added this conversation about some of the treatment downsides. We do want to make sure that we use time today before we wrap up this session to shift a little bit. And we've talked a lot about current treatments and what's helped, what has what some of the downsides are. But I'd like to get your input, about what would be important for you. What would be what you would look for as in an ideal future treatment. And so we have one more polling question for you all this afternoon. So go back to www.pollev.com/SADS-PFDD one last time. And the way we want you to think about this is, while we all would like a complete cure for CPVT, short of that complete cure, what top 3 specific things would you look for in an ideal treatment for CPVT? And you can select up to the top 3. So the options here are A, improve daily functioning, B, increase energy, C, allow me to participate in sports and physical activities, D, treat the emotional symptoms, E, prevent arrhythmias, or F, some other specific thing you would look for in an ideal treatment for CPVT that's short of that complete cure. And again, like always, as you're making your selections, I want you to think about, what this would look like for you, as you're making these selections. Why is this so important for you? And what would you need to see for it to have a meaningful or important impact on your life? We're seeing a range of things here rising to the top, but what amount of increased energy for those of you that are selecting that would be able to help make your quality of life better? What do you mean when you say allow me to participate in sports or physical activities? We've already heard some examples about even just being able to do a little bit more. Is that what you're talking about, or is there something else that would be important or needed for that treatment to be meaningful for you? Preventing arrhythmias. We'd love to hear more about why you've selected that. How you would what would be success for you. But what really stands out here to me is that, of course, everything here is in the top three specific things people are looking for. So we know that for every person, their preference and needs from treatments, while there are many commonalities, there may be differences in what people would prioritize, and we want to spend some time understanding that. And so if you would like to share your thoughts about what you'd like to see from a future treatment for CPVT, you can call in now at 1-703-844-3231. Again, that's 1-703-844-3231. So I'd like to, as we have been, start our discussion here with our Zoom panel. And Lisa, I'd like to start this with you. As you're thinking about your past experiences helping inform what you would be looking for in the future. What's at the top of your list?
So at the very top, symptom reduction is great, but I think better diagnosis as well. My dad probably died of CPVT. He was 85 and died of a ventricular tachycardia. He had one 4 years earlier. I would have known 10 years earlier that I had it, and if we'd known he had it, how many more years would he have had?
Right. Yeah. So I'm hearing not only, I'm most directly hearing, earlier diagnosis is helpful because you can intervene earlier. But it also sounds like maybe treatments that could help intervene earlier too would be really valuable in this condition. So I do want to come around and ask each of you to weigh in on this topic. So Suzanne, maybe we can come to you next. What would be on your list? What would represent a important or ideal future treatment?
Well, like you discussed, an ideal treatment would be to treat the actual problem, not just the symptoms, right? Because we treat the symptoms. We just control the symptoms, not the problem. So I know maybe in the future there will be a gene therapy or something maybe down the line that would actually treat the actual defect versus just the symptoms. But until then, it would be nice to have a medication that didn't have as many side effects, that was like a one and done, not having to take 6 or 8 pills a day or twice a day. My son has to take, twice a day. He has to remember to do it. And with the, tiredness and things like that, it would be nice to have just one nice medication that could kind of control it. And I think that would be the top of my list.
Yeah, no, it makes a lot of sense. We heard about the importance of being compliant in order to get the benefits. And so, the number of medications and number of doses of medication certainly impacts that. But hear you also on the point about side effects as well. Allie, how about you? What would be an ideal or meaningful treatment for you?
Yeah, so with the survey, I was looking at a survey, and the first thing that stuck out to me was improved daily function. For me, like that would be huge, improving the symptoms that I have from the medication, where I don't have the fatigue. I know that, my sister, she would love to have improved daily functioning where she could go dance and not have to bring an AED with her to dance class. And with my brother, daily function would be improving. That would be incredible because he has to bring an AED everywhere as well. Even though he has the LCSD surgery, he's on the medication. And so something as just improving the daily function of our lives is huge. And hearing that little 12-year-old girl say that she wants to just be a child, I mean, that kind of hits you in the feels a little bit.
Yeah, it does. So Allie, you gave some kind of good specific examples for your siblings. I'm going to put you on the spot. Is there something specific? It doesn't have to be, everything that you would want, but, could you contextualize what activities in daily life, an improvement would look like for you that would be meaningful?
Yeah. For me, medication, I mean, like the side effects. My siblings, I think that something that would improve for them would also be the side effects, but also maybe working through those emotional symptoms of not being sure if you're going to go into cardiac arrest, or the fear of taking, that dance class and not knowing if you're going to collapse in the middle of the dance class, helping with that fear, easing that fear and that burden of the fear. With my brother and him playing football, now that he's back to playing football, the fear of, collapsing in the middle of a varsity football game on Friday night with everyone to see. That's another fear that he has. And he carries an AED everywhere with him. And so there's also the emotional of like being the kid with the AED, everywhere you go. That wonderful machine that saves lives does have an emotional impact on people.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Allie. Joseph, same question to you. What would represent an important or ideal treatment for your family?
I mean, I think it's unrealistic to expect to be able to bottle peace and give it to our peers and other people with CPVT and parents and things like that. That peace can come in the form of many ways. And I think when it comes to how these treatments impact our children, my son had a cold that he struggled with forever, and I can take Robitussin or Dayquil or NyQuil or whatever it would take, and that tends to take care of it. Well, my son can't take those for his onset condition, and at the end of the day, the things that he does take, do have their side effects, and whereas a Tylenol will correct a headache, Nadolol flecainide won't prevent a cardiac arrest necessarily. It does a great job. We've been very fortunate. But looking at that and being able to really have peace of mind, knowing that what we're doing is able to protect him and keep him safe and move forward with that, and then also have just more straightforward, peace of the mindset of, okay, this is what he has, this is what we can do, we'll take this, and we are 100% assured that there will be no, sudden cardiac arrest or anything else.
Wow. Well, thank you so much, Joseph. That is so helpful to hear. And I wish we could bottle up peace, for everybody, but appreciate you, helping describe that. And last word on this, Allison, what would be on the top of your list?
I think it's all the things that have been said for sure. Something that is protective, but also allows for resumption of a somewhat return to normalcy.
Yeah.
So, whether that's energy level or getting back to an activity, it's improving the overall quality of life. And and then I think similarly on the other side of it is the mental health piece, which, bringing you that peace of mind. I think all of our normals are different than everybody else, where we have that constant nagging in the back of our head. Is it enough? Is there going to be another event? What's going to happen? And especially as, the younger kids are growing up and what is in store for them as they enter adulthood and have different life experiences or childbearing. There's so many fears out there that we live with. It's part of our normal that we don't have anything else to give us any reassurance. So if there was something like Joseph said, that's 100%, that would be fantastic.
Yeah. Well, I want to thank all of you, all of our Zoom panelists, our discussion starters for all of your contributions. I'm going to go to the phones here in just a moment, but wanted to express my appreciation to each of you for all of your sharing all of your experiences and all of the insights that you've provided today. So now I'm going to there's a phone caller that wants to speak to some of the, what she'd like to see from future treatments. We have Jennifer from Houston, Texas, who we heard from a little bit earlier in today's session. So I'd like to, Jennifer, welcome you back to the program. Are you with us?
Yes, thank you for having me.
Oh, it's great to have you. So
I wanted to,
yeah, go ahead.
I just wanted to share a little bit about our hopes for the future. When everybody speaks about fatigue, a really good way to describe what that is in real life is what I'm experiencing right now. So my son is 17, and he is on high doses of Nadolol and flecainide, and he is still sleeping. It is 2:45 p.m. where we live, and this is one of the rare days that he doesn't have a lot on his schedule, and he has not gotten up for the day yet. That is the kind of fatigue we're talking about, and I think that a cure in the future would hopefully look like something that can provide more help than hurt, and that cure, I'm so hopeful, will be in the form of gene therapy. There seems to be so much research that is currently growing in that area, and I find it really exciting and something to look forward to for new breakthroughs and how that might not only be a treatment option, but potentially a cure.
Yeah. No, I think we all collectively share that sentiment. I do want to follow up, though, Jennifer, on something that you did talk about in terms of, if we could have something that avoided some of the fatigue, and kind of, making it difficult to participate. Luckily, it sounds like today is there's not as much going on, but I imagine that there are days that there are where these types of side effects are make life difficult. What would represent a meaningful reduction in fatigue for Sammy? How do you even think about that? What might that look like?
Well, in Sammy's situation specifically, because he was receiving CPR for over 2 hours, then was pronounced dead for 5 minutes, and then came back, is now he is struggling with paraplegia. And the type of paraplegia is very unique because of the lack of oxygen to his spine. And so there's hope that he may regain some functions, and he has regained some. But what it entails is extreme amounts of physical therapy and many different types of physical therapy that he endures every day, in addition to school. He's about to be a senior in high school and is a high achiever, and then is also in band, in marching band, and plays drum set for that. So that requires a lot of hours of practice and being outdoors in the heat. And so when I talk about fatigue, it's any time that he has a moment where he's not scheduled and not busy, that he's sleeping. He's either fallen asleep on the couch or he's in bed all day like he is now. And so an improvement that I would really love to see for him specifically, and also for the whole community, is if there could be a drug that works as well as, for example, Nadolol, but doesn't cause that kind of fatigue. He could put a lot more into his physical therapies, which work toward helping him function better in society and not be as reliant as he is now, 99% of the time reliant on a wheelchair. And while it seems like that's not related, it is, because when you survive a cardiac arrest, there are many things that you can deal with, side effects that come from surviving it, as we've heard from so many people today who gave examples of, slowed mental capacity and different learning challenges because of what they've experienced through their cardiac arrest. And my son's is very much more of a physical, although he does have a traumatic brain injury that affects his short-term memory. So something that would be able to help push that energy rather than drain it would be incredibly helpful.
No, that is very helpful, additional kind of description and context there, Jennifer. So I really appreciate you calling in and adding to this part of the conversation as well. There's one more phone caller I'd like to get to today. I know we're a couple minutes over, but would like to go to Julie from Dallas, Texas. Julie, I'd like to welcome you to the program. And if you're with us, would like to hear from you on what might represent a top treatment goal for you from a future treatment.
Well, I've been listening to the program, and I think one of the things that hasn't been addressed is like the burden of the treatments that we have. Both of my kids have been on flecainide for years, but it has to be compounded. I drive to a pharmacy 30 minutes away because it's the one that I trust. It has to be refrigerated, so we have to carry that with us if we travel. We have increased airport security problems because of that. And my youngest son has an implanted loop recorder, so when going through, traveling with the airport security, he has to be pulled over to the side and wanded. And, if we could get something that could be as precise as the flecainide, like the Nadolol that comes in a pill that we could give to the kids, that would be a lot less burdensome. That would be extremely helpful as well.
Yeah, no, that's helpful. I'm glad that you called in to raise this and make sure we all heard it before we wrap up today. So thank you so much, Julie. And then I'm going to give the final word. I know we've had some written comments come in. So what are we hearing on goals for future treatments?
So we have a couple. One is Julie from Texas, and she says, I wish there was a single treatment given once a day. Obviously, we would love a cure, but a better treatment is welcome. And Valerie from Ohio says, I hope that one day my niece and my child who also has CPVT can continue to play sports without relying on an ICD to save their lives.
Well, at this point, we are concluding the part of the agenda where we're asking all of our audience members to share their experiences and their preferences. So as your meeting moderator, I just want to personally thank everyone who participated, our panelists, our Zoom discussion starters, everyone that called in and wrote in. It was so impactful hearing from you and getting to discuss with you, helping us understand what CPVT looks like. And you did such a tremendous job of helping pull back the curtain on what it means to live with this condition and navigate the treatment options for so many of you and your loved ones. We could not have appreciated that without all of your input. So at this point, I'm going to introduce our speaker for the summary remarks. Providing a summary after a session like this is an impossible task, but my friend and colleague Larry Bauer is best suited to try to do that at least. So Larry's background is in nursing. He spent 17 years at the NIH, where he was involved in clinical research, including in rare diseases. He spent 10 years at the Food and Drug Administration, where he was the co-founder of the Rare Diseases Program and worked in that capacity. And Larry has also been an integral part of helping plan today's meeting. So Larry, without further ado, why don't you take it away?
Thank you so much, James. So our meeting today was opened by Genevieve Eccles, who's the Family Support Director at the SADS Foundation. We then heard from Dr. Shatara Walker, who's a clinician team leader in pediatrics in the Division of Pediatrics and Maternal Health at the FDA. Dr. Walker shared that these meetings can help FDA review staff fill in knowledge gaps about what is it really like to live with CPVT. The knowledge that they learn also helps them to advise drug sponsors on their development programs for new treatments for CPVT. Next, we heard from Dr. Arthur Wilde from the Inter-University Cardiology Institute of the Netherlands, who's a CPVT expert. He shared that CPVT is an autosomal dominant illness and that the complaints or the symptoms often arise during exercise or strong emotion. The prevalence is about 1 in 10,000 people, and the median age of symptom onset is 10.8 years old. Treatments can include lifestyle changes, beta blockers, LCSD, ICD, and flecainide. ICDs may have device-related complications and should possibly be avoided. And he said that there continues to be a high unmet medical need for this population. We had a panel to talk about symptoms and impacts. Our first speakers were Pam and Kennedy, their grandma and granddaughter. Pam is 82 and a silent carrier of CPVT. And in 1987, Pam's 17-year-old athletic son, Matthew, he died suddenly after jogging to work. And then a number of years later, in 2001, her 36-year-old daughter, Brittany, who's Kennedy's mom, ran over to a neighbor's house to borrow something and also had a cardiac arrest in the kitchen and died. Revival attempts were not successful, and she died at the hospital. Kennedy was only 6 when her mom died, and she had cardiac testing to see if she had CPVT as well. And then when Kennedy was 17, she had a cardiac arrest during gym class, and her instructors did CPR for 15 minutes until the EMT arrived. She was placed in an ice bath, and Kennedy survived and eventually had an ICD placed. Kennedy says she worries about her future and does not want to pass CPVT to her children. Next, we heard from Amy, who's 37 years old and was not correctly diagnosed until she was 28. She's impacted the most by tiredness and dizziness. She's had terrible pain from her ICD incision and had to have it repositioned. She worries about what to share with her employers, so she doesn't want to scare them, but she also wants to have them informed. She'd like to see new medications with fewer side effects and devices that have better battery life and that require less surgery. And then we heard from Jennifer and Sammy, who are mom and son, and they both have CPVT. Sammy is 17, and when his brother Frankie was only 10, he had a seizure and cardiac arrest and did not survive. About 4 years later, 16-year-old Sammy had a cardiac arrest while at a climbing gym. He had extensive CPR and miraculously recovered. And now he's back in advanced placement courses in high school. Sammy received an abdominal ICD and is taking beta blockers, as is his mother. They both experience exhaustion from the beta blockers. And his mom just expressed towards the end here that she wished that there was other alternatives to beta blockers so that he could work more diligently at his PT. So overall, in the first session, we heard that young children can be affected and fainting and seizures can be symptoms of CPVT. Adrenaline can trigger an event. And unfortunately, the first cardiac arrest in a family is what it takes sometimes to inform the family to get others tested. In our second session that focused on treatments and hopes for the future, we heard from 3 panelists. First, we heard from Shanif, who's 34 years old. He was in grad school and had a severe syncopal episode at the gym. He was diagnosed with CPVT and had an ICD placed. He says that his ICD has saved his life numerous times. He has had several ablations, but they were ineffective. He had a sympathectomy and developed pleural infusion as a side effect. He says CPVT has taken so much from him. And then we heard from Rochelle, who's 27 years old and lost consciousness when she was 15 years old while rowing in a race. She had LCSD procedure at age 16, which left her with chronic pain requiring every 6 weeks ketamine infusions. She feels like her whole life is risk management, and sometimes life is like a backpack filled with rocks, other times like having a pair of cement shoes. And lastly, we heard from Tom, who's living with CPVT and is 43 and has 2 daughters. The youngest one, Meg, also has CPVT. He has been given a pacemaker after passing out at a basketball when he was 9 years old. He had an LCSD, but it was ineffective. He takes beta blockers, which require him to take naps. His daughter also has to take naps, and he feels her meds are holding her back from friendships and physical activities in school. And he hopes eventually there's a gene therapy for CPVT. So overall, we heard from the second panel that there continues to be a great unmet medical need for new treatments for CPVT. The available treatments of beta blockers, ICDs, LCSD, and surgery all have significant downsides, and people are generally open to trying new therapies and hopefully to get involved in research. So thank you so much. And now to close the meeting, back to Genevieve in the studio.
Thank you for your thoughtful summary, Larry. This has been an incredible day and has helped us all better understand CPVT, its impact on individuals and their families, and the need for better therapies for catecholaminergic polymorphic ventricular tachycardia. Thank you to the FDA staff who attended today, and thank you to Ethan Gabber from the FDA's patient-focused drug development staff who guided us through this process over the many months of planning. Thanks also to James Valentine and Larry Bauer from Hyman Phelps and McNamara, whose assistance in planning and moderating today's meeting has been invaluable. We could not have done this without you. Thank you to the Dudley Digital Works media team for the production planning and all the behind-the-scenes work they have done today. A big thanks to the SADS Foundation volunteers and staff who have given countless hours to the planning of today's meeting, including but not limited to our CEO, Alice Laura, Program Director, Marcia Baker, Communications Director, Anna Goodson, Development Director, Jan Schiller, and Technology and Administrative Director, Aaron Waite. And finally, we want to give a big thanks to the CPVT community. Thank you for honestly sharing what your lives look like with CPVT and its current treatments. This meeting would not have been possible without you sharing each of your stories. The EL-PFDD may bring up strong emotions for those attending whose lives are affected by CPVT. We are offering a support group immediately following this meeting for affected individuals and their family members and loved ones who need it. You can join immediately following the EL-PFDD on a separate Zoom link that has been provided through email, text, and at the link on the player page that you are on right now. In the coming weeks, we'll compile all of the information from today, including polling data and comments, into a Voice of the Patient report, which will be available on both the SADS and FDA websites. The form to submit comments for the report is open for another 30 days, so please consider submitting additional comments, which will be added to the Voice of the Patient report. A recording of today's program will be available on demand shortly following this meeting at the same page you are on now. For those of you who have been with us from the beginning of today's meetings, we thank you for staying with us. Both of these meetings will have a lasting impact on the future of CPVT and LQTS research and medical product development. So once again, to both communities, thank you for making your voices heard today.